Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Saving Her Wolves by Tara West, narrated by Mari. Prologue. Jovan sat at the kitchen table, his youngest son, Odin, sucking his chubby little fist while balancing on his knee. He could scarcely stand the look of adoration in the baby's wide hazel eyes. At just 7 months, the child already had the stoic demeanor natural to a second alpha. He would be a strong leader one day, helping his brother, Artem, lead the Romanian tribe. That is, if the Albescus didn't take the chiefdom from their family. They would surely try when they learned of Jovan's secret. It was only a matter of time, for he couldn't conceal his defect forever. Heat flooded his face when his maiden alpha brother came into the room. Boris knew better than to look in his direction, but Ilea always had that sickening look of pity in her eyes. Grinding his teeth, he looked away from her, letting her take Odin and set him on her curvaceous hip. The baby rested his head against her with a satisfied sigh, his cheeks flushing pink beneath his tawny complexion, his golden curls spread across her protruding belly. She put him in a playpen beside the table and handed him a bottle of milk. He took it and laid down without protest. A surprise, considering he preferred the breast. Perhaps he knew he was going to have to share soon. Boris sat and poured himself a glass of brandy, then pushed the decanter and an empty glass toward Jovan. "Have you given my idea more thought, brother?" He poured himself half a glass, knowing he didn't handle alcohol well since he'd lost his beasts. The liquid burned his throat, and it took all his effort not to cough and reveal his human frailty. He dug his fingernails into the table, breathing through a wheeze as fire spread through his chest. "I won't let our sons risk their lives for me," he finally said. Boris gave him a hard look. "It is the only way to restore your wolf and your protector." "Please, Jovan," Ilea begged, resting a hand on his shoulder. He pulled away when he felt her magic entering into him. Though he yearned for her touch the same way his lungs strained for breath, he would not let her bewitch him into going along with their foolish plan. According to his family, he'd spent only a week in the haunted forest, but since time passed more slowly beyond the veil, it had felt like he'd lived in that hell a lifetime. He wouldn't risk his sons suffering the same fate. "We don't even know if it will work," he grumbled. Ilea sat beside him, her bottom lip turned down in a pout while she rested her hands on her belly. "Do you doubt my magic?" He cupped her chin, feeling unworthy of her touch as a soft moan escaped her, and she rubbed her cheek against him. It had been too long since he'd touched her, and he felt guilty about it. "There is no doubt you are a powerful witch, but there are too many variables." She blinked, her long lashes fanning her cheeks. "I have already spoken to the goddess on this. She says it's the only way." Though their daughter Amara had once been the only wolf to communicate with their goddess, Ilea had been having similar otherworldly experiences. The darkness that threatened to consume him daily was at the forefront of his sanity once more. He dug his fingers into his palms until nails broke skin. "I would rather remain as I am than send our sons back into that forest. Our pack will be more vulnerable with only one protector." Boris gave him a pointed look, and then snatched the decanter and poured himself another glass. "The Albescus will challenge the chiefdom." Jovan focused on his baby, who loudly slurped his bottle. In the other room, their oldest son, Atan, played with blocks beside the fire. By sparing his 4 oldest sons, those he and his brothers had conceived with their late wife, he'd be damning the children they'd conceived with Ilea, who were still innocent babies. "They will challenge us," their father Klaus said from the doorway. "And if they take over, none of us will be safe." Jovan swore. He hadn't heard his alpha father come into the house. Curse his mortal hearing. "They will view our sons as a threat," Boris added. Klaus crossed his arms, his features as hard as granite. "We can't let that happen." With a roar, Jovan pounded the table, then cried out when pain shot up his wrist. Ilea reached for him. "Are you okay?" He hissed and shook off the pain. His hand throbbed. "I think I broke my fucking hand." Latching onto him, she murmured a spell. Warmth encircled him, fusing the broken bones together. "Thank you," he whispered, his throat too constricted for him to say more. She smiled. "You can't split open furniture anymore, darling." He jumped from his seat, feeling as if she'd cleaved his heart in two with her careless comment. "I don't need you to remind me I'm nothing more than a weak human." She reached for him, pity in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Jovan." Ashamed of what he'd become, he turned his back on her, trembling with rage and self-loathing. This was why he no longer wished to share a bed with her. He was nothing more than a weak human, and he hated himself for it. How could she love him when he couldn't protect her and their children? "Jovan," Boris continued, "we need to send our sons after that Jorogomofang. Think what will happen if your protector falls into the hands of a demon." Clenching his hair by the roots, he cried out, "It probably already has." That Jorogomofang had been attached to the demon spider that had taken over Jovan's body while he'd been trapped inside the haunted forest. It was what they'd used to extract the demon from Jovan. Unfortunately, he'd lost his wolf and his protector, too. How could they do this to their sons? Did they want to ruin their lives, too? "I will send a message to them," Boris said, without waiting for his consent. "They will not deny us." He hung his head, his depression so thick it was suffocating. "That's what I'm afraid of." Chapter 1. Constantine hopped out of Håkan's truck, thanking him for the ride home. He stood outside their new cabin for a moment, breathing in the mild Alaskan summer air and looking at the tall pines and endless sky. After being in the oil fields for 6 weeks, he'd missed his home. Even though he and his brothers had given up their claim to the Romanian chiefdom when they left their homeland, he had no regrets. He was free here, free to breathe without the albascus breathing down his neck, and free to shift without worrying about poachers, because they were safe on the beautiful Alaskan reserve they called home. Mostly, he was free from having to look out his front door and see the dark forest on the horizon and the terrible memories that accompanied it. He hoped Dmitri and Dejan were getting along better than when he'd left. He had no wish to return home to strife. "Constantine!" Tatiana ran onto the porch, clutching a fishing pole. Dropping it, she raced down the stairs and across the gravel driveway to throw herself in his arms and wrap her legs around his waist. He twirled her before stopping for a kiss. The moment their lips met, he was overwhelmed with a strange yet familiar scent, and a surge of lust shot through him like a bolt of electricity, tightening his balls and spine and making his cock harden. "Constantine," she breathed against his mouth when they finally came up for breath. "I feel it." "Me too," he said on a growl, bubbles swimming around in his head as if he'd downed a bottle of plum brandy. "Let's go fuck." She cupped his face and looked deeply into his eyes. I feel my womb opening." His jaw dropped, and he was rendered mute. Could this finally be happening? Was Tatiana ready to give him a child? He desperately searched her eyes, struggling to find his words. You sure?" She eagerly nodded, biting her lower lip. "It's time, Constantine." He swallowed back a lump of apprehension as reality slowly set in. "Are you sure you're ready?" It had only been 5 months since they'd returned from their ordeal in the haunted forest and expelled the demons possessing her and Dmitri. He worried she hadn't yet healed from the darkness. Her eyes misted as she eagerly nodded. "I need this, Constantine." Pressing her forehead to his, she stroked his cheek. "We need this." He clutched her more tightly, his dick hardening to painful proportions as he strode up the porch stairs with Tatiana in his arms. He was vaguely aware of Dejan opening the door for them and Dmitri calling his name. He had no use for them. All he cared about was being inside her. His brothers must have smelled her powerful heat because their howls filled his eardrums as he took the stairs 2 at a time to their room. No sooner had he set her on the bed than she was ripping off his clothes. "I need a shower." He tried to pull away from her when she reached for his belt buckle. "No!" Her features hardened, desperation swirling in her eyes. "Fuck me." He let out a shuddering breath when she unzipped his pants and freed his cock, took him in her mouth, and swallowed him to the root. The sensation of her warm mouth and soft, wet tongue made every nerve ending in his cock buzz with intensity. She sucked him until his knees weakened, and he feared he'd explode in her mouth. "Tatiana," he growled, his balls tightening. She pulled off him and pushed him to the bed with surprising strength. She quickly stripped out of her clothes and climbed up his body, a feral gleam in her eyes. Clutching her shoulders, he let out a hiss when she lowered herself onto his cock, her pussy already slick and swollen, a welcoming warm sheath that pulsed around him. Never had she felt so perfect and wet. She leaned over him, kissing him passionately and grinding against him. His cock grew, while banging against that swollen spot deep inside her, the pleasure more exquisite than anything he'd ever felt. He ran his fingers over her scalp and through her hair. "I love you, Yupirama," he whispered against her lips. He knew how much Tatiana loved when her mates called her the Romanian endearment that roughly translated to "my love." "I love you, Constantine," she said, grinding harder and faster against him, crying out, as if she was being swept away by euphoria's currents. "My strong protector." "I can't hold out much longer," he warned, digging his fingers into her shoulders. "Slow down," he begged. She rode him harder and kissed him with bruising force, thrusting her tongue into his mouth while she scraped his bottom lip with her canine teeth. His eyes fell shut when his balls tightened, a groan escaping his lips. He shuddered, and stars exploded behind his eyelids when his powerful release came, gushing into her like a busted fire hose. She cried into his mouth, her sheath pulsing while milking him. After she collapsed on top of him with a satisfied sigh, her head resting on his chest, he massaged her scalp while she emitted sexy mewling sounds. He gently rolled her onto her side and grabbed a towel from a nearby laundry basket. Her eyelids heavy with lust, she spread her legs wide while he cleaned her. "Save some for later," she cooed. "I don't think getting you wet again will be a problem," he chuckled. Throwing the towel to the floor, he climbed between her legs and gently kissed her while probing her slick entrance. She was still so wet and swollen, it made him swell too. She opened her legs wider, lifted her hips, and flashed a welcoming smile. "Come inside, my love." His eyes rolled back when he sank into her welcoming heat, every nerve ending in his body, from the top of his scalp to the tip of his toes, vibrating with lust. They made love more tenderly at first, building up to the climax slowly, until they both passed the point of madness, and she was clawing at his back, begging him to fuck her harder. How could he refuse? He banged her with feral grunts. Her dripping sex was pure heaven, every swollen inch driving him higher. When he finally reached the point of release, it felt as if his chest imploded from the intensity of pleasure. He jerked against her, her throbbing sheath pulling his seed into her womb. Panting into each other's mouths, he withdrew and rolled on his side, too tired to get up for another towel. He held her in his arms, stroking her back, the scent of her feral heat coaxing his dick to harden once more. By the time she climbed back on top of him, he realized they'd both fuck each other raw, and they'd be sore later. But for the moment he had no regrets. All he cared about was making love to his sweet, sexy mate. Tired of listening to Constantine and Tatiana and the loud, squeaking bed springs upstairs, Dejan turned up the music on his phone. Constantine and Tatiana were fucking so hard, he thought they might break the bed and fall through the ceiling. Though he was looking forward to their growing family, he dreaded the next 2 to 3 days while also dealing with Dimitri's moods. It had been 5 months since they'd returned from the haunted forest, and Dimitri still hadn't forgiven him. Usually, Tatiana shielded him from his moods. Andre was still on a mission, which left the two of them alone. Speak of the idiotul. Dimitri came in through the back door, not bothering to wipe his boots, so he tracked mud all over the hardwood floor, which was meant to upset Dejan, since he did all the cleaning. He threw a frozen stringer of fish on the kitchen island. "I'm hungry. Clean these," he said brusquely, and grabbed a beer out of the fridge. It was only noon, and already his brother was drinking. Dejan scowled at the fish blood spreading on the counter, and something snapped. "No." Dimitri snarled. "Excuse me?" Grasping the edge of the counter, he let out a shaky breath. "Clean your own damn fish. I have laundry to do." Back stiff, he picked up the basket of laundry from the dining table and inhaled the smell of Tatiana's purple sweater. Her lingering scent, mixed with fresh outdoor pine, made him calmer. "I caught the damned fish," Dimitri said to his back. "The least you can do is clean it." Dejan looked up from his laundry, forcing a note of indifference into his voice. "Did you catch them, or did Tatiana?" The fish were frozen, so he knew they'd come from the cooler. Tatiana had probably caught them before she'd gone upstairs with Constantine. Dimitri flinched. "Does it matter?" Of course she caught them. She could outfish all her mates, and had even surpassed her teacher, her brother Drasko. If Dimitri had caught any of them, Dejan was certain he'd had help from her, though he was too proud to admit it. "I'll clean them for Tatiana," he said. He wouldn't let the catch go to waste. Dimitri popped the top on his beer. "Whatever." Gritting his teeth, Dejan clutched Tatiana's sweater. "How long are you going to do this, Dimitri?" "Do what?" he asked indifferently. He knew exactly what. Dimitri was still punishing him for not emotionally supporting Tatiana during her ordeal in the haunted forest, for being terrified of her, even though she'd tried to murder him and Dimitri when she'd been possessed by a demon. "Tatiana has already forgiven me." "She would." He took a long swig of beer and belched. "Tatiana is too nice to hold a grudge." "But you're obviously not nice," Dejan snapped. Dimitri flashed a wolfish grin. "I never said I was." Rage blurred his vision. "Don't forget it was your cruelty that sent Tatiana into a demon's trap." He dropped the sweater back in the basket. "None of this would have happened if it hadn't been for you." Tatiana's depression had driven her to delay their bonding for many years. Instead of showing understanding, Dimitri resented her for it. She'd overheard him complaining about her one night and run straight into a demon's path. Dejan knew he'd pushed his brother too far when his eyes shifted to brilliant white. Smashing the bottle on the counter, he let out a deep protector rumble. "You fucking idiotul!" He crossed to Dejan in a few long strides. Nose lengthening, he grabbed Dejan's collar and hauled him up on his toes. Dejan refused to show fear. "Go ahead. Pummel me. How do you think Tatiana will react when she finds out?" Releasing him with a roar, Dimitri turned his back. "She's the only reason I'm not beating the shit out of you." Brushing past him, Dejan purposely slammed against his brother's shoulder and picked up the stringer of fish. "I'm tired of being your slave. From now on, you do your own laundry and cook your own food." "I'm not a fucking gamma." Furious with him for disrespecting his role, he said, "No, you're not. Maybe you'll learn to appreciate all I do for this pack." When Dimitri took a step toward him, he picked up the fillet knife and raised it, growling. The phone in Dimitri's pocket buzzed. He pulled it out and frowned at the screen. "Our father, Boris, is calling. Don't think we're finished with this conversation." He strode out the back door. "Da," he said into the phone, the door slamming behind him. Dejan heaved a sigh of relief, not realizing how badly he was trembling until he looked at the knife in his hand. "You might not be, but I am. Phoenix fed her rabbits a few dried blueberries, rewarded with nose nudges and twitchy tails. When they jumped into their litter box and turned their attention to their hay, her gaze once again turned to the bookcase, to the tall stack of books concealing the bane of her existence, the rusty lamp containing her mother, Jezebeth, the Djinn. She dreaded the thought of speaking to Jezebeth, but she'd heard nothing from the wolf-stalkers, and the pain of being forgotten by her family was more than she could bear. Was this to be her life? A black sheep to her brothers because of the sins of her mother? She finally jumped up from the bed, stomped over to the bookcase, knocked the books to the floor, and snatched up the lamp. She'd only given it a light rub before her mother popped out in a flourish of sparkles and smoke. She was beautiful, with wavy ebony hair cascading over her shoulders, her skin golden taupe, and large dazzling eyes to match. She was built like a siren, with a tapered waist, flared hips, and large breasts that practically spilled out of her skimpy top. Phoenix had a similar figure, though she concealed it under heavy clothes. Thank goodness for cool Alaskan summers. She turned up her chin when Jezebeth gave her an assessing look, frowning at the stain on her flannel shirt. "How have you been, daughter?" "Fine, Mother," she said through clenched teeth. The smell of roasting meat wafted into her room, making her stomach groan in anticipation. Her adoptive family would be calling her to supper soon. She had to make this fast. "You don't look fine," she scolded. "You have circles under your eyes, and you're dressed like a pauper. Don't those thunderfoots take care of you?" Scoffing at Jezebeth's question, Phoenix looked at her reflection in the mirror. It was true. She did look tired. Though she was only 15, she looked far older. Arvid and Mahala Thunderfoot were always begging her to eat more. But how could she, when the weight of her mother's sins weighed so heavily on her heart? The Thunderfoots had also generously bought her a new wardrobe, but she preferred the oversized flannel shirt to anything, despite her adoptive father, Tor, threatening more than once to burn it. She felt more comfortable in clothes that concealed her curves. She was ashamed of her body, and not because she thought it ugly, but because she looked too much like her mother. It was why she dyed her dark hair flaming pink, much to her adoptive family's dismay. Considering she had the gift of bringing peace to others, she certainly struggled with vicious personal demons. Too bad her soothing powers didn't work on herself. She leered at Jezebeth's reflection, hovering behind her as she tried to find her words. Though she'd rehearsed what she'd say to the evil Djinn at least a dozen times, words failed her when she was near her mother, shame choking back her voice. "Why won't you talk to me?" Jezebeth pouted like a toddler sent to a corner. "Haven't I suffered enough for my sins?" Frustration pounded in her skull. "You murdered hundreds of humans." She had the nerve to half-smile. "I didn't kill them." She shuddered at the thought that such a soulless monster had created her. "You created the beasts that did kill them. My fathers might still be alive if not for you." Biting on her knuckles, she turned away. Why had she thought it a good idea to let Jezebeth out of her lamp? They had the same argument every time, and every time she closed the lid on her mother, she felt worse about herself. "They took you from me," her mother whispered at her back. Refusing to turn back around, Phoenix shrugged. "Can't say I blame them." "Did you free me just to lecture me?" Phoenix stared at her socks. They had little animals on the toes and made her smile. Funny how something so simple could do that. If only they could drive away the darkness in her heart. "I freed you to ask you questions." "Anything, dearest," Jezebeth squealed. She forced herself to look at her mother, who looked at her like a doting mother hen, her eyes alight with adoration. How could Jezebeth love her, but despise the rest of the world? Did Phoenix take up all the love in her heart? Or did Jezebeth only care for her because she was her spawn? Did the evil Djinn hope Phoenix would one day take after her mother, seducing shifters and dooming mortals? "Tell me about my family, the wolf-stalkers," she demanded. Jezebeth's expression fell, and then she plastered on a frozen smile. "What would you like to know?" She lowered herself onto the bed, wishing she could crawl under the covers and shut out the world for eternity. "Anything." Jezebeth arched a narrow brow. "Don't they talk to you?" She averted her eyes. "No." Annie Wolfstalker had called her a few times, and though she heard her brothers in the background, none of them bothered to say hello. "I should have never promised I wouldn't curse them." She pounded the mattress. "No more curses!" The booming voice took over before she could stop it. She swallowed, her throat drier than sandpaper. She had no idea where that dark voice came from, but she knew from others that her eyes had probably turned red, too. Whatever this beast was inside her, it wasn't her wolf. This creature was full of hate, and though she refused to acknowledge its true form, she knew exactly what it was. A demon. Jezebeth jerked back in a plume of smoke, holding up her hands in a gesture of surrender. For the first time, she looked frightened of her daughter. "Good," the dark voice said before slinking back into its hole. She breathed out slowly, forcing herself to regain her composure. "How did my fathers find you?" "I lured them in," the djinn answered. A surge of anger shot through her skull as she jumped from the bed, her hands balled into fists. "Why?" "I was lonely." She trailed her fingers across the swell of her breasts. "How did you lure them?" Though some part of her didn't want to know, she would never be able to come to terms with her origins until she knew the whole sordid story. When Jezebeth flashed a knowing smile, crooking a finger at her, she felt the sudden urge to go to her mother, swaying toward her like a reed bending in the breeze. She gasped when Jezebeth put her hand down. They were standing only a breath apart, and Phoenix was holding out her arms to her mother as if she wanted a hug, which she didn't. She loathed Jezebeth. She jerked back, and her mother's smile faded. "Don't ever do that again," she spat, snatching the brass lid off the floor and slamming it down on the lamp. "My darling!" her mother cried shrilly before disappearing into her prison. With trembling hands, she set the lamp back on the shelf, concealing it behind books, and doing her best to tune out her mother's shrill entreaties. She turned at a soft rap on the door. "Supper!" Arvid called. Her eyes burned with angry tears. "I'm coming," she said, and dried her eyes with the backs of her hands. Why had she thought it would be a good idea to release the demon bitch? Phoenix wasn't sure what bothered her more, her mother's gruesome past or the unknown future of a wolf-demon hybrid. She feared her fated mates would reject her, as her brothers had, and she'd be cursed to the same lonely fate as her mother. Chapter 2. Despite the soreness between her legs, Tatiana was so content in Constantine's arms that she never wanted to leave. As she rested her head on his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, she was reminded of what she'd almost lost over the past 7 months, and also of what she'd gained. She'd had no idea if they made it for 2 or 3 days straight, but of one thing she was certain. She was pregnant, for she couldn't access her wolf. She smiled at the thought. After all the hell they'd been through, this babe was like a rainbow after a devastating storm. She couldn't wait to hold him in her arms. She knew she was having a boy, for that was the way with the Amaraki. She would conceive one son with each of her mates, starting with the alpha and working down to the gamma. After that, her gamma would give her a daughter. She'd never questioned the progression. It was how nature had always been for their race. She cooed while Constantine stroked her arm, tingles racing across her skin. How she loved his touch. "Can you shift?" he murmured in her ear. "You know I can't." His hand stilled, and she heard his heartbeat quicken. "How do you feel?" he asked. She sat up, her long dark hair draped across his broad, pale chest. "Good." Unable to contain her smile, She placed a hand on her womb. This is exactly what I needed to chase away my nightmares. His pale blue eyes darkened. You still having them? Straddling his waist, she ran her hands across his chest, wondering if she had enough strength to make love once more. She smiled when the tip of his erection poked her bare backside. Not since you've come home. His brow furrowed. He sat up on his elbows. But you had them before? She shrugged. How could he expect her to return from the haunted forest unscathed? She didn't think it was such a big deal now. All that mattered was the life growing inside her. He laid back down, pulling her close. I shouldn't have gone back to work so soon. Sighing, she reclined against him once more. We needed the money, especially now that there's a little protector on the way. She sat up abruptly, a jolt of excitement shooting through her when she envisioned a baby in her arms. I think those nightmares are behind me now. My mates and I are safe, and our family is about to grow. I have a lot to be thankful for. Her throat closed and tears threatened. Stupid pregnancy hormones. His gaze softened as he stroked her back. I love you, Yubirama. Those stupid tears burned her eyes until one found its way over her eyelid. I love you. I want to make love to you again. He slid one hand between her legs and thumbed her clit. She gyrated against him, and he stroked her swollen bud until she thought she'd go mad with need. He arched her brow. You're already so wet. When he latched onto her hips, she slowly slid onto him, burying his shaft deep inside her wet heat. She rode him gently at first, for she was still sore. But each time his bulging cock head hit that sweet spot, more moisture flooded her until she was practically gushing. He pinched her nipples and rolled them between thick fingers, causing more heat to spread through her until she thought she'd explode. She rode him harder, faster, heedless of the pain, until her head was swimming and starbursts filled her brain. They reached the pinnacle together, then fell apart in each other's arms. He cradled her in a loving embrace, kissing her forehead until her breathing returned to normal. Her stomach made such a loud growl, she gave a start. He arched a brow, flashing a wide smile. You hungry? She placed her hand on her hollow stomach. Starving? After sitting up, he handed her a towel and shrugged into a pair of boxer shorts. Let's feed you. He paused, a gleam in his eyes. And our son. She loved the way our son rolled off his tongue. Sounds perfect. I smell something good. No doubt Dejan has made us a feast. He handed her a robe after she'd cleaned up. Her chest warmed when she saw him patiently waiting for her. He'd put on a deliciously tight pair of jeans and a soft flannel shirt. She ran to him when he held out his arms, giving her one last squeeze before leading her into the hall. Dejan was in their open-concept kitchen, the heart of their new log cabin home with big, beautiful windows that looked out on the private wooded lake they shared with her parents and her brother's family. Where's the food? Constantine called down over the stairs. I'm starving. It smells amazing, Tatiana added. When Dejan looked up at them, she was unnerved by the look in his eyes. She'd hoped he'd be happy to see her, but he was scowling. She couldn't shift, but her instinct was still strong, and she knew he and Dmitri hadn't been getting along. Ugh, why did they have to act like this when they knew it upset her? She looked for Dmitri, not shocked to see him on the back deck, drinking a beer, his stiff back to the door. Constantine stopped at the top of the stairs, scowling down at Dejan. What's wrong, brother? Nothing, he lied. Can you shift, Tatiana? No, she said, and followed Constantine into the kitchen. Dejan silently nodded as he turned his attention back to the food. She cast a sideways glance at Constantine. His nostrils flared as he glared at his brothers. No doubt he was offended they weren't howling with joy. What's wrong? She asked, when she sat with Constantine on a bar stool at the kitchen island. He averted his gaze while piling food on a plate. "Nothing." "Have you two been fighting again?" Constantine asked on a low rumble. "You need nourishment, Ubera, he said to her, ignoring Constantine. "I prepared an Italian feast, lasagna, shrimp scampi, roasted vegetables, and garlic bread." He set 2 heaping plates in front of her, plus a bowl of chili. Roan sent over moose chili and Arid smoked salmon and made 2 berry pies. Her mouth watered as the heavenly scents overwhelmed her senses. She'd never been so hungry in all her life. "I want all of it." Strife forgotten, she and Constantine dug in like pigs at the trough. She barely remembered tasting it. All that mattered was getting fuel in her belly. As her stomach expanded, her gaze occasionally drifted to Dmitri. He had to have heard them come downstairs, but he refused to come inside. Yeah, he and Dejan must have had a good row, just when she thought nothing could fuck with her happiness. Constantine tried to focus most of his attention on Tatiana while furtively sneaking glares at Dmitri and Dejan. The tension in the room was as thick as the moose chili, and Constantine was sick of it. His brothers weren't speaking to each other again, their hatred for each other simmering like a festering boil. He wasn't sure who'd started it this time, and he didn't care. It needed to stop. After sulking outside, Dmitri finally came in and wordlessly sat at the table, not even bothering to congratulate them. Dmitri scooped more chili into his bowl. It was his 3rd serving. He had yet to eat any of Dejan's cooking. "I thought you loved Italian food, Dmitri," Tatiana said, licking sauce off her spoon. Dmitri glowered. "I'm not eating anything he makes." Tatiana's face fell. She clutched her chest as if he'd wounded her. "Why not?" "Because I'd rather eat cow dung." Constantine bent his fork in a bruising grip while giving Dmitri a warning growl. "I'm not cooking for him anymore." Dejan waved a spatula at Dmitri. "Not until he shows me respect." "Respect is earned," Dmitri shot back. "Great ancients!" Constantine threw up his hands with a roar. "This is supposed to be a happy celebration, and instead we come back to bickering." "Let's go back to bed, Constantine." Tatiana tugged on his arm. "We can leave the idiot-tools to quarrel among themselves." "Good idea," Constantine said, standing with her. "No more fucking." Sneering, Dmitri pointed his spoon at them. "Our fathers have asked us to return to Romania." "I'm not going to Romania," Tatiana blurted, eyes wide with fear. Constantine took her hand and offered her a reassuring smile. "You're not going into the forest, Ubirama." Her hand shook in his. "Neither are you." Her statement sounded more like a plea, twisting his heart in a knot, for his instinct told him a dark fate awaited them in their homeland. "Why would we go there, when they're coming here in a few weeks?" he asked Dmitri, and tensed, bracing for the answer. "That trip has been cancelled. We are to return to Romania with Phoenix and her mother." Knees weakening, Constantine fell back on the stool, a dark cloud encompassing his soul. "Why?" The look Dmitri gave him made his skin crawl with fear. "Jovan can't shift." "Fuck." "What? When did that happen?" "He hasn't had access to his shifting powers since leaving the forest." Constantine gaped at his brothers, disheartened by the desperate looks in their eyes. "And they are now just telling us?" "Boris said they thought it was only temporary," Dmitri said. "A result of stress from living in the forest." Constantine fought back his apprehension. "And now?" "They think his wolf and protector are in the forest, stuck inside the Girogamo fang." Constantine felt as if the world had opened beneath his feet and swallowed him whole. He looked at his mate when she cried out, biting her knuckles. He had no comforting words to give her, because he knew exactly what had to be done for his father. She turned on Dmitri like a rabid dog. "You're not going back in there?" "Who else can go into the forest but us?" Dmitri asked, his voice rising, his face flushed crimson. "You know the Veil's magic disorients older wolves. Tatiana pulled away from Constantine and covered her face with her hands. He rubbed her back, trying to soothe her, but she jumped out of her chair as if she was on fire. Without saying another word, she raced back up the stairs and slammed the door behind her. Constantine fought the urge to go after her. He'd give her a moment, and then he'd go to her, though he had no idea what to say. "Do you remember what happened to that fang?" he asked his brothers, for he'd been knocked out when Jezebeth had driven the demon from their father. "Jezebeth threw it on the ground." Dejan's voice rattled with fear. Dmitri let out a string of Romanian curse words. "It shouldn't be hard to find." He was lying to himself if that's what he thought. Nothing was easy in the haunted forest. This fang was only about a foot long and could easily be buried underneath the ash and debris, or worse. "Unless a demon found it," Dejan blurted, appearing to shrink before his eyes as he curled into himself like a wilting flower. Constantine gave him a long look. "That's what I'm afraid of." Tatiana rapped on her old bedroom door, pleased when Phoenix quickly opened it. She clutched one of Tatiana's old novels, her eyelids heavy with sleep, her hair, which had been dyed hot pink, flattened on one side of her head. "Did I wake you?" she asked. "No," Phoenix said, pulling her inside. "I was finishing up a power nap." Yawning, she stretched before plopping on the bed. Her fluffy white rabbits nestled in their hay box, one lying on top of the other, content, and not at all concerned they were living in a den of wolves. Tatiana sat beside her and took her hand. "How are you?" "Fine," Phoenix said, and looked away. "You're not a very good liar," Tatiana teased. "What's wrong?" She cocked her head. "Other than the fact that my mother is an evil demon and my father ate hundreds of humans?" She rubbed her temples and groaned. "I'm sorry." Her smile didn't mask the sadness in her eyes. "Is it true? Are you pregnant?" Tatiana's hand instinctively flew to her belly. "Yes." "Congratulations!" Phoenix squealed and hugged her. "Thanks," she said, and pulled away. What if her mates didn't return from the forest? Their son would grow up without their fathers, without siblings. The thought was more than she could bear. She wished she could go into the forest with her mates, but no way was she risking her unborn child. Not that her mates would let her. "Are you okay?" Phoenix asked. "I'm nervous for my mates," she said. Phoenix clasped both her hands and squeezed. Warmth flooded her fingers, then spread through her arms and the rest of her body. She suddenly felt incredibly relaxed. "Better?" Phoenix asked with a grin. "A lot." Tatiana heaved a sigh of relief and laid back against the headboard, blinking up at the hardwood ceiling. "Thanks." Her friend had the amazing magical gift of calming her nerves. She'd used it on her enough times to know. "No problem." Phoenix let her bunnies out of their pen. They hopped around the room, poking their heads into nooks and crannies, trying to squeeze behind the dresser and then crawling under the bed. Surprisingly, one of them hopped up on the bed, nudging Tatiana for pets. She stroked its soft fur and laughed when it climbed over her stomach and hopped off the other side of the bed. "I hear you're coming with us. Are you taking the bunnies?" She thought it was comical that a wolf kept rabbits as pets, and they weren't alarmed to be surrounded by predators. Phoenix patted her knee, and a bunny hopped on her lap, brushing her arm with delicate kisses. "Mihaila and Arvid are taking care of them," she answered, stroking her rabbit's snowy fur. Tatiana winced when she heard a clank, followed by a muffled scream. Her attention was drawn to the bookshelf. A book tipped over, revealing the tip of the old lamp. "And how have things been with your mom?" Phoenix grimaced. "Not great. If there's anything I can do for you, please let me know." Though she wasn't sure she could help her with Jezebeth, she didn't trust that tricky demon. "There is one thing," Phoenix said, rubbing the tip of her rabbit's ear. "What?" "I have a sister in Romania," she blurted, cheeks turning pink. I didn't get to meet her during the last trip. I'd like to this time. That's right. Tatiana recalled the story of the wolf-stalker children. Annie said Vidar sent her away after their mother died when she was little. I believe her name is Victoria. Magnus and his brothers didn't grow up with her. Tatiana couldn't imagine growing up without her brothers. She'd been their shadow, especially Drasko's. He taught her to hunt and fish, but most importantly, how to deal with stubborn second alphas. No, they didn't get to grow up with her. She frowned. I hope she doesn't resent me as much as Magnus does. It would be her loss if she did. She inwardly cringed when she thought of Victoria's lonely childhood. If she was anything like Magnus, she probably resented Phoenix too. I can't make promises, but I'll ask the Bunics to make arrangements. Okay, thanks. She perked up, flashing a wide smile. Her rabbit jumped out of her lap, off the bed, and back into the pen with its friend. They both sat in their litter box, munching hay while giving them curious looks. She frowned when she looked back at Phoenix and saw her smooth, trembling hands down her legs. I think you could use some of that calming magic. Phoenix shrugged, then wrapped her arms around herself. It doesn't work on me. Tatiana scooted toward her, grasping her shoulder. No matter what happens, you need to know I think you're amazing, and so does my family. She paused, searching Phoenix's gaze. If the wolf stalkers don't accept you, you can be a Thunderfoot. A grin spread across her face. You don't know how much your words mean to me. They turned at the sound of footsteps on the stairs. Tatiana recognized Amara's scent before she knocked on the door, for she had the same strong woodsy scent as her brother's, plus a subtle, sweet honeysuckle smell all her own. She opened the door before Amara could knock and ushered the pretty blonde inside. What is it? She asked, when she saw Amara's drawn mouth and the circles under her eyes. Amara brushed past her and got on the bed. I came to tell you about my dream last night. Tatiana's heart came to a slow stop, and the moisture evaporated from her throat. Did the goddess visit you? She feared her sister-in-law brought bad news. Amara leaned back on her hands, gazing up at her. She did. Her shoulders sagged. She knows of no other way to bring back Jovan's wolf other than going into the forest. Seriously? Frustration drilled a hole in her skull. She's a goddess, and she has no other solution. The gods can't see into the forest. Amara shrugged. It's not their domain. Tatiana wanted to scream. How could Amara be so calm about this? Not their domain? There are enchantments on it to keep them from seeing inside. Tatiana stomped away. So my mates are supposed to go in there blind? She knew her tone was too sharp, but she didn't care. All that mattered was finding a way to keep her mates safe. Amara flinched. I don't like my brothers risking their lives any more than you do. It's not their lives they're risking, she said angrily. It's their souls. I know, Amara said, her voice rattling as she dragged a trembling hand through her hair. But you and I both know they won't let Jovan suffer. Annoyed with herself for crying, she wiped hot tears from her eyes. I know. Chapter 3. Alia snuggled her newborn son, Emile, to her chest. He was a perfect little cherub, with a head full of dark, curly hair and wide, curious eyes. Only 2 days old, and already he was looking around the room like a true beta. They were the most intuitive of the pack, able to scent and see danger from miles away. Holding him in her arms, she could feel the warmth of his magic on her skin and knew his powers would enhance his tracking skills. She already knew what powers he possessed. She'd felt them when he'd been in her womb. The power to sense and see otherworldly things, like spirits of dead ancestors, and even the power to visit the edge of the veil. It was a shame she no longer had his abilities, for she'd been able to visit their goddess. She had already muted Emile's magic with a spell, fearing such powerful magic would endanger him. She heard Jovan coming up the stairs, slow and heavy, as if he carried the weight of the world on his shoulders. Since they could no longer speak telepathically, she couldn't access his emotions. But she didn't need to. She knew exactly what he was feeling. He cracked open the bedroom door and poked his head inside. Most of his blonde hair had turned prematurely white, and he had more lines framing his pale eyes and mouth than his brother's. "How do you feel?" he asked, sitting in the chair beside her. Tired. She was unable to look him in the eye, because she knew he was going to start in on her again. He clasped her wrist, his paleness a sharp contrast to her dark skin. He seemed so frail lately, so human. She hated seeing him like this. She worried that after losing his ability to shift, he would also lose his will to live. He loathed himself for his weakness. She saw it in the stoop of his shoulders and the curve of his spine. "You're not resting," he said. "How can I?" She stroked Emil's soft tuft of hair, then curled it around the tip of her finger. "A third son." Leaning forward, he ran a calloused thumb over Emil's cheek. "Soon you will have Marius' son and daughter." "Our pack will be complete," she said, wanting to add that they'd be complete but broken unless they found a way to heal him. He gave her a long, dark look. "Tatiana is pregnant." She forced a smile. "Wonderful." She already knew where he was going with this. His mouth flattened into a grim line. "It won't be wonderful if she bears only one child." "She will have 4 sons and a daughter," she assured him, for she'd do everything in her power to ensure his sons came back safe. Shadows streaked his features. "Not if her mates get stuck inside the Hoya Bachu." She forced herself to unclench her jaw. "I've been practicing new enchantments. They will return safe." He arched a brow. "If they don't?" "Then I will go get them myself," she said between gritted teeth, resenting him for arguing with her yet again. He stood and bore down on her like a bear waking too soon from slumber. "No," he said in Romanian. "Jovan," she said, frustrated. "They have to do this." "It's selfish, what we're asking of them." Ilia's heart ached. Somewhere deep in her soul, she suspected he was right. But if his sons didn't do this for their father, Jovan would be lost to her soon. He wouldn't be content to live the rest of his life as a human and burden Boris with the responsibility of being the only pack alpha. "There are no good choices." She blew a lock of hair out of her eyes, while Emil squirmed in her arms. "Can you leave? Emil needs to feed." A look of pain flashed in his eyes. "Since when did my presence stop you from feeding our children?" She hated herself for making him feel like a burden, but at the moment, she needed him to go. Not just because she was sick of the arguing, but because she couldn't shake her overwhelming sense of guilt whenever she looked at him. Guilt that he'd suffered so long in the forest without her knowledge. Guilt that she was whole and he was damaged. And guilt for asking his sons to do the unthinkable. "I can't focus on him when I'm fighting with you." "You're not fighting," he said, folding his arms defensively. A bitter laugh escaped her. "We're rehashing the same damn thing, and I'm sick of it." Okay. He held out his hands. "I'll leave you." He turned at the sound of a knock on the door, startled, though Ilia had heard Bunica coming up the stairs. Her long gray hair twisted on top of her head in intricate braids. She appeared with a tray of food. "Is it a bad time?" the older woman asked, looking from Jovan to Ilia. Ilia let Emil latch onto her breast one last time. The aroma of fresh garlic, onions, and spices made her mouth water. Though she was too exhausted to eat, she had to keep up her strength for Emil's sake. He reached for the door in a few long strides. "Ensure she gets some rest," he said to Bunica. The old woman laughed. "I'll try, but your mate is as stubborn as you are." Jovan scowled at that, and Ilia knew her mother-in-law was right. She leaned against the metal headboard, allowing Bunica to adjust her pillows. Losing Jovan for a week was bad enough, but what would happen if her sons-in-law never came back from the forest? After Emil finished nursing, Bunica put him in the cradle Jovan had built for their babies and helped her eat her soup. Then she laid down in bed, clutching her pillow to her side, and prayed they were making the right decision. Tatiana inhaled sharply when she saw Andre waiting for them on the tarmac. His pale hair buzzed short, his cheeks ruddy from the sun. He looked so handsome in his army camos. Without a second thought, she ran to him, not listening when Constantine called her back. He grunted when she threw herself in his arms. When he kissed her hard, she melted against him. He tasted like mint and smelled like sage. Where had he been? By the time they came up for air, she was panting and hungry for more. Nostrils flaring, he cupped her face, looking her over. "You smell different." Heat crept into her cheeks. Betas always had the best sense of smell. "I'm pregnant, Andre." Throwing back his head, he let out a howl of joy and twirled her in his arms. Her head spun, and she clung to him as bile rose in her throat. "Easy with her!" Constantine boomed. Andre quickly set her down. "Oops, sorry." "It's okay." She swayed against him, resting her forehead on his chest, waiting for the spinning to stop. "Did Johnson fill you in on our mission?" Constantine asked him. She felt the growl rise in Andre's chest as he held her against him. "Unfortunately." After the dizziness subsided, Andre must have apologized a dozen more times as he led her up the steps into the jet, one of the many government planes assigned to the Ameraki for personal use. They were granted special consideration by the American government in exchange for every third son, the Betas, each serving in the U.S. Army's secret shifter unit for at least 20 years. The government benefited far more than the Ameraki did. Thanks to the trackers, many terrorists have been rooted out. Who would suspect the wolves that hunted in volatile regions were also American Army spies? She spotted Agent Joe Johnson, an older black human who was like an uncle to her, already sitting in a front passenger seat. He was family, now that his niece had made it to Tatiana's fathers-in-law. 2 other agents flanked him, and all 3 had their laptops open, focusing on their screens. Johnson looked up from his computer long enough to give her a warm smile as she went by. "Thanks for taking us," she said to him. "Any excuse to see my grandnephews," he said with a wink. The plane was roomy, with wide, comfortable seats that faced one another. Constantine was already sitting a few rows behind Johnson in a window seat. He patted the seat next to him, and she folded herself into it and rested her head on his shoulder. Andre sat on her other side, and she held her breath, waiting to see where Dmitri and Dejan would sit. Dmitri plopped into the seat opposite Constantine, then immediately swung around, draping his legs across the 2 empty seats next to him. Constantine snarled at him. With a sigh, Dmitri swung his legs back around. Dejan sat in the aisle seat, giving Dmitri dirty looks. Didn't these 2 care that they were breaking her heart? Andre gave them each a pointed look. "You 2 still at each other's throats?" "They never stopped," she groaned. "How the fuck are we supposed to survive the forest when you 2 are fighting?" Andre snapped, his tone surprisingly sharp. Dmitri shrugged. "Dejan needs to stay with Tatiana anyway." Dejan snared at him. "I'm going." "Why?" she asked shrilly. "So you 2 can kill each other in the forest? So I will be forced to raise this child alone if anything happens to you?" "Tatiana," Dejan and Dmitri said simultaneously, giving her looks of pity. Even though she couldn't channel her wolf, she still felt the primitive rage of her beast. She was so fucking sick and tired of their bickering. When her father Tor and Phoenix boarded, she jumped up and ducked under the overhead bin. "Where are you going?" Dejan asked anxiously. She turned on him with a snarl, not caring about the wounded look in his eyes. "Far away from you 2, she said, emotion straining her voice as she shot Dmitri an accusatory look. She was grateful when she felt Andre following her into the back of the plane. She smiled at Tor and Phoenix as she passed them, laughing when Phoenix gave her a knowing look. Constantine scolded Dmitri and Dejan. Good. They needed a good tongue-lashing and an even better ass-kicking. If Constantine didn't do it, she'd do it herself. Marius crawled into bed beside Ilea after putting the 2 oldest children to bed. "How were they?" she asked. "Fine," he said, kissing her cheek, "though Auden is asking for you." "I feel bad," she said. "I want to make it up to the boys when this is all over." "You will," he said, threading his fingers through hers. "Go easy on yourself. Auden has lots of family to love him." Though he was trying to make her feel better, it wasn't working. The boy needed her. She'd had a meal so close to Auden, she hadn't had time to give her second son enough attention, much less wean him. Most shifters spaced their children further apart, but Ilea wasn't most shifters. She was at least 10 years older than other shifter women when they began bearing children. She suspected the ancients were trying to speed things along before she and her mates were too old to finish having their family. She was grateful shifter pregnancies lasted only 5 months. She couldn't imagine giving birth at this pace while carrying each baby as long as humans did. Her newborn son slept in a bassinet nearby. She did this with all her boys, keeping them close until they were old enough to sit up. She checked on Emil often. His plump cheeks were a balm to her soul. Her breath hitched when she heard footsteps outside the door, hoping, praying, Jovan would join them. But every night he chose to sleep in the barn or on the living room sofa. She pretended not to be disappointed when Boris and Jerry entered the room. She loved them both very much. She only wished their brother would join them. She'd asked him countless times to sleep with them in their big bed, and each time his answer had been the same. He didn't deserve her. She pretended not to know what he meant, but she knew he thought he was somehow unworthy of her love because he couldn't shift. His self-loathing was driving a wedge between them, and she didn't know how to stop it, other than restoring his power to shift. But he didn't want that either. The man was beyond infuriating. Each of her mates kissed her before disappearing into the bathroom. There was longing in their eyes, and they'd come back smelling good in an attempt to seduce her. Sure enough, they returned freshly shaved and smelling of sage and spice. Her pulse quickened in response. "How do you feel?" Boris asked, climbing into bed beside her. "Better." Heat radiated off his skin. It had been several weeks since they'd made love. She'd been so swollen with this last pregnancy, she hadn't been in the mood toward the end. Now that she'd birthed Emil and used magic to heal herself, she was physically capable, but she wasn't sure she wanted to have sex at a time like this. She had too much on her mind. She let out a groan of satisfaction when Jerry sat at the foot of the bed, massaging her feet. When Marius crawled in behind her, rubbing the knots from her neck, she turned to putty in their capable hands. How could she say no to them? Perhaps love-making was what she needed to get her mind off her problems. "How much better?" Boris asked, nibbling her ear. Heat flushed her cheeks and spread through her chest. "Well enough to make love." He let out a howl, and his brothers followed suit. She cringed, where Jovan could hear them in the barn. He'd hate himself even more if he knew they were about to make love without him. Jerry slipped off her bottoms, and Marius unbuttoned her top. They made quick work of their clothes, too, their cocks jutting toward her like missiles, seeking a target. When Jerry spread her legs and buried his face between her thighs, she thought she'd died and gone to Valhall. Probably her favorite thing about her beta was that he knew how to lick pussy. Holding her knees apart, he drove his tongue into her and then slid out, swirling around her swollen bud before diving again. Marius and Boris sucked her nipples. It didn't take long for an orgasm to build. Digging her fingers into Jerry's hair, she warned Jerry she was about to explode, but he refused to stop. When she reached that glorious pinnacle, she flooded his mouth with several powerful pulses. He chuckled, licking up her juices, then flipped her over. She hissed when he drove his cock into her dripping sheath. Boris had moved around in front of her, his erection jutting toward her mouth. She opened wide, and he slid in and out, fucking her mouth while Jerry pumped into her. Every nerve ending inside her came alive, sending ripples across her body. When Jerry began to swirl a wet finger around her anus, she nearly came undone, barely holding on to a last thread of sanity. Boris continued to thrust into her mouth. She sucked him with fervor until he released. She swallowed every salty drop, while Jerry relentlessly fucked her, sucking Boris's essence until he finally slid out, falling onto his backside, a look of pure bliss on his face. She scraped her teeth across his thigh, rewarded when he pulled her hair. She loved it when they pulled her hair. Jerry slipped his finger deeper into her anus, and her puckered hole sucked him in. He exploded inside her while she pressed up against him. This triggered another orgasm, this one more powerful than the first. Pure bliss swept through her like high tide washing over the beach. He finally withdrew, panting. Marius was the last to take his pleasure. Because he'd waited so patiently, she wanted to reward him. Climbing him like a tree, she straddled him, sat on his erection, and slipped up and down his shaft. It didn't take them long to each find that pinnacle, crying out each other's names before floating back to earth. She loved her gamma. Sated and spent, Ilea let her mates clean her up, and then she snuggled in Boris's arms, more content than she'd been in a long time. If only their lives could be like this always. But despite their amazing lovemaking, there was a hole in her heart for Jovan. She fell asleep with his name on her lips and memories of him in her heart. One day, she prayed he'd no longer feel unworthy of her, and they'd be able to make love once more. Chapter 4. Ilea laid in bed with Jovan's strong arms wrapped around her, snuggling her in a cocoon of love. Though some part of her knew this was a dream, she didn't care. Jovan held her, the aura of his wolf like a halo around his skin. He was finally whole. She stroked his pale hair, silky smooth, and no longer gray. When she looked into his bright blue eyes, his loving expression took her breath away. "Did you want to make love, Jubirama?" he asked. "Of course," she teased, swatting his chest. She nearly screamed when a small black spider crawled out of his mouth. He sat up, and another spider emerged from his nostril. "What's wrong?" he asked, sniffling, and then smearing the spider across his upper lip with his hand. I... She pointed. A third spider came out of his ear and disappeared into his hair. She felt a tingling under her and screeched when she lifted the covers and found hundreds of little black spiders with bulbous red abdomens racing across her legs. Terrified, she jumped from the bed, swatting the spiders off her as if she was on fire. "Ilea!" Jovan roared. "What's wrong with you?" When she looked back up at him, she let out an unholy cry. Pincers had sprouted from Jovan's mouth. His skin was ashen gray, and 2 extra pairs of arms sprouted from his back. He was turning into a spider. He advanced on her like a predator stalking his prey. She called upon her magic, but felt not the slightest spark in her fingers. Jovan finished morphing into a big, hairy spider, his pincers clacking while he circled her. When he pounced on her, she woke up shrieking and sat up, looking around the room. She was alone, except for her baby in the bassinet by the bed. Boris poked his head inside, brows knitted together. "Everything okay, Jubirama?" I think so," she stammered. She threw off the covers, relieved when she saw no spiders. She picked up her infant and held him close, hot tears silently sliding down her face. It was just a dream. A shiver stole up her spine. Why then had it felt so real? Jovan paced while his family crowded into his parents' kitchen. Tor Thunderfoot and Uncle Joe stood at one end of the kitchen. His fathers and brothers were beside them. Ilea sat at the table, nursing a meal with a blanket draped over her shoulder. Bunica sat beside her, and Tatiana and Phoenix were opposite them. His sons crowded behind Tatiana, Constantine clutching her shoulder like a protective alpha. She carried Constantine's child. How could he ask their sons to risk tearing apart their family? A dark pall fell as all eyes went to the lamp on the table in front of Ilea. His mate pulled their sleeping infant out from under the blanket and handed him to Bunica. She reached for the lamp, rubbed it 3 times, and then arched back when the djinn appeared. The scantily clad demon turned in a slow circle, looking at everyone with drawn eyebrows.
"Why have you brought me here, shifters?"
Boris stepped forward, clearing his throat. "To give you a chance to fix your mistake." She eyed him coolly.
"What mistake?"
"What did you do with Joven's wolf and protector when you expelled his demon?" Ilea asked, eyes narrowing. The djinn looked smug.
"I left them in the spider fang."
"You deceptive bitch!" Boris shook his fist at her. She tossed long dark hair over her shoulder while protruding her generous cleavage.
"I didn't deceive anyone. I didn't have the name of his demon, so I had to expel all his parasites."
Joven flinched. His wolf and protector were an essential part of his identity. Without them, he felt like he was drowning at sea with no life preserver.
"They weren't parasites,"
he said, while others around him growled.
"Demons, then," the djinn said with a flick of the wrist, "or whatever you want to call them."
The bitch was goading them.
"They weren't demons either."
Her languid smile revealed fanged canines, surprisingly similar to his.
"Oh, you know so little of your origins."
"Why didn't you tell us this?"
Boris demanded. She turned up her chin.
"You didn't ask."
"I've been trying to summon my wolf for 5 months,"
he protested. She cocked a hand on her hip. "It was either expel your friends or leave you in that spider skin in the haunted forest."
"Gorgon,"
Joven groaned, the name suddenly popping into his head.
"His name was Gorgon."
"Well,"
she said with a laugh, "it's too late now."
Joven shook a fist at her. "Fucking demon bitch."
She flinched. When Phoenix covered her face with her hands, Joven felt like a 10-pound bucket of sheep dung. No matter what Jezebeth was, he had no right to disrespect her in front of her child.
"It's not too late,"
Boris said, his tone ominous.
"You will go with my sons into the forest and help them retrieve the fang. Then you will help my mate return Joven's wolf to his body."
Jezebeth floated across the table like a kite on a string, the tips of her toes tethered to a long trail of smoke extending from the lamp.
"That fang can't leave the forest," she said to Boris.
Boris flushed crimson.
"Of course it can."
"No,"
the demon grimaced.
"Joven must go into the forest and conduct the ceremony there."
Boris cast Joven a glance.
"Joven is human now. He won't survive the forest."
"Foolish shifters," she said with a snort. "I will not be part of this."
"Do it, or I will."
The room hushed, and all eyes turned to Phoenix, the waif of a girl with bright pink hair who looked at her mother with defiance.
"You won't,"
the djinn said in disbelief. Phoenix pulled back her shoulders.
"Watch me."
Jezebeth's eyes widened, then narrowed.
"Even if I can't stop you, Tor Thunderfoot will not let you go."
All eyes turned to Tor, who nodded and gave Phoenix a look of sympathy. Phoenix pounded the table, her face morphing into that of a ghoul, long and gray with red glowing eyes, reminding everyone that she was more than just a wolf shifter.
"Why won't you help them?"
she demanded. The djinn's face hardened, though her stony eyes had something odd in them. Was it pity?
"All those humans Sammy killed will pale in comparison to what a Giragamo could do to this world. We can't take the risk of releasing it."
The color drained from Phoenix's face, and her demonic features morphed back into that of a teenage girl. "We will not release it." Ilea folded her arms in front of her, giving the djinn a cool look. "We will free Joven's wolf and then send the fang back." Jezebeth gave her a derisive look.
"You think it will be that easy, witch?"
Ilea's sureness did not waver. "You underestimate my magic." Shadows fell across the Gene's face.
And you overestimated.
Joven felt uneasy. He'd learned firsthand what the Giragamos could do to shifters. If the Gene was right, and they escaped into the world, they'd literally turn it into hell.
Aelia,
he said, reaching for his mate.
Perhaps we should listen to her.
No, I'm not giving up on you, even if you do.
Voice cracking, she looked away, but not before he saw a tear slip over her eyelid.
I will go into the forest,
he said firmly. He'd rather cross 100 portals and battle 1,000 demons than see his mate suffer on his account.
You won't survive,
she said, and turned pleading eyes on his oldest son. Bring me that fang, Constantine.
Da,
he answered in Romanian.
I will.
Jezebeth looked at her as if she was a wayward toddler.
You have no idea the harm you will cause.
Aelia's gaze snapped to the Gene.
Shut the fuck up, bitch!
Nose lengthening, her eyes turned a blinding gold. Bunica gasped, and the others scooted away from Aelia. Joven had never seen his mate lose her temper like this.
Yubirama,
he said, reaching for her.
You need rest.
She hadn't been sleeping enough since birthing the baby. Her eyes were bloodshot and swollen, and there were heavy lines around her mouth.
Don't tell me what I need,
she snapped, jerking away as if he was still infected with the parasite. Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed face down on the table.
Aelia,
he cried, taking her in his arms. She let out a blubbery snore. Was she sleeping?
I'm sorry.
Phoenix stood, holding out her hands as if they were hot coals.
I hope she can forgive me.
Phoenix had put her to sleep? This girl's magic was indeed powerful. When Jezebeth burst into obnoxious laughter, Phoenix picked up her mother's lamp and opened the lid.
Back inside, Mother. Phoenix, no!
The Gene screeched, arms flailing as she slipped inside like kettle steam streaming in reverse.
You did right, Phoenix.
Boris patted her back.
She'll have a clearer head when she wakes.
Joven wasn't sure what to say to the girl as he hoisted his mate into his arms. He groaned while shifting her weight. Though Aelia wasn't heavy, it was harder to carry her without his protector strength. Boris arched a brow, giving him a skeptical look.
You got her?
Yes, he seethed, angry with them all for treating him like a feeble human. Mostly he was angry with himself for putting his family at risk, all so he could shift again. What if the Gene was right? What if they opened Pandora's box nobody knew how to close? Wrapping her hands around a small porcelain teacup, Phoenix forced back her anxiety while looking across the table at Klaus Lupescu. She knew he was the chieftain and would be the wolf in charge of helping her connect with her sister. As she watched him pour himself a plum brandy, she was struck by his resemblance to Santa Claus, with his long white beard, ruddy cheeks, and jovial crinkles around his eyes and mouth. His midsection wasn't quite as rotund as Father Christmas, but she thought it funny how their names were the same. That helped to ease her anxiety while she summoned the nerve to speak to him.
Excuse me, Chieftain Lupescu, but did you make arrangements for me to meet my sister?
He looked at her a long moment.
A meeting's not possible. I'm sorry, Puiglup,
he said, referring to her as Little Wolf, a Romanian endearment. She knew this because Mihaela Thunderfoot also called her that. Her heart thudded, then skipped to a halt.
Why not?
A knot of anxiety formed in her throat as a shroud of depression blanketed her soul.
Does she hate me like my brothers do?
Maybe not.
Klaus stroked his long white beard.
It's no secret her mates harbor animosity toward the Lupescus. They might not want her associating with us.
Why would her mates hate the tribal chieftains? Doesn't my sister get a say?
She's mated to the youngest Albescus, Atan's sons.
Collective murmuring rose throughout the room, as if Klaus had just cursed them all. Why was she only finding this out now? Tatiana cleared her throat.
They aren't mated yet.
But they will be soon,
Klaus answered.
You sure about that?
Constantine asked, laughing. She's been putting them off a while.
She can't hold off forever, Klaus said. Eventually, she will have to mate with him.
Phoenix's heart felt like it was in a vice. Would her sister truly be forced to mate with them? She swallowed back her sorrow. I thought female Amaraki couldn't be forced.
The divorce tried to force Amara,
Constantine said, picked up a cookie from a large tray in the center of the table and shoved it in his mouth.
That was before your grandfathers took over as chieftains,
Boris answered his son. Why is she putting them off? She asked, then held her breath, fearing she wouldn't like the answer. Tatiana gave her a pointed look. Would you want to mate with Albuscus? Ancients, no, she breathed. After the brief meeting she'd had with them, she'd never want to go near them again, much less mate with them. I think that's the only thing in life she can control, Tatiana said, her shoulders drooping. Her foster family no longer wants her, so she's forced to live with the Albuscus. She has no choice but to follow their orders. Even more reason why Phoenix wanted to meet with her sister. If she was in trouble, she wanted to help. Can we arrange a secret meeting?
I'm sorry, Klaus answered. There's no way to get a message to her without them finding out. Our relationship with that pack is already shaky.
So that was it? She was supposed to accept that she could never have a relationship with her sister because the Albuscus were assholes. A wave of resentment washed over her. Had Magnus been a decent brother, he would have already made the introductions their last trip to Romania, but he'd hardly spoken to Phoenix, much less brought up their sister. Tossing her long graying braids behind her, Bunica stood, legs creaking, and placed a hand on Phoenix's shoulder. Are you hungry, Puy du Loup? She asked warmly. No, I'm tired. She forced a note of calm into her voice, though inside she felt like her soul had been pulverized. May I go lie down? Of course. The older woman clasped her hands to her heart. Shall I send a tray to your room? Phoenix didn't have the heart to tell her that she was too depressed to think about food. Sure, thanks. Without looking at the others, she quickly exited the room, overwhelming emotion racing up her throat and burning her eyes as she hurried up the stairs. After she closed the door, she fell on top of the lumpy mattress and muffled her screams in a feather pillow. Though she'd been prepared for her sister's rejection, she hadn't been ready to learn her sister was trapped, a prisoner, forced to mate with 4 cruel wolves. She mourned her sister's loss of freedom, but she also wept for her uncertain future. She thought female Amaraki could only be bonded to their true loves. What if she shared the same fate as her sister, forced to bond with wolves she didn't love? Or what if her future mates didn't love her? What if they treated her as her brothers had and resented her demon blood? What if they refused to mate with her? Phoenix looked up at a knock outside her bedroom. With her wolf-touched senses, she recognized Tatiana's scent on the other side of the door, though it was now slightly altered, being a blend of her and Constantine. Tatiana knocked again. Come in, she said hesitantly. She had a feeling Tatiana was coming to comfort her, which would make her feel even lower. Hey. Tatiana crossed to the bed and set down a tray of food on the nightstand before sitting beside her, the rusty springs protesting. ¿Qué pasa? Ignoring the pain of the metal bars of the headboard pressing into her back, Phoenix leaned back. The strong smells of garlic and onion from the steaming soup tempted her. I've forgotten most of my high school Spanish. Tatiana smiled. But I remember that means what's up. I think I'm supposed to say nada or something like that. Something like that. Phoenix laughed, pulling her knees to her chest. I'll be your sister, Tatiana blurted, taking Phoenix's hand in a surprising show of affection. She was taken aback by the kind gesture. Thanks. Not knowing what else to say, her hand went limp in Tatiana's. I already consider you a sister, Tatiana continued. My parents, our parents, are taking care of you, and they think of you like a daughter. Phoenix's chest tightened with emotion, as her eyes involuntarily watered, as repressed sorrow bubbled to the surface. "Hey, come here." Tatiana held out her arms. "You don't always have to be the strong one, you know?" Phoenix moved toward her, letting Tatiana wrap her in a surprisingly strong hug. More tears fell while Tatiana held her tight, like a mother soothing a child, and she was reminded of the many nights at the orphanage when Sister Mary had rocked her in her arms. She'd felt so at peace with the nuns, long before her magical powers manifested, back when she thought she was just an ordinary human. Now she was anything but ordinary, strange even to the supernatural wolves that had taken her in, rejected by those who should have protected her. She wished Tatiana really was her sister, and Tor had been her father. She was reluctant to break the hug when Tatiana pulled back. "Feel better?" Tatiana asked. "Much." She wiped her eyes, grateful she had friends, despite her family's rejection. "You don't know what your friendship means to me." "I meant what I said." Tatiana squeezed her hand. "You're like a sister to me." "And you're the same to me." "Then it's settled. After this mess is over, we'll do a blood ritual, making you my sister for good." Releasing her hand, Tatiana snatched a cookie off the plate. "I'd love that." Phoenix's stomach made growly noises as she smelled the soup again. "I would too." Tatiana moaned when she took a bite of the cookie. "Do you want me to stay with you while you eat?" "You don't have to." Phoenix twisted her fingers in her lap. "I know you want to spend tonight with your mates." They would be leaving her soon, and there was a very real chance they wouldn't come back. An odd look crossed Tatiana's features. "But Bunica gave you lots of cookies, and I'm still hungry." She spoke through a smile that appeared forced before shoving the rest of the cookie into her mouth and averting her gaze. Phoenix grabbed Tatiana's wrist and channeled soothing magic into her. She didn't have to ask why Tatiana was avoiding her mates. She'd seen the second Alpha and Gamma bickering. How hard that must have been for Tatiana, to be stuck in the middle. How were they expected to survive the Hoya Bachu when they didn't even get along? Phoenix's worries paled in comparison to Tatiana's, yet her friend didn't complain. Phoenix wanted to be more like Tatiana, but she knew it wasn't in her nature. She was a cursed demon with the heart of a wolf, and she worried more and more for the sister she didn't know. Chapter 5. Jovan found his alpha father, Klaus, leaning against the fence, gazing at the pasture where Nikolai and Novik tended to the sheep. It was a mild summer evening. Birds fluttered to and fro, taking bits of hay for their nests. The sky was painted with a swath of pinks and purples. By all appearances, the world was in harmony, a stark contrast to the conflict within his soul as he approached his father.
"How is she?"
Klaus asked without turning around.
"Fine,"
Jovan answered tersely.
"She's sleeping."
"Good," Klaus said absently.
"She'll be no good to anyone if she's not rested."
Irritation flooded through him. Was his mate no more than a tool for them? She'd just given birth and had 2 other babies to nurse, yet she was also expected to be the glue that held their tribe together? Glaring at Klaus's backside, he worked hard to unclench his jaw.
"You'll have to put a stop to this, father." "Put a stop to what?"
Klaus turned around, the lines framing his eyes tight with resolve. Jovan worked hard to unclench his jaw.
"Our sons cannot risk their lives for me."
"I agree. They cannot risk their lives for you, but they will risk their lives for their baby brothers. Nikolai and I are slowing down. We want to retire soon, which means the chiefdom will fall to you and Boris. The Albascues will challenge when they find out you can't shift." Jovan dragged a hand down his face with a groan. So he was expected to sacrifice one set of sons for another?
"How do we know the babies will want the chiefdom one day?
Their mother is American. They may wish to move to Alaska like their brothers."
"They won't have a choice,"
Klaus said, eyes flashing white. "You've seen how the Albascu elders ran the tribe. Do you wish to return to the old ways?" Jovan hung his head. No, father. Why did he think arguing with him would do any good?
Then we're left with no choice,
Klaus said gruffly and brushed past him. Jovan said to Klaus's back,
What about the Jean's warning?
Klaus stopped, spine rigid.
It's her word against Ailia's.
He angled his head toward him, giving him a stony stare.
Who do you trust more?
I trust Ailia, but not when she's blinded by fear. Surely Jovan wasn't the only member of his family to have noticed the way his mate had changed. There was a crazed look in her eyes when she spoke of saving him. She was consumed by her magic. Klaus stomped up to him.
She's the most powerful witch this tribe's ever seen. She's also your mate. Your lack of faith in her is disheartening.
Jovan flinched. He loved her more than anything. Thoughts of returning to her kept him alive during his time in the forest. It's what had held back the demons so long.
What's disheartening is that no one is listening to me. I lived a lifetime in that hell, and now you expect me to send my sons there? No chiefdom is worth damning their souls for eternity. You forget they've survived the forest before. They're young and not easily disoriented. The forest affected them in other ways. Dimitri and Dejan are at each other's throats now.
A spark of recognition flashed in Klaus's eyes as he ground his teeth together. He touched a nerve.
Good. Maybe returning to the forest is what they need to strengthen their bond.
Curse the ancients at his foolish stubbornness.
Or maybe it will snap the last thread holding that bond together.
Burping onion and garlic into her fist, Phoenix stared at the cracks in the ceiling and tried to get comfortable on the lumpy mattress. She appreciated the Lupescus for treating her like family and not judging her for her demon blood, but they had uncomfortable furniture. She missed her bed in Alaska. It was big with lots of pillows, and her room had an endless supply of books. She also had her rabbits to keep her company and give her comfort. And she loved being spoiled by the Thunderfoots. Mihaila and Arvid treated her like their own child, teaching her all their favorite Romanian recipes. Drasko took her on his boat, along with his oldest sons, showing her the best fishing holes and never making her feel like she didn't belong. Amara and Tatiana acted like big sisters, stopping by to talk while painting each other's nails or teaching her how to ride the four-wheelers. Because of the love and care she received from the Thunderfoot family, she felt guilty that she still longed for acceptance from her brothers and sister. She didn't want the Thunderfoots to think their love wasn't enough, but she couldn't understand why the wolf-stalkers didn't call or write, why they never invited her to visit. It was as if they blamed her for her mother's sins. Or maybe they feared she'd turn out like Jezebeth.
Phoenix, can you hear me?
An unfamiliar female voice rang in her head.
Who's that?
She shot up and glanced around the room.
Where'd that voice come from?
I'm in your head,
the girl answered. Phoenix clutched her throat, fear icing her veins.
Go away, demon.
The girl chuckled.
I'm not a demon.
Then what are you?
She demanded.
Your sister, Victoria. I'm speaking to you telepathically, just like our brothers do with each other.
Leaning on her elbows, she gaped around the room, expecting the girl claiming to be her sister to jump out from the shadows.
I didn't know sisters could speak telepathically.
Ameraki girls are usually only daughters, she answered casually. I didn't know we could speak telepathically either, but I figured if brothers could, sisters could too.
That made sense.
Where are you?
She asked, knowing Victoria had to be nearby. She'd learned from the Thunderfoots that brothers had to be close to each other to speak telepathically.
Out in the barn, she answered.
Can you come to me?
She jumped from the bed and looked out the window. The barn doors were closed, and she couldn't see any sign of her sister.
How do I know this isn't a trap?
It isn't. I swear on my mother's grave.
Her voice rose and cracked in a plea that tugged at Phoenix's heart.
And can you please bring some clothes? I'm freezing.
Not knowing her sister's size, Phoenix brought a pair of flannel pajamas, matching robe, and bunny slippers. She also took a hot thermos of tea with her as she ran through the darkness to the barn. praying she wouldn't be seen. A cool wind blew across her nape as she slid open the latch on the barn door. Though Romanian summers were warm, a cold front had blown in, reminding her that autumn was around the corner. She didn't know what to expect. She hadn't seen so much as a photo of Victoria. Her breath caught in her throat when she saw the tall, thin, naked young woman with high cheekbones, large almond eyes, and taupe complexion similar to her own. There was no doubt they were related.
"Oh, so warm,"
she squealed, taking the clothes from her. "Wonderful." Phoenix set the thermos on an upturned crate.
"I brought you hot tea, too."
"You're so thoughtful," she said, slipping into the clothes. "Thanks." After she was fully clothed, she sat on the crate. "I'm a Texas wolf at heart," she said, and sipped the tea. "I've never gotten used to Romanian weather." Phoenix sat on a crate opposite her, warily eyeing the barn door as the wind outside picked up, whistling through the hayloft.
"What are you doing here?"
She didn't mean to sound so harsh, curse her insecurities for making her defensive, but after the way Magnus and her fathers had treated her, she didn't have much faith in the wolf-stalkers.
"Visiting my sister?"
She capped the thermos and set it down.
"What else?"
Phoenix stiffened at Victoria's casual attitude.
"I thought you didn't want to see me again."
Again, she cringed. She was acting like a petulant child, but couldn't help herself. Victoria leaned forward, nostrils flaring, a fire brewing in her eyes.
"The Albascues lied."
The way she said their name sounded like venom slipping off a serpent's tongue.
"The Albascues are your mates, right?"
"Not yet," she said, cheeks flushing pink. "I've been putting off the bonding ceremony."
"Oh,"
she breathed, shifting uneasily in her seat, feeling as if that northern wind had followed them inside.
"Why would they lie?"
"Because they're assholes," Victoria said harshly. "I heard them on the phone telling our chieftain I didn't want to see you. I never said any such thing. I didn't even know you'd come to Romania." Phoenix blinked. This didn't bode well for either of them, if fated mates could despise each other. Her adoptive family had made her believe fated mates instinctively loved each other. Had they lied? She cleared her throat, struggling to find her words. "I thought Ameraki women were supposed to adore their mates." "That's what I thought, too." Victoria turned her gaze to her feet, kicking up hay and dust. "Until the ancients cursed me with the Albascues." Her heart ached for her sister, and she felt her depression as keenly as if it were her own.
"You don't want to be their mate?"
Victoria's eyes flashed yellow. "Fuck, no."
"Then I don't understand why the ancients would pick them as your mates."
Though Phoenix hadn't found hers yet, probably because she was still too young, she'd heard fated mates knew when they found each other. It was either their scent or an instinctive thing. She wasn't sure yet. Tor had told her she'd know when she found them. How odd that Victoria must have known they were meant for her, but she hated them. Victoria hung her head. "Honestly, I don't either. I hate all of them." She paused, flashing the faintest of smiles. "Except Benjamin, the Gamma. He's the only nice one." That wasn't surprising. Gammas usually had the most docile temperaments. Phoenix stiffened as a cyclone of worries swirled through her mind, and she again feared that her fated mates wouldn't want her. "I have to admit, when my mates told me about you, my first instinct was to hate you." She gaped at her sister as heat crept into her cheeks. "Then Annie told me you saved Tor Thunderfoot and how kind you are. And I realized it wasn't fair to hate someone for her parents' sins. If that was the case, all the Ameraki would hate me too for my father's sins. Our fathers." Her hands flew to her mouth. "I'm sorry. I hope I didn't offend you." Reaching toward Phoenix, her cheeks flushed crimson.
"You didn't."
Phoenix shrugged off the insult, knowing it wasn't intentional. "I don't consider them my fathers anyway." "Oh?" She shrank back like a flower wilting beneath the sun. "Do you consider me your sister?" Phoenix got up and sat on a crate next to Victoria. Relief flooded through her when she saw no judgment in her eyes. In fact, what she saw mirrored her own emotions. A scared girl who just wanted to be accepted.
"I wouldn't mind having a sister, Victoria.
if that's what you want too. I do. Victoria pulled Phoenix's hand into her lap. And please call me Tori. She grimaced. Only my mates and their family call me Victoria. Oh. Phoenix breathed, feeling even worse for her sister. I don't have a nickname. Tori squeezed her hand. How about just Sis? Phoenix eagerly nodded. I like that. A wolf howled in the distance, followed by another and another. Tori jumped to her feet. Fuck! She quickly threw off her slippers and pants. Thanks for the clothes, she said. I have to run. Phoenix stood, her knees turning to jelly when the howls intensified. Are those the Albuscus? Yeah, Tori said, glowering. They keep track of my every move. Can you ask the ancients for new mates? Bitter laughter erupted from her throat. It doesn't work that way. Her heart ached for her sister. That sucks, she blurted, then cringed, hating that she sounded so insensitive. You have no idea. Still wearing the oversized flannel shirt, she took a hesitant step toward her. I have to go. Can I hug you? The vulnerability in Tori's eyes broke Phoenix's heart all over again. She held her arms open. Of course. When Phoenix was in her sister's arms, a maelstrom of emotion swirled through her. She was overjoyed Tori had accepted her, but devastated for her plight. She inhaled Tori's scent, committing it to memory, a pleasant mixture of sage and lavender, a smell that made Phoenix long for the childhood years they'd been deprived of, thanks to their selfish parents. I'm glad I finally got to meet you. Tori projected to her as she quickly broke away and removed her borrowed top. Me too. She followed her sister, who shifted into a brown wolf and skulked toward the door, tail between her legs. When can we see each other again? Tori turned to her with a whimper, ears flattening against her skull. I don't know. They'll probably be keeping a closer eye on me now. I'll return as soon as I can. Okay. Reluctantly, she unbolted the door and opened it. If there's anything I can do to help you, please let me know. Nothing can help me, but thanks. See you, sis. She leaped into the air and hit the ground hard, then disappeared behind the barn. Bye. Phoenix waved to her retreating tail as a silent tear slipped down her cheek. She should have been happy her sister hadn't rejected her, but she was more grief-stricken than before. She'd rather Tori hated her and was living a happy life with mates she loved than get stuck with the Albuscus. Chapter 6. Tatiana sat at the vanity, brushing her long black hair and watching her mates get ready for bed in the mirror's reflection. Dmitri and Dejan said nothing, stalking past each other as if they didn't exist. They were in their old house, the one they'd built specifically for Tatiana before giving it up. Their fathers still kept up the house in hopes their younger brothers would live in it one day, or maybe they were hoping Tatiana's mates would want to return to Romania. When Dmitri sat on the bed behind her, taking off his boots, she stared hard at his reflection until she caught his eye. Well? She asked. He tossed the boots in a corner. Well, what? She stiffened at his casual tone. This is possibly our last night together before you go back to the forest. He shrugged. I know that. Dmitri was the very definition of a stubborn second alpha. Some days it took all her willpower not to throttle him. Are we going to spend it fighting? We're not fighting. Constantine took the brush from her and stroked her hair. Dmitri and Dejan are. Her eyelids closed, and a quiet moan escaped her when he stroked her neck with calloused fingers while combing the brush through her hair. They can sleep in the barn, he said in her ear, raking his teeth down the side of her neck. And you and I and Andre will have all the fun. I shouldn't be punished because Dejan's an idiotul, Dmitri grumbled behind them. You're both idiotuls. She jumped to her feet, spinning around as raging rivers of lava pulsed through her veins. You're breaking my heart, and you don't even care. Setting the brush on the vanity, Constantine backed up a step. Calm down, sweetheart, he soothed. It's not good for you or the baby to get so worked up. Tatiana's right, Andre said, as he came out of the bathroom, a towel wrapped around his toned waist, the top of his buzzed head glistening with moisture. How can we expect to survive the forest if you're not getting along? Dejan should stay with Tatiana, Dmitri said, as if that solved everything. Dejan stiffened, shadows falling across his boyish features. I'm going. Dmitri turned to him with a snarl. We can't afford to let you slow us down. I won't slow you down. Curling his hands into fists, Dejan stepped toward Dmitri, putting Tatiana in the middle. You need me to help you fight the demons. Dmitri laughed. Do you think I've forgotten how terrified you were last time? We were all scared shitless, douchebag, Dejan hollered. Stop treating me like a child. If none of us come back, Tatiana will be left without a mate, Dmitri pointed out. His prediction twisted a hole in her gut. Dejan's going, she said, handing one pillow to Dejan and another to Dmitri. Your odds of survival are better if there are more of you. Dmitri frowned at the pillow. What's this? You two aren't sleeping with us. She wagged a disapproving finger in his face. Not as long as you keep fighting. When Dmitri opened his mouth as if to argue, Constantine and Andre flanked her, snarling at him. Do as she says, Constantine said, his deep protector voice taking over. Dmitri looked at her as if she'd just kicked him. This is our last night to be with you. Constantine pointed to the door. Then I suggest you two make up. Still in his protector form, furry white paws curled into fists, Grigor paced the threadbare rug of their sad excuse for a home, while his brothers watched him from the shadows of the darkened room. The cracks in the walls needed plaster. Flickering lamps should be replaced. The floorboards creaked, and the hinges and doorknobs were rusting. The youngest Obiscus took no pride in the upkeep of the home they'd inherited from their grandparents. Besides, making repairs took away time from drinking and fighting. Grigor stopped pacing and circled Victoria, his silver eyes flaring. After we told you you're not allowed to visit her, you disobeyed our orders. Glaring at his broad chest, she refused to strain her neck to look up at him. He'd used this intimidation tactic too many times to count, usually whenever he was trying to force her to spread her legs for him and his brothers. Too bad for him, she'd never relented. She's my sister, Grigor. She's a demon, he said, his deep voice sounding like a steam train barreling through her skull. Her jaw hardened, along with her resolve. She's not like her mother, just as I'm not like my father's. He leaned over her, the strong odor of stale alcohol on his breath, making her breathe through her mouth. Your fathers were good wolves before they were cursed by her mother. Cinching the threadbare quilt tightly around her shoulders and wishing she had clothes on underneath, she struggled to keep her tone even. Once again, she's not like her mother. Though they shared fathers, Tori and Phoenix had different mothers. Tori's mother and alpha father had been murdered by demonic drug smugglers when she was just a toddler. Later, her remaining fathers found the lamp and mated with the gene inside. Even though the gene cursed her fathers, Tori no longer regretted it, because she now had an amazing sister. If only her mates could understand how wonderful Phoenix was, too. She's young, he said, his voice deflating as he shifted into human form. She could still turn out like her. She looked at him then, unabashedly glaring at her while naked as a babe. With pale blue eyes and wavy white hair, Grigor would have been considered handsome if it hadn't been for his perpetual scowl. His second alpha and beta brothers, who were also naked, were lankier versions of Grigor. They stared at her like they were starving coyotes, and she was a choice cut of meat. The Gamma brother, who was a head shorter and had softer skin and arms, kept his head bowed. Each brother had a special scar to identify him. Grigor, head alpha, had what appeared to be a cleft lip. but it was a scar from a fight with his brothers. Second Alpha, Stefan, had 4 fingers on his right hand and was also missing the tip of his right ear. Both injuries had been inflicted by his fathers for disobedience. Petra, the Beta, had a permanently dislocated left shoulder, which hung much lower than the other one. He'd been tossed like a rag doll by Stefan when they fought over the last sip of brandy. Benjamin, the Gamma, had more scars than any of them, from slashes and burns across his arms to cuts and bruises that appeared to have been permanently etched into his face. He received almost daily beatings for overcooking or undercooking dinner, not putting away the laundry fast enough, or missing a speck of dust on the shelves. All these injuries could easily have been healed by Ilia Lupescu, but the Albescus were too proud or too scared to ask for her help. Benjamin was the only one Tori liked, which she suspected was the real reason for all the beatings. Over the past year, she'd shown him less and less affection to protect him, but somehow she was still caught giving him pitying glances. And these beasts wondered why she'd refused to bond with them. No way in fuck was she bringing their offspring into the world and perpetuating this circle of violence. Though she would love to have children of her own, she'd rather die an old maid than breed with the Albescus. She cursed the ancients for the millionth time for choosing them as her mates. The Thunderfoots trust my sister, and that's good enough for me. Grigor's nose lengthened as he pounded his chest. Do you forget the Thunderfoots supported the Lupescus when they stole our chiefdom? I forget nothing, Grigor. She refused to flinch when he raised his hand as if to strike her. He'd be a fool to hit her, for she'd already threatened to tell the chieftains of their abuse. Ameraki women were supposed to be cherished and protected. The tribe discovered they beat their mate, the Albescus, would be shamed, possibly even cast out. Because they were foolish enough to think they could one day reclaim the chiefdom, they needed the rest of the tribe on their side. Grigor swore and punched Benjamin in the face. Tori screamed. Ow! Clutching his nose, Benjamin stumbled back, blood spurting from the cracks between his fingers. She fought the urge to run to the freezer and make an ice pack for his nose. Grigor and his brothers would only beat him more. Curse the ancients for choosing an insufferable bitch for our mate. Grigor spat. She seethed with anger and glared at her alpha. He knew exactly how to hurt her, by beating Benjamin. If you hate me so much, send me home to my brothers. You're not going anywhere. He snatched her arm and yanked her against him. You belong to us. Go easy on her, Grigor, Benjamin cried, pinching his nose to stop the bleeding. Fuck off, Benjamin, Grigor said, and turned to his other brothers. We should claim her virgin blood now. It's the only way we're going to bring her to heel. Stefan shook his head. You know the law. Grigor ripped the blanket off Tori's shoulders. Fuck the law. When he reached for her breast, she smacked his hand away. Her heart raced when he didn't stop, his cock jutting toward her like an angry spear. Would he rape her? We already promised her brothers we'd wait until she's ready, Petra said weakly. Grigor pushed her up against the wall. She slid her hand toward the hearth, feeling for the poker they used to stir the embers. She's ready, he said with a throaty purr, raking his teeth down the side of her neck and latching onto her breast with bruising force. She just won't admit it. Try it, she said on a hiss, wrapping her fingers around the poker, and I'll bite off your balls. He reared back and slapped her so hard her head hit the wall with a sickening crack. She fell to the floor, releasing the poker as the room spun. Grigor! His brothers roared. Benjamin knelt and helped her sit up. His lips quivered as he spoke, blood still trickling from his nose. Are you okay? His eyes shone with unshed tears. Trying her best to smile, she touched the side of his face, watching with alarm as his nose expanded. Your nose is broken. Fucking Grigor, she said softly. Don't try to talk, he said, a lone tear slipping down his cheek. I'll get you some ice. Jumping to his feet, he ran to the freezer, heedless of his injuries. It was then she realized he was as much a prisoner as she was. She wouldn't mind mating with him, but she'd cast herself into the lake of fire before fucking his brothers. If only there was a way the two of them could escape. Grigor punched the wall above her, raining plaster down on her head.
The presence of that demon bitch is turning you against us.
Rubbing her sore jaw, she glared at him.
You're doing a perfectly good job of that yourself, Grigor.
When pale fur sprouted from his face and arms, she shifted into wolf form, dodged between their legs, and raced through the house. Heart pounding, she found herself in their bedroom, panicking when she heard them close on her heels. Hopping on top of the wide bed, big enough for 5, she jumped at the window, which was already split down the middle and held together with duct tape, after Grigor had smashed his fist through it in a drunken fit. She split it back open and tumbled onto the porch. Landing on her shoulder, she whimpered when wooden shards dug into her skin. She had no time to assess her injuries as she leaped off the porch and raced across the gravel driveway. She had to get away from her mates or die trying. Squeezing the life out of the pillow until feathers spilled from a tear, Dmitri paced the dirt floor in the barn, unable to process the feelings that warred in his heart. Dejan sat on a blanket, alternating between stealing furtive glances at Dmitri and staring at his iPad. Dmitri thought a lot about his brother. He'd been angry with him since they returned from the Hoyo Bachu. Dejan had been distant from him and Tatiana, but he'd already apologized 10 times over. Why couldn't Dmitri forgive him? Deep in his heart, he knew why, but was afraid to acknowledge it, because that meant he was the cause for all of this. Tatiana and Ilia nearly getting killed by demons, the Geragamos possessing them, and Jovan losing his wolf. It was Dmitri's fault for driving Tatiana into the demon's den nearly a year ago. He'd been a dick then, and he was being a dick now, and he didn't see any way out of it. Furious with himself, he threw the pillow on the ground and stomped on it before storming out. He needed to go somewhere to clear his head. Maybe a run in the forest. He hesitantly tugged at his shirt, remembering that Romanian shifters didn't have the same protections as the Ameraki in Alaska. There they had their reservation and thousands of acres to themselves. Here, poachers were rampant. Did he want to take that risk? "What are you doing?" Dejan said at his back.
"Going for a run," Dmitri said, slipping off his shirt. "What's it look like?"
"It looks like you want to get shot." Dejan's words dripped with condescension. Dmitri's smart-ass retort died on his tongue when he saw the hurt in his brother's eyes. "Is it that hard to forgive me?" Dejan asked. Dmitri gazed at the pale moon, which was nearly full. Heaving a breath, he pushed out the words that had been weighing on his heart. "How do you expect me to forgive you when I can't even forgive myself?" "For what?"
"You know what."
Shame overwhelming him, he couldn't look his brother in the eyes. "You said it yourself. I'm the reason she got caught in the forest in the first place. I'm the reason for the Geragamos, for all of this." "Yeah, maybe. But if we hadn't gone back into the forest, we wouldn't have found Jovan. Our father would still be living in that hell." Anger blurred his vision. "You forget. He went into the forest because he was bitten by that Geragamo when we were trying to get Tatiana from those demons." They would have gotten her eventually. If Tatiana and Ilia hadn't made it easy for them, they would have spilled a lot of blood to get to them, Dejan said, his voice surprisingly calm. "None of our tribe died. The ancients were watching out for us." Dmitri had never thought of it that way. "Maybe you're right," he said, a heavy weight lifting from his chest. "We've been through too much," Dejan continued. "We lost our mother, and we almost lost Jovan. How long do you want the fighting to go on?" Dmitri blinked at him, his eyes fogging again. What an idiotool he'd been. "I don't, brother." Clasping Dejan's shoulder, he looked into his eyes. "I'm sorry." "I'm sorry too," Dejan said, tears spilling out of the corners of his eyes.
Come here.
Dmitri hugged his baby brother hard, grateful when Dejan hugged him back. He was so damn tired of the tension between them. All he wanted was to get this trip to the forest over with and return to Alaska with his family. Pulling free, he clasped Dejan's arm. Let's tell Tatiana we've made up. Maybe she'll reward us. Dejan answered with an excited roar. They froze when they heard a distressed howl in the distance, followed by 3 distinctly predatory yelps. Who do you think that is? Dejan asked. I don't know. Dmitri grimaced. But a wolf's in trouble. Chapter 7. Sister, help! Phoenix shot up with a gasp when her sister's urgent plea rang in her mind. Tori, what is it? They're going to kill me. Who? My mates. Phoenix threw off her covers and snatched a robe off the back of the chair. Where are you? I'm coming. Please get help. Throwing open the door, she ran down the hall, her wolf-touched eyes easily seeing her way in the dark. She feverishly pounded on the Lupescu's bedroom door. Please help. She bounced on her feet, hearing grumbling inside the room. Please. She pounded harder. Klaus threw open the door as Tor raced up the stairs. What is it? They simultaneously asked. The Albascus are trying to kill my sister, she cried, her throat constricting with fear. They're coming here. Latching onto her shoulders, Tor looked into her eyes. How do you know this? I just do. She froze when she heard howling outside, then gaped at Tor. Stay here, he commanded, and ran back down the stairs. Like hell, she said, and sprinted after him. By the time they got outside, Tor had shifted into a protector, a 10-foot hairy brown beast that looked like the human's version of Sasquatch. Phoenix was always in awe when the tribe alphas turned into these beasts. Though protectors varied in color from brown to gray to white, the Thunderfoots were the biggest of the Ameraki and the scariest looking, with the longest fangs. No wonder all other Ameraki respected them. Huge paws raised and legs braced, he stood on the porch while the howls intensified. Phoenix cried out when her sister broke from the trees and dashed to the house, 3 angry wolves snapping at her heels, while a 4th wolf brought up the rear, tail dragging and ears flattened against his skull. Stop right there! Tor boomed. The 3 wolves stopped as if they'd hit a brick wall. 2 of them shifted into angry white protectors that looked like abominable snowmen. Tori raced between Tor's legs and skidded to a halt, slamming into the screen door with a yelp. Klaus, now an angry white protector, set her on all 4s. Phoenix quickly moved to Tori's side, stroking her fur and holding out the robe. Tori shifted and let Phoenix wrap the robe around her. Phoenix led her to a nearby bench, where Tori sat while Phoenix examined her face. One side was swollen and blood dripped from her nose. They did this to you? Wiping her nose, Tori nodded. It was Grigor. Phoenix turned her heated gaze toward 2 protectors and 1 wolf locked in a stare-down with Tor and Klaus. Klaus's brothers, sons, and grandsons rushed onto the porch and shifted into wolves and protectors, flanking their chieftain. Jovan knelt beside Tori, looking at her face. Your mates did this? She nodded, then looked away. Jovan's eyes softened, and he took her hand in his. Why would they strike their mate? Grigor gets angry when he's drunk. Has he hit you before? Jovan asked. She shook her head. He usually takes his frustrations out on Benjamin. Jovan arched a brow. The Gamma? She nodded at the lone wolf standing behind the others. His nose was broken tonight. That explained why his swollen snout was twisted to one side. Ancients, Jovan breathed, standing. I don't want to bond with them, she said. I want to return to my brothers in Texas. Jovan stomped down the porch steps toward the others. Tori's mates were vastly outnumbered, and Phoenix knew there was no way they were getting her back tonight, or any other night for that matter. Still in human form, Jovan looked like a child, dwarfed by the other protectors, as he craned his neck to speak to them. Klaus looked at Tori with flared nostrils and stalked toward her. She sat up, visibly swallowing, while looking at her chieftain with wide eyes. They said they aren't leaving without you, he said to her. She pressed against Phoenix, blood from her nose trickling into her lip.
Please don't let them take me, she begged.
Klaus's face hardened. We won't. Phoenix held tightly to her sister's hand, grateful for the brave and kind Amaraki protectors. If only all of them were that way. Klaus stood on the top step and pounded his chest with a roar. You boys need to leave now. The alpha Phoenix assumed was Grigor puffed up his chest, his words slurring as he spoke. Not without our mate. When Tori shivered beside her, Phoenix wrapped an arm around her shoulders. No, Klaus roared, back stiff. You will go home and sober up. Tomorrow, you'll be called before the council for abusing your mate. Grigor roared, then howled, and his two brothers followed suit. The Gamma sat in the snow behind them, resting his jaw on his paws, blood from his snout dripping into the snow. Phoenix's fingers itched to heal him. Nostrils flaring, Grigor kicked up snow and looked like he was going to charge Klaus. Constantine grabbed his shoulder, spun him around, and plowed a meaty fist into his face. Knees folding, Grigor fell to the ground and leaned against his alpha brother while rubbing his bleeding nose. Phoenix's breath hitched when the only standing Albascu alpha looked at the other protectors. Hopefully, he was smart enough to know they were outnumbered. Stefan, Klaus said through a heavy rumble, take your brothers home. If you fight with us, you will not live to see another day. Stefan glanced at his brothers with fear in his eyes, then helped Grigor stand, motioning to the others to follow, while Constantine and Jovan stalked after them. Wait! Tori jumped to her feet, voice cracking as she nodded toward the injured Gamma. Can Benjamin stay? I don't think that's wise, Klaus said. They'll take their anger out on him. She pointed a shaking finger at him. A big, bloody bullseye had formed in the snow where he lay. His nose is broken. He needs a healer. Benjamin, Stefan said in warning, comes with us. The injured wolf clambered to his feet, then swayed as if he was going to collapse. Benjamin, Klaus said, do you want to stay with your mate or go with your brothers? The wolf shifted from foot to foot, looking from his brothers to Klaus. We have healers that can fix your broken nose, Klaus added. Benjamin, Stefan said thickly and bared his fangs. If you stay with her, you're dead to us. You idiot tools should be ashamed of yourselves. Boris looked at them as if they'd all gone mad. Amaraki men always put their mates' needs first. Tori looked at her Gamma with pleading eyes. Benjamin, please stay with me. He skirted his brothers and darted up the steps, then nuzzled Tori's legs as he sat at her feet. Heaving a sigh, she stroked between his ears. Phoenix was relieved at least one of Tori's mates wasn't a dick, but she still worried for her sister. How was she supposed to spend the rest of her life with abusers? Would the ancients find her other mates? And where would that leave Benjamin? For it was clear Tori cared about him. Ancients save you if you fuck her, Stefan called from the edge of the yard. Benjamin hung his head and half hid behind Tori. Go, Klaus boomed. When they delayed, casting one last covetous glance in Tori's direction, Constantine and his brothers chased them until they disappeared into the trees. Phoenix looked at her sister, who stared back at her like a deer caught in high beams. Well, shit. Now what? Petra followed his older brothers, tail-dragging, seething over the day's events. If only Grigor hadn't struck Victoria. If only Victoria hadn't run off to see that demon spawn. Why had the ancients chosen such an obstinate bitch as their mate? She was nothing like their mother, who knew better than to challenge her men. Not only had Victoria refused to bond with them, she'd disobeyed Grigor's orders at every turn, which soured his mood and made it harder for everyone else, especially Petra and Benjamin. Now that Benjamin had fled, Petra feared Grigor would take all his anger out on him. Hopefully, when Petra revealed his keen observation, his brother's mood would improve. One furry hand clutching his broken nose, Grigor leaned on Stefan while casting glances behind him. Their trek back through the densely wooded area between their home and the Lupescu's would take forever in their state, not to mention the Alphas put themselves at great risk by exposing their protector forms out in the open. Petra knew better than to admonish his brothers, though. He had no wish for his face to end up like Benjamin's.
"Are we just supposed to leave her with them?"
Grigor grumbled, dragging his big, clumsy feet.
"Yes,"
Stefan answered tersely. Grigor whimpered like an injured animal.
"We can't let them win." "Damn it, brother. Didn't you just hear Klaus's warning?"
Stefan released Grigor and pushed him away. Grigor stumbled, nearly falling on his ass before he hit a tree. The trunk creaked under his weight. Grigor came right back at him and landed in front of Stefan.
"You dare push me!"
he roared. Stomping his foot, Stefan shook the ground.
"They've already won, brother."
He threw up his furry paws.
"And we'll be cast out for harming our mate."
Jumping between them, Petra growled, then barked at them to listen.
"They haven't won yet. I know how to bring them down."
Eyes shining, they asked, "How?"
"You didn't notice Jovan?"
Stefan rubbed the fur on his chin.
"I saw him. What about him?"
"He didn't shift." Grigor raised a thick brow.
"Why?"
"I don't know, but I didn't scent his wolf," he answered. "I think he was cursed by that demon child or her mother." Recognition dawned in both of their faces.
"What do we do?"
Grigor asked. The irony wasn't lost on Petra that his alpha brother was asking him for direction. He was an idiot tool, even more so when he was drinking. "If we can prove Jovan lost his powers, the chieftain will transfer back to the Albescus." Grigor rubbed his paws together.
"And then we get our mate back."
Stefan made a sour face. "I'm not sure we want her anymore."
"Oh, we're getting her."
Ominous laughter bubbled up from Grigor's throat.
"Then we'll teach her a lesson she'll never forget."
After Dejan Lupescu took several pictures of their damaged faces, Klaus allowed Phoenix to heal Tori and Benjamin. Tori had never been more grateful to have a sister than at the moment she put her hands on her, warming her from the inside out and soothing her broken and sore bones. Phoenix had even healed the scars on Benjamin's face, making him look like an entirely different person. Or maybe it was the way his eyes brightened, or the sweet smile that made him look different. It took her a moment to realize she'd never seen him smile before. After Phoenix healed her, most of the Lupescus went to bed, while a few took watch outside. Tori hated putting them in this position, but she'd run out of options. Though it was late and she knew she should sleep, too many thoughts were running through her head. Besides, she wasn't ready to leave Benjamin yet, so she sat on the porch swing with him, her gaze drifting from the darkened woods just beyond the barn to the shadowy fields lit by the pale light of the moon. A shiver stole up her spine when she thought of the trouble the Albescus were about to cause.
"You're cold."
Benjamin slipped off his borrowed flannel shirt and draped it over her shoulders.
"Thanks,"
she said, hugging the shirt close. It smelled slightly of Dejan Lupescu, but it also smelled like Benjamin. Her Gamma was always so thoughtful, even when it was to his detriment. They hadn't spent time alone together since she'd been forced to move in with the Albescus. Because his brothers were jealous of him and each other, she was never left alone with one of them. Usually she didn't mind. That way they focused on mistreating each other instead of her. But she'd longed for this moment with Benjamin. Except she was suddenly overcome with shyness, which was made worse by the way he trembled when she brushed against him. She finally summoned the courage to speak.
"How do you feel?"
"Okay," he said, looking at the fields. "You?"
"Much better now,"
she said, and realized she was breathing easier now that she was away from those monsters. She was secretly glad Grigor had struck her. Now she wouldn't be pressured to mate with the Albescus. Hopefully he'd be banished from the tribe, and his two brothers also sent away for doing nothing to defend her. but she'd settle for them being absent from her life. As long as she didn't have to mate with them, she'd be happy.
I'm sorry.
His hands trembled on his knees.
You have nothing to be sorry for.
I have a lot to be sorry for. Red flames fanned his cheeks.
I should have stood up for you more. You must think I'm a coward.
It was 3 against 1, and 2 of the 3 are protectors. Taking a chance, she rested her hand on his, pleased when he didn't pull away. You took a lot of the abuse meant for me. With the exception of that one punch tonight that he couldn't have prevented, he'd taken all of the physical abuse and most of the mental. She didn't think she could ever repay him for his bravery and kindness. She stared at their joined hands, long eyelashes fanning his pale skin.
I'd take it all if I could.
Her stomach churned at his declaration. Such a shame that Benjamin was a better wolf than all 3 of his brothers combined. Why couldn't they have been more like him? I wish I could bond with just you, she blurted, her throat constricting. I don't want to have kids with them. He turned his hand over in hers. There was a pack like ours years ago. The Gamma and his mate left the other brothers and moved in with her parents. Hope bubbled in her chest, and she was struck by the determination in his pale eyes. Maybe we can do that. Go live with my brothers in Texas? He swallowed, and a lump visibly worked its way down his throat.
Could you be happy with only one mate?
She nodded. I know you could make me happy, but I'll be absolutely miserable if I'm forced to bond with your brothers. He flushed again.
I wouldn't know how to provide for you. I only know how to be a Gamma.
The way he said the word Gamma, as if it was something to be ashamed of, made her want to weep. The few times she visited her father's in Texas, she'd hated the way Gamma Sammy had been treated like vermin. From what she'd witnessed, growing up with her Romanian relatives and other nearby packs, Gammas were to be appreciated and respected for raising and protecting the children. They were the glue that held packs together. Rigor's pack obviously wasn't worth saving, or he would have treated Benjamin better. We'll figure something out. It would be difficult raising a family or having any normal kind of Ameraki life with just the 2 of them, but it was an alternative she liked. I can't stay here, Benjamin. I can't be their slave, and neither can you. Duh, he said, more fire racing across his face. You're right. Then say you'll escape with me to Texas, she begged, though fear made it hard to breathe, let alone speak. His lips lifted in a half-smile.
I will.
Releasing a pent-up breath, she fought the urge to throw her arms around him. She'd scare him if she moved too fast. Despite the way he'd stood up to his brothers, she sensed a very tender soul was beneath his stoic facade. She curled her hands into claws, trying to tamp down her need to hold him. Thank you. She salivated like a dog when he licked his plump bottom lip, what she wouldn't give to taste him. I just realized something, she said, as she twisted the tail of her borrowed scarf around her finger. What? There was something in his eyes that sent warmth running through her, warmth and something more. Did he want her as badly as she wanted him? For too long his brothers had forced her to repress her feelings about Benjamin. Now there was nothing stopping them from exploring their forbidden love. She stared at that plump bottom lip again, drawing her to him like a beacon in the night. We've never kissed, she blurted, surprising herself with her boldness, but feeling not an ounce of remorse.
Do you want me to kiss you?
She leaned closer.
Do you want to kiss me?
She braced herself for his possible rejection while his cheeks flushed. Though she could feel his desire for her deep within her gut, she knew he liked her too.
More than anything,
he said enthusiastically, his eyes lighting up like a kid on Christmas morning. She moved so close that his minty breath mingled with hers. Then kiss me. When his lips brushed hers, she thought she'd expire from the desire that shot through her. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she moaned into his mouth. He tasted like a candy cane, and she couldn't get enough. He broke the kiss too soon, causing a cry of disappointment to escape her. Pressing his forehead to hers, he murmured softly, "If we keep going, I won't be able to stop." Slipping her hands under his collar, she toyed with the pale hairs on his chest. "Would that be so bad?" "Yes." His gaze swept the horizon. "Once we are free of this place, we'll be free to love each other." Cupping her chin, he flashed a smile that didn't mask the pain in his eyes. "Let's focus on getting our freedom first." She slowly nodded. He had a keen sense of understanding she hadn't noticed before, and she realized he'd been planning this, or at least dreaming of it. He wanted to escape as badly as she did, maybe more, after living a lifetime with his abusers. He'd been trapped far longer than she. Escaping the Albuscus wasn't just saving herself. It also meant saving Benjamin. Even more of a reason their plan couldn't fail. Tatiana sat with her back against the headboard, hugging her knees to her chest while Constantine and Andrei paced the floor. She prayed her plan to force Dejan and Dmitri to make up had worked. If not, she'd appeal to their fathers and Ilea to talk some sense into them. Maybe she'd enlist Bunica to lay on a grandmotherly guilt trip. She was frustrated and angry with them for putting her through this. Of one thing she was certain. If they did make up, they'd have to secure her forgiveness. Constantine and Andrei stopped pacing, and she perked up when she heard 2 steps of footsteps on the front porch. Her breath hitched when they came into the room, giving her big, sad eyes like they were puppies who'd been caught messing on the carpet. "Is everything okay?" Constantine asked. "Da," Dmitri answered, looking at her. "Everything is okay now." Though she was relieved they'd finally made peace, she was still angry with them for fighting in the first place. She leveled each of them with a glare. "Good, because you two broke my heart." "We're so sorry, Yubirama." Lurching forward, Dejan fell on top of the bed and grabbed her feet beneath the blankets. "Please forgive us." Boyish dimples tinted his cheeks. "Forgive us for being idiotules," Dmitri said, sitting beside her and placing a hand on her knee. She looked them over. "You're not pretending just for sex?" "No," they said in unison, vehemently shaking their heads, their cheeks reddening. Constantine sat on her other side. "They seem sincere." Dmitri drew lazy circles on her knee, paused, then snaked his fingers up her thigh. "Come on, Yubirama," he pleaded. "I'll do anything to make it up to you." She fought, laughing. "Anything?" "I'll do that thing with my tongue you like so much," he said. She didn't feel like laughing now. "That would be nice." Dejan dug his hands under the covers and rubbed her feet. She hadn't even realized they were sore, but they were cramping. She laid back, enjoying the impromptu massage. When she thought it couldn't get any better, Dmitri crawled behind her and rubbed her sore shoulders. It felt so good. After a few more minutes, she was putty in their arms, which she suspected was their plan, so they could have their way with her. She thanked Andrei when he handed her hot cinnamon tea. "I guess I can't stay mad at you," she said to Dmitri and Dejan between sips, "since you're about to go into the forest of nightmares." Dejan leered at her from under pale lashes. "It would be a shame if we had to go without loving you once more." "A real shame," Dmitri murmured in her ear and nibbled down her neck. She bit her lip as goosebumps chilled her flesh. Reaching behind her, she threaded her fingers through Dmitri's thick hair. "Then love me." "Whatever you say, Yubirama." His deep purr resonated in her mind. Her mate's hands were all over her, removing her pajamas and pushing bedclothes and pillows out of the way, their touch branding her like liquid fire. She spread her legs when Dmitri crawled between them, burying his face between her thighs and steaming up her underwear with his breath until the flimsy cotton was soaking. She squirmed beneath his touch while Dejan and Andre held her down, their mouths and hands exploring her breasts until her nipples were so hard they ached. Dmitri removed her panties, and his tongue deftly circled her butt until it swelled like a water balloon ready to pop. She kissed Dejan passionately, groaning into his mouth while her orgasm built. Dmitri dipped his tongue inside her, then dragged it back out and laved her sex with long licks, causing her to practically fly off the bed. Constantine and Andre pinched her nipples, stretching them between their teeth. She shuddered her release while flooding Dmitri's mouth. She felt as if she'd melted into the mattress by the time Dmitri dropped between her legs and slid his thick shaft inside her. He kissed her deeply, and she tasted herself on his tongue. He banged that sweet spot deep within her, and she wrapped her legs around his waist, riding out each thrust.
"I love you, Yubirama,"
he projected. "I love you," she cried as she burst again. He poured himself into her while they rode out their ecstasy, locked in a tight embrace. She cooed her contentment when Dejan took Dmitri's place between her legs, riding her slowly and covering her face and neck in delicate kisses while squeezing her breasts. Her orgasm was pure, sweet bliss, gentle rising swells that lasted for what felt like minutes. By the time they both floated back to earth, she couldn't wipe the satisfied smile off her face. He kissed her tenderly and whispered words of love in her ear before withdrawing. She'd barely caught her breath when Constantine flipped her over on her stomach, causing the air to rush from her lungs. After hauling her buttocks up against his thick erection, he drew moisture from her dripping pussy and used it to coat her anus. She gasped in anticipation, knowing what was coming next. She craved anal sex like a drug. She pressed against him, feeling the burn of her tight hole stretching. He filled her slowly, each inch of agonizing pleasure eliciting noises from her lips. By the time he was fully seated, she thought she'd expire from the overwhelming sensation of pleasure as it overshadowed the slight discomfort. As he slowly massaged her buttocks, pleasure completely eclipsed the pain, and she pulled forward a breath before pressing into him again. He let her set the tempo, grinding against him until her desire for release consumed her. She sucked in a hiss when her orgasm hit, her stretched hold tightening around his shaft until the stretch was almost unbearable. A few quick pumps, and he tensed, groaning his release. She heaved a sigh when he slid out, her whole throbbing hard in his absence. He placed a towel under her as she laid back against him, letting him hold her tight while he whispered sweet words into her ear. As the throbbing slowly ebbed, she was reminded why she'd consented to anal sex. Despite the temporary discomfort, the pleasure was too tempting to resist. Though she wanted nothing more than a good hot soak in the tub and a long night of sleep, she happily laid in Andre's arms. She wasn't going to squander their first chance at making love since his return, and what could possibly be their last time before he went into the forest of her nightmares. Their lovemaking was gentle and sweet, and she loved him even more for it. After tender, slow strokes, they pinnacled together, sighing into each other's mouths before wrapping each other in love's embrace. After letting Dejan clean her up, she fell asleep against Andre's chest, praying this wouldn't be the last night she spent in his arms. Chapter 8. Ilea looked at the mist swirling around her feet, knowing this wasn't an ordinary dream. She was at the edge of Valhall, what the Amaraki called the afterlife. Only 2 wolves that she knew of had had the privilege of visiting while still living, Amara Thunderfoot and her. When she saw the cloaked figure sitting on the raised stone rim of the darkened pool, she knew their goddess was waiting to speak to her. She feared what the goddess Amara had to say, but she had no choice. An invisible force pulled her forward, as if she was being carried on a cloud. "Goddess," she said, when the cloud deposited her a few paces from the edge of the pool. The goddess pulled back the hood of her black cloak, revealing long dark hair, alabaster skin, and large luminous eyes. Hello, Alia. Why have you brought me here? She asked, surprising herself with her sharp tone. The goddess gave her a knowing look. You know why. She summoned the nerve to voice aloud her fears. Are you going to try to convince me Yovan's protector isn't worth saving? No. The goddess turned her gaze to her reflection in the pool, which was illuminated by a strange light. Your mate suffers without his beasts. Alia choked up. Suffers is an understatement. His agony is more than I can bear. The djinn is right, she said, a faint silver glow surrounding her eyes. Bringing that fang into the mortal world is dangerous. Alia threw up her hands, surprised when her arms felt weightless. What else can I do? The goddess folded her hands in her lap. There are no good choices, but your magic is strongest during a full moon. You should wait until then. Her powers would be stronger then, but the veil between living and dead was thinnest during full moons, which would make passage into her world easier for demons. What will happen if the Juragamos get out? Alia asked, then tensed, fearing her response. You're a medical doctor, the goddess said. I'm sure you've heard of the Spanish influenza and the bubonic plague. Alia thought she heard the sound of her heart pounding in the distance. Of course. To humans, those were plagues. But they were far more sinister than that. Alia clutched her throat, fear pulsing like fire through her veins. You're saying they were Juragamos? Not Juragamos. They're minions. Millions of small spiders, invisible to humans that take orders from Juragamos. A bite from one of these lesser spiders will make a human very ill. If you release them on the world, the human race could perish. Alia's mind numbed with shock. And wolves? The goddess's eyes dimmed. You saw what happened to Tatiana and Dmitri. Then what do I do? She wanted to save Yovan more than anything, but the cost might be too great. You'll be careful. The goddess stood, her voice dropping to a dark rumble. Very careful. Alia woke with a start at the sound of Emile crying, images of her dream playing in her mind like reels from an old movie as she tried to clear the fog in her head. Had she been visited by the goddess? Another wail interrupted her thoughts and made her breasts tighten and ache. She looked at Emile in the bassinet, fussing with a pacifier in his mouth. That would only satisfy him so long. Yovan handed her a steaming cup of coffee. Thanks, she said, taking it and slowly sipping. It was sweetened with the right amount of cream and sugar. No doubt Marius had prepared it. She took a few more long swallows, exactly what she needed to help her wake up. How do you feel? He asked. Rested. Handing him the cup, she rubbed her eyes, trying to remember how she'd gotten to bed. What happened? She looked again at Emile, who squirmed in his cradle. Don't be angry. Yovan set the cup on the nightstand. Phoenix put you to sleep. You needed it. She stared at him a moment. Was she really that threatening that he was prepared for a bad reaction? She released a slow breath while processing what he'd told her. Phoenix had put her to sleep? She was embarrassed that a teen girl had to put her down like a rabid dog. And who'd fed her children? What about the babies? She asked, anger making her head ache. Taking a step toward her, he flashed a patronizing smile. Monica and Anton are taking care of the oldest boys. Where's Boris? She wanted to speak to her alpha. Had he given Phoenix the order to make her sleep? Details from the night before were still foggy, but the more she thought about it, the more upset and humiliated she became. Boris is keeping watch, he answered. Keeping watch? What for? She demanded. The Albescus are causing trouble again, he said, gazing through the window behind the bed, as if he expected them to jump through it. She stiffened at the thought, her rage channeling toward them and then back to her family for putting her to sleep during a crisis. Curse them. She tossed the blankets off and threw stiff legs over the side of the bed. I'll handle it. Lie back down. He stood and placed a hand on her shoulder. Klaus already called an emergency tribal meeting for this evening. Oh? She glared at his hand until he removed it. When a wave of fatigue hit her, she decided to lie down. Why was she so tired? Hadn't she slept enough? Or was Phoenix's spell still having an effect on her? Emil was already falling back to sleep. Good. She wasn't ready to feed him yet. Grigor Albescu beat his mate, Jovan said, sitting again in the chair beside the bed. She and the Gamma Binyamin want to split from the pack. Though she was disappointed in Grigor, she wasn't shocked. The Albescus were known for having short tempers and poor judgment. Good for her. I hope Klaus allows it. The corners of his mouth hinted at a smile. You know he will, he said, then looked away. She fixed him with a penetrating look. There's something else? He fidgeted with his fingers. Contrary behavior for a second alpha. She didn't like it one bit. The Albescus will be banished by the tribe, which means they won't be a threat anymore. She inhaled sharply, knowing where this was going. No, this means they'll be a bigger threat. He shrugged. They won't be able to take the chiefdom from us now. She gritted her teeth, anger pulsing through her in waves. Magic scorched her fingers like she'd dunked them in a boiling cauldron. This doesn't change our plans. Damn it, woman. Why are you so hard-headed? There was the fierce alpha she loved. She cursed when Emil let out a wail. No more hard-headed than you are, she snapped. Now look what you've done. You awakened the baby. She unbuttoned her top with jerky movements. I'm sorry, he said, handing the child to her. Giving Emil her breast, she said, You need to go. His features fell. Why? All we do is rehash the same argument. She waved him away with an impatient flick of the wrist. Please ask Marios to send up my breakfast. He stomped out in a huff, though most of the drama was lost, since he couldn't shift or even flash blinding eyes and make his voice sound like rolling thunder. He was only a weak human. How could he wish to remain that way? Stubborn second alpha, she cooed to Emil, stroking his chubby cheek and feeling guilty for thinking less of her mate now that he was human. After Ilea settled her full, sleepy babe in his bassinet, she tried again to remember her dream. Slowly, memories filtered into her mind. The goddess had told her to wait for the next full moon. Jezebeth had said the same, but there'd been something else, a warning. She remembered. If the Giragamos got out, they'd unleash a deadly plague. She swallowed back a lump of fear, resolve stiffening her spine. She'd have to ensure none of the demons escaped. She gave a start when there was a knock at the door. She smelled her uncle and second-born son on the other side. Come in. Uncle Joe poked his head in. I brought a visitor. He's been asking for his mama. The lines framing his eyes looked deeper than she remembered, and she felt bad for not noticing before. She nodded to the chair beside the bed, then held her arms out to Odin. Her Uncle Joe handed her the baby. He sat up in her lap, looking at her chest with longing. A heavy cloud of guilt settled over her head. Odin wasn't even a year old, and already he had to share with his baby brother. And to think she had 2 more babies to go. Not that she regretted her life. She adored her children and wanted more, but she was thankful she had helpful mates and in-laws. I'm sorry, Odin. She stroked his cheek. He hasn't been getting enough attention since his baby brother came along, she said to her uncle, who sat beside her. He shrugged. We tried feeding him a bottle. He's in a mood, she said, and pulled a blanket over her shoulder. Spoiled, stubborn second alpha like his father. He stood, looking around the room. I should leave you alone. No, stay, Uncle. She adjusted Odin under the blanket. We rarely get a chance to visit." She regretted that her dead father's twin felt uncomfortable around her when she was nursing, but their relationship was somewhat awkward after he'd spent most of her life preoccupied with the Amaraki.
"You're so busy with your family."
She narrowed her eyes. "And you with your job."
"And me with my job,"
he repeated. When a beam of light from the window struck his hair, she was surprised to see how much of it was gray. There was not a single black hair to be found. "Not that I resent your job anymore." She winced when Odin sucked too hard, then smoothed her fingers over his cheek in an effort to help him relax. Of all her children, he was the most fervent feeder, treating her nipples like chew toys. "I appreciate what you do for us."
"I see you've acclimated to wolf life."
He nodded toward Emil, and then at the lumpy blanket in her arms. "I have," she said with a smile, wincing when Odin sucked too hard again.
"So you're happy."
The penetrating look he gave her, as if he could see into her very soul, made her uneasy, and she almost looked away. Her throat suddenly tightened. "I will be, after we restore Joven's wolf." She yelped when Odin bit her nipple. His sharp little baby teeth felt like razor blades. She moved him to the other breast.
"Did I ever mention that Odin is the spitting image of your brother?"
he asked. "No." She looked at him as he flashed a warm smile. His ebony skin had turned lighter over the years and was now an ash color that almost matched his hair. She didn't like seeing him age. It was a sign of his mortality. Despite the numerous times she'd magically healed his infections, including lung cancer, she couldn't change time. She remembered how Amara was unable to prevent the old healer, Raz, and her mates from succumbing to age. One day, no amount of magic would save her uncle from the inevitable.
"Sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled back in time when I look at him," he said wistfully. "Your parents would have loved their grandchildren."
"And my 4 husbands?" she asked, unable to hide her mirth. He laughed so hard it took her by surprise. She wasn't used to hearing his laughter.
"That would have taken some explaining,"
he said, and wiped moisture from his eyes. He abruptly sobered.
"Do they treat you well?"
"They are amazing," she said, squeezing Odin a little tighter. "Thanks for asking." She was unnerved by his hard stare. They were amazing, but she still wasn't happy. Their family had felt fractured after Joven returned without his shifting powers. She hoped after they restored his wolf that their family would be whole again. If not, she wouldn't know how else to fix it.
"You know I'm here for you and the babies, whenever you need me."
When her gaze caught his, there was no mistaking the pity reflecting in his eyes. "I appreciate that, but my mates take good care of us."
"And you of them,"
he added. "Yes," she agreed. She was the tribal healer after all. With her magical powers, she made sure her mates and all the tribe were free of illness and injury. Well, all except for the Albascus. They never needed or wanted her help. He leaned forward, steepling his hands together, a look in his eyes telling her he was about to launch into a lecture.
"I just want you to be happy."
"I am happy." Averting her gaze, she swallowed back her unease. "Or I will be when I heal Joven."
"And if it doesn't work?"
"It will work." Her face flamed with a mixture of anger and embarrassment. "Why does everyone have so little faith in me?"
"I have a world of faith in you,"
he said, leaning back in his chair and giving her a long look.
"I just think it's best to prepare for all possibilities."
She deftly pulled Odin out from under the blanket and held him. He laid there quietly, blinking up at her, finally content. "How long will you be with us?" He stood, brushing imaginary wrinkles out of his dress pants. He always wore a suit, just like a government agent, a stark contrast to the Amaraki in their jeans and flannel.
"Trying to get rid of me?"
"Why would I do that? It's always a joy to see you." but she wanted him far away if something went wrong. She was having doubts about her abilities. She'd never done this before, and Jezebeth's warning also had her second-guessing herself. His dark eyes bored into her.
Is there something you're not telling me?
She ran her tongue over the roof of her dry mouth, summoning the nerve to tell him the truth.
What we're about to do is very dangerous. Then don't do it,
he said sharply. She jerked back, as if she'd been slapped. And leave Jovan a human forever?
Ouch!
He splayed a hand across his heart, as if she'd stabbed him in the chest.
Being human isn't all that bad. You were one once, remember?
I'm sorry. Her internal temperature soared, and she cursed herself for being so insensitive. I didn't mean to offend you.
It's okay.
He smiled, though it didn't mask the concern in his eyes.
I've been a liaison to the Amaraki a long time. I know how important a protector's role is, and I appreciate their commitment to keeping you and the babies safe.
Thank you. She was relieved he wasn't angry, though that nagging fear wouldn't quit chipping away at her confidence.
I'm not abandoning you.
He wagged a finger at her.
Not in your hour of need. Besides, I have faith in you.
He flashed a broad grin, his eyes shining with pride.
I haven't forgotten it was you who saved an entire tribe from turning into werewolves.
She should have been encouraged by his praise, but his faith in her was unnerving. If she failed, she wouldn't just disappoint him, she could kill him. That was so long ago. She laughed nervously. What the hell was she doing? She'd never pulled spirits out of a fang before. She was in way over her head. She was only going on instinct on this. Though her instinct hadn't failed her before, what if it did this time? His grin widened.
And your magic is even stronger now.
She plastered on a smile, unsure what she said to him next, her mind numbing, as she mumbled some sort of thanks. Yes, her magic was stronger. She only hoped it was strong enough. After finishing her breakfast, Phoenix went upstairs to check on Tori. Though they'd shared a bed last night, Tori hadn't joined her until late, tossing and turning most of the night, until Phoenix had had enough and used her calming magic to soothe her. After Tori fell asleep, Phoenix spent most of the night staring at the ceiling, anxiously mulling over Tori's fate, and that of the Lupescu's should they fail to retrieve the fang. She rapped on the door and then went inside, setting a glass of orange juice on the nightstand. Tori rolled over, rubbing her eyes. "How are you doing?" she asked. After sitting up, Tori took the juice from her. "Worrying and waiting?" she said between sips. "Waiting and worrying?" Phoenix felt her sister's stress in the marrow of her bones. "The Lupescu's won't force you to bond with the Albascus." She tried to sound reassuring. From what she knew of the Lupescu's, they were honorable chieftains. They'd never force a girl to bond with anyone, even her fated mates. "I hope not." Tori grimaced, then downed the rest of the juice. Phoenix jerked at the sound of a muffled scream coming from her backpack. Her mother was at it again, this time louder than normal. If it wasn't for Tori, she'd put on her headphones to drown out her mother's cries. "Have you heard from Magnus?" she asked, warily eyeing her backpack as it rattled on the dresser. Tori gave the backpack a questionable look before turning back to Phoenix. "Not yet, but I think Klaus was supposed to call him. I hope he doesn't turn us away." Phoenix's heart ached at the thought. Magnus wouldn't reject Tori, for they shared the same mother. He won't turn you away. "I'm sorry he's not kind to you." After setting her empty glass on the nightstand, Tori clasped her wrist. "I'll work on him if I get there." Phoenix looked away, unable to stand the pity reflecting in Tori's eyes. "You don't have to." "I want to." When the muffled screams grew louder, Tori and Phoenix looked over at the nightstand. "What is that?" Tori asked. "Don't tell me it's the magic lamp." Phoenix grimaced. You've heard about my mother, the Jinn? Tori's mouth fell open. Yeah, but I had a hard time believing it. Your mom sounds upset. Phoenix pretended as if each piercing scream wasn't like a blade to her heart. Just the existence of Jezebeth was a machete cutting through her soul. If it hadn't been for her demon mother, her brothers would have accepted her, and maybe she wouldn't feel so much like the pariah of the Amaraki. She's always upset. The backpack rattled so hard it fell off the dresser. This upset? Tori asked. No. She slammed the backpack on top of the dresser. Quiet, Mother, she hissed. Why couldn't Jezebeth just leave her alone? Didn't she care that her existence made her life miserable? Maybe you should let her out, Tori said, as the yelling continued. Pacing the floor, Phoenix clenched her hair by the roots, her mother's screams like a drum pounding in her skull. You really don't want me to do that? Why would Tori wish to see the demon who'd driven her fathers mad and destroyed what was left of their fractured family? It's okay, Tori said with resignation. Fed up, Phoenix threw the backpack on the end of the bed, yanked out the lamp and rubbed it with jerky movements. What do you want, Mother? She asked with an eye roll. Jezebeth escaped from her prison in a stream of smoke and hung over the bed like a kite on a string, a wild look in her eyes. Don't let them bring out that fang. Not this again. It's not my decision. Jezebeth wagged a finger at her. Do you want more humans to die? Phoenix snorted at the look of false concern in her mother's eyes. Since when do you care about humans? I didn't mean for Sammy to kill them. Clasping her hands to her heart, Jezebeth's eyes watered. I planned to lift the curses when your fathers returned you to me. Instead, they buried me in that cave and forgot about me. Crossing her arms, Phoenix tapped her foot. I don't believe you. Her mother only cared about herself. Jezebeth pretended to love Phoenix, but she wasn't foolish enough to believe her mother's affection was genuine. The demon had a base instinct to protect her offspring, probably because she hoped to use guilt to manipulate Phoenix into doing her bidding. They will kill shifters too, Jezebeth continued shrilly. Only their death will be far worse. That fang can't leave the forest. Phoenix feigned disinterest. I can't stop them. But what if her mother was right? Think whatever you want about me, and maybe you're right. And I don't care about humans, but I care about you, daughter. I don't want what happened to my mother to happen to you. Phoenix gaped at Jezebeth. You have a mother? Jezebeth's pretty features morphed into something ugly and unholy, making her look like a walking corpse. I did, but she was taken into hell. And that's exactly where these monsters will send you if they escape that forest. Phoenix looked at Tori with alarm, and before she could stop herself, she snatched the lantern's lid off the bed and slammed it down on top of the lamp. Arms flailing, Jezebeth was sucked into the lamp's spout like water circling a drain. After she disappeared, the sisters gawped at each other. Goose flesh rose along Phoenix's neck and arms. She tugged at her collar, suddenly finding the act of breathing difficult. The room's four walls felt as if they were closing in on her. What if her mother was right? Chapter 9. Ilea couldn't control her shaking as the Romanian tribe gathered in the large meeting hall, a repurposed old barn the Lupescus had restored with fresh boards and paint. The old, musty smell was gone, replaced by the inoffensive odor of fresh hay mixed with the strong scents of the different packs. Each pack had a peculiar smell that identified them, which worried Ilea. Jovan had lost his pack scent when his wolf had disappeared, and now he smelled human. There was no other way to describe it other than dirt and ash. She prayed the others wouldn't notice. Much to Jovan's displeasure, she rubbed Boris's urine on his clothes, hoping it would mask the human scent. Luckily, Klaus had spread the word that the Albascus had abused their mate, so the crowd wasn't paying attention to Jovan. Everyone's focus vacillated from the entrance to Victoria and Benjamin, sitting quietly in the front row between Ilea's pack and her father-in-law's pack. Phoenix sat beside her sister, clutching her backpack like a lifeline, her frightened gaze darting about the room. Klaus paced in front of the podium in protector form. The tension radiating off him was enough to dampen the mood while they waited for the shamed pack to make an appearance. She held tightly to Joven's arm, the hair on her nape standing on end when the Albuscus entered the barn. The entire room fell silent as the Albuscus marched down the center aisle, heads held high, Atan in the lead. Though they were all in human form, their eyes shone white, indicating they were on the precipice of shifting. Rigor's nose was swollen and crooked. No doubt it was broken. Her mates had told her about his encounter with Constantine's fist. She had hoped the shamed family would enter with their tails between their legs, but she should have known better than to expect the Albuscus to show any remorse for their actions. They sat in their usual spot behind them, glaring at Ailea before settling on Joven. Nostrils flaring, Atan flashed a wicked grin. Fuck. Ailea tried to hide her fear as she squeezed Joven's hand. Fuck. They know about Joven, she projected to her mates. Somewhat relieved, Joven couldn't hear their conversation. It would do no good to worry him. How do you know? Boris asked. I just know, be ready. Her mates let out low growls but said nothing. When Joven gave her a quizzical look, she squeezed his hand harder. Klaus was obviously not aware of this new development as he pounded the podium with big hairy fists. Brothers and sisters, thank you all for coming to our emergency meeting. I'm sorry for the short notice, but we are faced with an urgent matter that needs resolution. He paused to glare at something beyond Ailea's shoulder. No doubt he was in a stare-down with the Albuscus. Last night, Victoria Wolfstalker and Benjamin Albescu sought refuge with our family. They claim to have been beaten by Grigor Albescu while the second Alpha and Beta watched without intervening. Gasps and murmurs rose, and the tribe gave the Albuscus stony looks. Grigor Albescu, Klaus boomed, pointing at Atan's oldest son. How do you and your brothers plead to these charges? Jumping to his feet, Atan pointed an accusatory finger at Klaus. You mean the lies you fabricated to destroy my family. Atan Albescu. Klaus pounded his chest. You were not called on. You will sit down while your sons face their charges. Ailea cringed, knowing it was all going downhill fast. Magic curled her fingers into claws. She would have to subdue the Albuscus. It was the only way to prevent this meeting from turning into a full-scale war. Boris wrapped his hand around hers. Don't even think about it. I have to stop them. He pulled her hand into his lap. Let my father handle this. The tribe will turn against us if they see you abusing your power. Atan shook a fist at Klaus. The Lupescos have poisoned my son's mate and our Gamma son against us and want them to believe we're evil. That is a lie. Klaus puffed up his chest. Sit down and be quiet. Grigor stood, hands balled into fists, inclining his head toward Victoria. Where are her injuries? Ailea seethed at the accusation. The Albuscus were putting Klaus on the defensive, and he was letting them. Under his pale fur, Klaus's cheeks turned red. Her sister healed her, but first my grandson took pictures with his phone. Pictures? Atan snorted. Do you know how easy it is to alter photos? Klaus gave him a long, cool look. I guarantee these weren't altered. Then it's our word against yours. Atan smiled triumphantly. Who's going to believe you when you're already hiding secrets from our tribe? Ailea felt as if the world had opened up beneath her feet and was about to swallow her whole. How had this evening gone so terribly wrong? Klaus let out a roar so loud Ailea's eardrums rattled like cymbals. People nearby covered their ears. Klaus boomed, I will not let you derail this meeting. Atan's features hardened, his eyes two narrowed slits. "This meeting was designed to distract the tribe so we won't notice Jovan can no longer shift." Gasps rose up from the crowd, followed by heated murmurs, as all eyes turned to Jovan. Ilea pressed protectively against him. "It's you who seek to distract!" Klaus hollered, though there was no mistaking the vibration and undertone of fear in his voice. "Last night, Victoria Wolfstalker and Benjamin Albescu came to us with bloody noses." He waved at them with a shaking hand. "Benjamin was covered in bruises and scars." Folding his arms, Atan gave Klaus a smug look. "But what about Jovan? Is it true he can no longer shift?" "It's temporary." He gave Ilea a quelling look that told her not to refute him. "Ilea will cure him." "How did it happen?" a man called. "Can it happen to us?" another asked. Jovan tensed, a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. Ilea fought the urge to put everyone to sleep. "Rest assured you're all safe," Klaus said, holding up his palms in a calming gesture. "Please, don't lose focus on why I summoned everyone here. Victoria Wolfstalker is being abused by her alpha. She asks to be allowed to return to her brothers in Texas." "Can it happen to us? Can we lose our wolves?" a woman cried almost hysterically. Jovan cursed and slid lower in his chair. "No," Klaus snapped, eyes flashing like strobes. "I've already said you're all safe." There was no mistaking his agitation. This wasn't good. Klaus was losing control. "How do we trust your word when you hid Jovan's ailment from us?" Atan said accusingly. Much to Ilea's chagrin, several tribal members voiced their agreement. "As I said before," Klaus spoke through gritted teeth, "we believe Jovan's condition is temporary."
"How did he lose his wolf?" a woman called from the crowd. "Was he cursed by the demon girl and her mother?"
Ilea glowered at the woman she recognized as Atan's sister. Klaus went eerily still, glaring at the woman and speaking in clipped tones. "That demon girl is a wolf, and no, it wasn't them." "Why did you bring them to Romania?" her alpha mate asked accusingly.
"How did Jovan lose his wolf?"
she asked. Atan thrust a fist into the air. "We deserve to know the truth." "His wolf was taken by a different demon," Klaus roared, his heated gaze sweeping the room. "That demon is no longer a threat to our tribe. It was trapped in a relic in the Hoya Bachu, along with Jovan's wolf. My sons are here to get his wolf back. Ilea has everything well in hand." It took all of her willpower not to shrink before everyone's scrutinizing gazes when Klaus mentioned her name. She was grateful when Jovan put an arm around her shoulders. Atan turned to his avid audience. "So, all this time, the Lupescus have been playing with demons, going in and out of the Hoya Bachu and keeping it secret from their tribe. Now our chieftain expects us to trust him?" Ilea fought the urge to call him out. He was only doing this to distract the tribe from the real problem at hand. His oldest sons were monsters, just like him. "You've trusted Ilea to heal your sick and deliver your babies." Klaus waved at her. "You've heard how she's cured the Alaskan tribe of the werewolf demon virus. She can heal Jovan." Atan turned back to Klaus, giving him a look that would have made a lesser man cower. "I call for a vote of no confidence in our leadership for going into the Vale without our knowledge. That alone is reason enough to behead every one of them." Ilea had had enough. "Don't forget that your sons have also gone beyond the Vale, Atan," she hollered, jumping to her feet. "We have witnesses." The truth was, Atan's sons hadn't gone beyond the Vale, but Ilea had been forced to alter their memories a few months ago to make them believe they had. Boris clasped her wrist and tugged to make her regain her seat. "Let my father handle this." "Like hell," she seethed, remaining on her feet. "Don't try to lie," she added when Atan's cheeks colored.
"Did they?" he asked, sneering. "Or did you place a spell on them to make us believe we had?"
Ilea pretended outrage. Atan wasn't smart enough to figure it out. It had been a lucky guess.
"Atan Albescu, you will sit down and shut up."
Klaus banged the podium so hard it split down the middle. The two pieces toppled to the floor.
"I will no longer play your games."
He jutted an accusatory finger at Atan.
"You seek to undermine our leadership because your sons were caught abusing their mate."
Atan shifted into protector form with a roar.
"You lie."
Klaus picked up a splintered piece of podium and slapped his palm with it.
"Ask their mate and Gamma if you don't believe me. They were bewitched by Ilea Lupescu and those demons,"
Atan said, her name on his lips sounding like poison to her ears.
"If the Albescus are not punished for their actions, it sets a dangerous precedent for our tribe."
Klaus's voice was like a barreling steam train, getting closer to driving through Ilea's skull with each word.
"Do we want to go back to the time when the Albescus allowed wolves to steal other wolves' mates? When they turned a blind eye to abuse of our women?"
More murmurs rose, and everyone glared at the Albescus.
"Mark my words," Atan said, straightening his shoulders. "If the Lupescus are not removed from their position of power, more shifters will lose their wolves to demons." "An outrageous claim with no proof," Klaus hollered. "Jovan is proof enough."
Atan's dark gaze settled on Jovan.
"If the chieftain's son isn't safe, none of us are."
Heaving a groan, Klaus dragged a hand down his face.
"I'll say it again. Ilea has everything well in hand. Jovan's wolf will be restored by the next full moon."
Ilea shuddered. And what would happen if she couldn't restore it? Atan gave a cool look.
"That's tonight." "Very well, then. Tonight."
Klaus's shoulders fell, his voice ringing with defeat.
"Provided the Albescus don't try to disrupt the ritual."
A wide, wolfish grin split Atan's face, and he shared a knowing look with his brothers.
"Oh, we wouldn't dream of it."
Klaus coughed into his fist.
"Now, for the matter at hand. I vote we postpone that matter until after our chieftains prove they can restore Jovan's wolf,"
Atan said, turning to the crowd for support. Many murmured their agreement. Klaus gave him a long look, a tick working in his jaw.
"One has nothing to do with the other."
Atan let out a grating laugh.
"They have everything to do with each other, for you have already proven you are in no position to pass judgment on us."
More people grumbled their agreement. Soon everyone would turn in favor of the Albescus.
"Very well,"
Klaus said wearily.
"But Victoria and Benjamin will remain under our protection, and the Albescus will be placed under house arrest, pending a full investigation of their crimes." "By you?"
Atan asked snidely. If Ilea hadn't been a good person, she would have laid a spell on Atan Albescu that would have permanently incapacitated him and his abusive sons. But though the temptation was great, she did nothing. She was a good person, but she could think about it and imagine how wonderful it would be to be rid of them.
"No,"
Klaus said, and gestured to the tribal members in the front rows.
"The council will assign impartial investigators."
Impartial? She seriously doubted that. Atan was good at coercion, and chances were he'd enlist others to help him bring down the Lupescus. She looked around the room. Many refused to meet her eyes.
"They should also investigate the Lupescus. It's every tribal member's right to know their chieftains are keeping them safe."
A ball of fear tossed around Ilea's stomach like a shoe in a washing machine. Tonight, she had to restore Joven's wolf, for his sake and that of the family. Failure was not an option.
Is this a fucking joke?
Dragging his hands through his hair, Joven angrily paced.
No, I wish it was.
Klaus gazed at him from the entryway, arms crossed.
The council has decided that Atan and his brothers will accompany us tonight during the ritual.
He looked at Boris, who was sitting at the kitchen table with Ilea, Phoenix, and her sister. Boris gripped Ilea's hands while giving Joven a challenging look, as if he were trying to protect her from him. He didn't know if he was more infuriated by Boris's challenge or the way Ilea refused to meet his eyes. The two sisters were also giving him wary looks. Was he to be made the bad guy in all this, when all he'd wanted was to keep his family safe? It wasn't as if he'd asked for this to happen to him.
They will try to interfere,
he said through clenched teeth, and kicked a toy across the floor. It rattled when it hit the fireplace bricks. Ilea looked at him, her eyes flashing gold.
They will try, but I will put them to sleep before that happens. The hole we are digging for ourselves keeps getting deeper.
Boris cleared his throat.
I know, Joven, but we're already asshole deep, and the only way out is to keep digging. Who else will be with them?
He demanded. Surely the council didn't think leaving the Albascus and Lupescus alone together would end well. Klaus pushed off from the wall and said brusquely,
Brahmin pack.
Joven snorted. That pack had only one protector, and they were longtime neighbors of the Albascus.
Do you trust them?
Shrugging, Klaus looked away.
As well as I trust any other pack.
Tor Thunderfoot pushed open the screen door and came in.
I should go with you. I appreciate the offer,
Klaus said.
But we need a protector here, with Bunika and the children.
Joven wasn't about to argue that decision. The Thunderfoot Alphas were the biggest protectors in the Amaraki. He wanted someone strong guarding his children should Ilea's spell go terribly wrong. Though he no longer had his keen wolf senses, the hair on the back of his neck stood on end at the thought. Tor sat across from Phoenix and picked up a glass of brandy.
Very well. I will keep the children safe,
he said, giving Phoenix a fatherly smile.
Don't look at me,
she snorted and tossed her bright pink ponytail over her shoulder.
I'm no child.
Phoenix, Boris said, we'd feel better if you stayed with Tor.
Her cheeks colored.
How am I supposed to learn magic if you won't let me attend the rituals?
Clucking his tongue, Tor shook his head.
This one's too dangerous.
Which is why I should be there, helping Ilea.
Phoenix looked at Ilea to back her up.
No.
Joven surged toward them and bent over the table.
We will have enough people to worry about out there.
Ilea released a slow breath. She's right, she said to Boris, completely ignoring Joven. I might need Jezebel's help. The Jinn won't cooperate unless her daughter is there. Phoenix smiled in satisfaction.
If you go, I go,
Victoria whispered to her.
Fuck,
Joven hollered, hating that his human anger sounded thin and weak compared to a protector's rage. Refusing to look at his family, he stormed out of the kitchen, ignoring Klaus's warning growl when he bumped his shoulder on the way out.
Joven,
Ilea called, but he continued across the yard and into the barn. He needed someplace he could scream, not that it mattered where he went. His weak human voice was like the banging of a tin can compared to his former protector rumble, which was like a clap of thunder. He punched the barn door until his knuckles bled, not even making a dent in the door. His mortal body made him angrier, because he knew he was powerless to stop his family from carrying out their mad plan. Chapter 10. Clutching his arm to his chest, Petra stumbled onto the back porch and went straight to the freezer. Hands trembling, he pulled out an ice pack and pressed it against his arm with a hiss. It did little to assuage the pain. The screen door flew open, slamming against the dilapidated clapboard wall. His alpha father, Atan, stood in the doorway, nostrils flaring, eyes blazing white.
"Where the hell have you been?"
He shook a fist at him.
"You're supposed to be on house arrest."
Cradling his arm like a newborn babe, he stumbled to his feet.
I went to the Hoya Bachu."
His father's eyes widened, then narrowed.
"Have you lost your fucking mind?"
Grigor came out on the porch. Even from a distance, Petra could smell the brandy on his breath.
"I wanted to prove a point."
Atan snarled at Grigor.
"What the hell is he talking about?"
Grigor shrugged, and then belched. Heaving a groan, Petra peeled the ice pack from his arm, wincing when it pulled flaky pieces of skin with it. He held out his arm to his father. The long red pustules throbbed so hard it felt like hot coals had burrowed into his skin. Atan jutted a foot forward, snarling.
"What happened to you?"
Petra swallowed bile as he gingerly reapplied the ice pack.
"I stuck my arm inside the veil."
Grigor laughed, slapping his knee.
"Why the fuck would you do something so stupid?"
His asshole brother thrived on the misery of others.
I wanted to see what would happen."
"Idiot tool!" Atan swore and strode over to him, his hot breath reeking of stale alcohol.
"You've never heard of demon burn?"
He slapped Petra's arm. He yelped as a bolt of fire raced up his arm and spread through his extremities. He backed up, nearly falling down the wobbly back stairs.
5 months ago, we went beyond the veil. To this day, none of us can explain why, and we don't remember what happened there."
He gave his father and brother a dark look.
"All we know is we woke up in the snow and had no idea how we'd gotten there. When Father accused Ilia Lupescu of using witchcraft to alter our memories, he got me thinking maybe he was right."
Grigor's dull eyes brightened.
"Why didn't we come back with demon burns, you mean?"
Atan grimaced, realization dawning.
"Because you never went in."
Petra had always thought it a travesty that he was the smartest member of his family. The alphas were supposed to be the brainiest of the pack, but Atan and Grigor were slow to come to obvious conclusions. He suspected their lack of native intelligence was the real reason the Lupescus had taken over the chiefdom. Grigor's pale face turned red.
"What kind of game are the Lupescus playing?"
His father rubbed the gray stubble on his chin.
"I don't know, but I'm going to find out."
Grigor said.
"We're coming too."
"No." Atan held out a staying hand, his brow creasing.
"Stay here and let your fathers handle this."
Puffing up his chest, Grigor swayed.
"We're not letting you fight the Lupescus alone."
"You have no choice."
Atan looked him over with disgust. "You're on house arrest for beating your mate."
Grigor slapped his chest.
"I don't give a fuck."
"Well, I do."
Atan pushed him so hard he hit the wall with a thunk. "You're in enough trouble right now. Stay home and sober up." "It's not our fault."
Grigor rubbed the back of his head and gave Petra a pleading look. Petra looked away. He had no support to offer his brother. He should have never struck Victoria. Not that she didn't deserve it, but now she'd never mate with him. He was doomed to die a virgin unless he went lone wolf. Atan crossed to Grigor and hauled him to his feet by the collar.
"When did you ever see us beating your mother?"
he hollered, spittle flying from his mouth.
"Never,"
Grigor said with a grating whine.
"But she respects you."
Atan released him and pushed him away.
"And you think beating your mate will get her to respect you?"
Grigor pouted.
"Nothing else does. All the work we've done to get the chiefdom back from the Lupescus."
Atan paced, stopping occasionally to wave a disapproving finger in Grigor's face.
"We might have lost it for good because of your temper. You and your brothers will stay put. or by the ancients, your brother's demon burn will pale in comparison to the beating we'll give you."
After Atan stormed back into the house, Grigor gave Petra a determined look.
"Be ready,"
his thought projected.
"For what?"
Petra asked, though he suspected he already knew.
"Revenge,"
Grigor answered, and followed his father inside. Petra sank onto a nearby chair, his legs going weak with fear. What had he done? Ilea sat in the living room, nursing Emil, while Jovan paced the floor. Her other mates were outside with their stepsons, getting them ready for their journey. Victoria and Benjamin sat on pillows beside the hearth, silently sipping tea and sharing worried looks. Tatiana sat on the opposite sofa, Phoenix holding her hand while Tatiana dabbed at her eyes with a napkin. Ilea hated that she was putting Tatiana through this. Her pregnancy should have been a time of celebration for her stepsons back. Great goddess, what if her stepsons didn't make it back? What if her magic failed? She was so sick with worry, she hardly noticed when Emil fell asleep on her breast. Bunica took the baby and handed him to Anton. She kissed her other children goodnight, her lips lingering, and then Bunica and Anton took the boys upstairs. Klaus poked his head inside and looked at Ilea.
"It's time."
Jovan stopped pacing, throwing up his hands.
"This is ridiculous."
"Jovan," Klaus said, his eyebrows drawing together.
"We won't go through this with you again."
He glared at his alpha father.
"Just because I don't have my wolf doesn't mean I don't get a voice."
"You get a voice, Jovan," Klaus grumbled.
"Believe me, we've all heard it."
He went back outside, slamming the door behind him so hard the pictures rattled on the walls. When he turned to her, mouth open as if to speak, she held up a silencing hand, frustration and fear threatening to overwhelm her. "One thread. That's all that's holding me together. I'm one fucking thread away from losing my sanity." Jovan stalked toward her like a wolf cornering a rabbit.
"I endured a lifetime in the Hoya Bachu. Don't talk to me about losing your sanity."
She flinched. He was right, damn him. The thought of his sons enduring the same fate made her feel sick. Still, she had no choice but to push back her fears. "If we don't go through with this, we lose everything. The Obuscus will take over the tribe again. Victoria will be forced into an abusive pact." She glanced at the girl, who went pale and gaped at her. "We'd be lucky to make it back to Alaska. We're going through with this, Jovan. So you have two choices. You can continue to add to my guilt and misery, or you can get the fuck out of the way and let us save your ungrateful ass." His look of pain nearly shattered what remained of her battered heart. He rushed out without a backward glance. Her chest ached. Even if the mission was a success, Jovan would never forgive her. Boris came inside, his sons trailing behind him. Tatiana jumped to her feet and ran to her mates. She held hands with Constantine, who wiped a tear off her cheek. He kissed his mate's forehead and placed a hand on her belly. Judging from the way they looked intensely into each other's eyes, they were speaking telepathically. She looked away to give them a private moment and gazed into the empty fireplace while Tatiana hugged and kissed her mates. Boris touched Constantine's shoulder, his features cracking for just a heartbeat.
"Ilea needs to put a protection spell on you."
She lit the long stick of sage, big enough to cleanse the entire house. Circling her 4 stepsons, she waved the sage and whispered 3 spells, one for protection from the veil's burning rays, one to clear their minds inside the haunted forest, and one to prevent demons from possessing them. She repeated the process with everyone inside the house, in case their plan failed, though she wondered if sage would be enough to ward off the horrors that resided in the forest. The full moon was half hidden by the branches of the towering pines. Ilea looked at the white wall of mist known as the Veil and swallowed nervously, trying to still her trembling hands while reciting a spell to ward off humans from the area. Her stepsons stood just inside a salt circle with their fathers and grandfathers, organizing their supplies. Phoenix stood quietly behind Ilea, her eyes wide with awe while she gaped at the veil. Despite Victoria's protests, they'd left her at home with Benjamin, Tatiana, Tor, Bunika, Nikolaya, Anton, her Uncle Joe, and the babies. Ilea didn't want Victoria distracting her sister, and they certainly didn't need the girl and her gamma involved in a confrontation with Atan's pack. Atan and his brothers, along with several cousins, were parked a few yards outside the circle. Lounging in the bed of their truck, they slapped their palms with the flat ends of gleaming silver axes, smirks on their hard faces. The Roman tribe hadn't even shown. They'd probably been told by Atan to stay home. "Your axes," Boris said, handing one to each son. He gave Constantine the bag with the wooden box that smelled strongly of sage. It was lined with velvet. "The fang goes inside this." Constantine nodded. His once youthful face was marked by hard lines. "Got it." He and his brothers moved to the center of the salt circle, which was wide enough to encompass several packs. Clenching her hands by her sides, Ilea had a hard time meeting her stepson's eyes, knowing she could very well be sending him not just to his death, but an eternity in the abyss. She forced herself to put it out of her mind. "Are you ready?" she asked Constantine. "As ready as I'll ever be." "I can't thank you enough for doing this," she said, disheartened when he looked away. "I should go with them," a small voice piped up. She turned to Phoenix, frowning. "No, it's too dangerous." "You said the older the wolf, the worse the disorientation. I'm the youngest one here." She straightened. "I should go."
"Absolutely not,"
Boris boomed, towering over her with arms crossed.
"Doesn't my reasoning make sense?"
"It makes perfect sense," he said grimly. "But you're still not going."
Her voice morphed into that of a demonic corpse, and her voice dropped several octaves.
"You expect me to stand by when I know I can help?"
"You can help me prepare the ritual." Ilea glanced at the backpack at Phoenix's feet. "And you can help me convince Jezebel to help us."
"Oh, she's helping,"
Phoenix snorted.
"whether she likes it or not."
"Let's go," Constantine said to his brothers. "The sooner we do this, the sooner we get back to Tatiana." Ilea blinked back tears and prayed they'd make it back. They hoisted their backpacks to their shoulders and disappeared into the wall of mist. She thought to ask the goddess for protection, but the ancients had no control over what happened in the Hoya Bachu. Her stepson's fate was now sealed, as well as the rest of the tribes, should they fail. Chapter 11. Fear and dread churned Constantine's stomach as he led his brothers through the white wall of mist into the haunted forest. He and Dmitri had shifted into protectors, and Andrei and Dejan had transformed into wolves. The four of them would make formidable adversaries for any demons, but there was always the risk of attack. They moved quietly through the gloomy forest, with its gray, petrified trees and scorched earth. He turned to Dmitri, who had the most experience behind the veil of the Hoya Bachu. "Do you feel something different?" Dmitri tilted his head while scratching his white, furry maw. "My brain is clearer." Andrei looked at them, tail fanning the air. "It's not so hot." "More depressing," Dejan added. A seed of hope took root in Constantine. Ilea's protection spells are working. "Do we dare hope this will be easy?" Dmitri asked. "Maybe not a walk in the park," Constantine answered, "but perhaps not as bad as last time." He looked at his wolf brothers. "Can you find the fang?" "I will do my best." His tracker brother Andrei put his nose to the ground and sniffed decaying leaves and blackened twigs, then scurried into the forest. Dejan followed him. "Keep your guard up," Constantine said to Dmitri. "Always," Dmitri said, snarling at a pair of glowing eyes that looked at them from behind a petrified bush. "Always." Petra watched apprehensively as Grigor twitchily walked around the front living room. Unconcerned, Stefan nursed his third glass of brandy and played video games on the computer. Grigor stopped to look out a window, his nose still swollen and bent from Constantine's blow, then went to the hall closet and grabbed a gleaming silver axe. "Catch," he said, tossing it to Petra. He pitched another one to Stefan. "Is it time?" Stefan threw down his controller and jumped to his feet, swaying a bit and grabbing onto the wall. He missed the axe when Grigor threw it to him. It sliced down the center of a cushion, and white fluff spilled everywhere. "Time for what?" Petra asked. He hated when his brothers left him out of discussion and decision-making, and they were always leaving him out. His brothers chuckled. "Time to kick some ass," Stefan slurred. Petra barely had time to slip into his boots before running out the door after his brothers. The youngest Roman pack, 3 unmated skinny shifters with untamed black hair, long noses, and ripped jeans, sat on the porch, passing around a joint, and eyeing them under heavy lids. "What are you doing?" the Alpha asked. "Leaving," Grigor said, eyes shifting to brilliant white. He raised his axe in a threatening gesture. "What does he look like?" The Alpha stumbled to his feet. "You're not supposed to leave the house." Throwing back his head, Grigor let out a menacing laugh. "As if you could stop us." Petra was barely able to keep up with his brother's long strides. He jumped in the back seat of Grigor's truck, shutting the door as Grigor threw the truck into drive. "Where are we going?" he asked. "To get back what's ours," Grigor said, and glared at him in the rearview mirror. Petra knew his brother was daring him to challenge his decision. He slammed into the side of the door when Grigor took a hard left, heading toward the forest. "We're going the wrong way," he said. "Victoria won't be there." Stefan turned with a snarl. "Why not?" Petra swallowed, fear making his blood run cold. With Benjamin gone, his brothers were itching to transfer their abuse to someone else. "She'll be at the Lupescu's house," he finally answered and held his breath. His brothers didn't like being challenged, especially when they knew they were wrong. Grigor gripped the steering wheel with whitened knuckles, snarling at Petra in the rearview mirror. "Klaus will be at the Vale, and our chieftain won't let our mate out of his sight." Petra shook his head. "You're wrong." Grigor jumped on the brakes, and Petra flew forward with a scream, smacking into the back of the headrest. Throwing the truck in park, Grigor jumped out and jerked open his door, pulled him out, and smashed him against the truck. A deep, menacing growl erupted from his throat. "You forget your place. You're the beta, I'm the alpha." Nostrils flaring, he steamed Petra's face with a sharp smell of stale alcohol. "I make the decisions. If you don't like it, I can make you the gamma, and you can cook our food and clean the toilets. Understood?" He understood perfectly well that what Grigor lacked in intelligence, he made up for in brute strength. It would be suicide to press him further. His shoulders slumped as he spoke on an exhale. "I understand." "Good." Grigor jerked open the door. "Now get in the fucking truck and shut up." Petra said nothing as he got back in. The truck rattled and bounced, hitting every pothole on the way to the forest. Petra sulked, suddenly jealous of Benjamin. He'd been wise to leave the pack. Perhaps Petra should have done the same. "My darling boys, help me!" Dmitri shot up from fitful slumber, wincing when the gravelly voice sliced through the stagnant air, piercing his heart like a dull blade. He knew that wasn't their wicked, long-dead mother. She was in hell. But not this one. What the fuck? Dejan was whimpering and circling the scorched earth. "It's not our mother," he answered, snatching his axe off the ground. Constantine, a hulking shadow, stared into a dark copse of trees. A pair of glowing white eyes blinked at them. Though Constantine and Andre had things well in hand after taking first watch, Dmitri should have known he'd get little sleep. Whimpering, Dejan scooted next to him. "What is it?" "Something that wants an axe through its skull." An emaciated gray creature emerged from the shadows, its skeletal tail dragging the ground. When Constantine lifted his axe with a roar, it screeched and ran away. "How are you holding up?" he asked Dejan. "Don't worry about me, brother." The hair rose along the back of Dejan's neck. "I'll manage." Dejan sat up and licked the bottoms of his black paws. For the first time, Dmitri noticed blood dripping from them. "Your paws are burned. The ground is hot." Dejan winced when he set his paw back down. "Alia's protection spell may be wearing off." Dejan whimpered. "I hope not." "Come here, brother." Dmitri opened his arms. "Let me share some of your burden." Dejan's tail drooped, and he hung his furry head. "I don't want to be a burden to you." "You're not." "Thank you." Dejan crawled into Dmitri's lap, licking his face, and then resting his paws on Dmitri's big, hairy legs with a satisfied grunt. Dmitri stroked Dejan's head, as if petting a faithful companion. In a way he was. Dejan had been good to the whole pack, cooking and cleaning for them without asking anything in return. His duties would increase after the baby was born. But just like their Gamma father, Marius, and their grandfather, Anton, Dmitri knew Deja would handle his new responsibilities without complaint. Such was the way with Gammas. They kept the pack well-fed and loved the children, making their house feel like home. Dmitri was ashamed it had taken him this long to appreciate his youngest brother. Never again would he take him for granted. Constantine dragged his scorched feet to a fallen tree stump and sat, crushing the petrified wood from his weight. It crumbled to dust, leaving him in a pile of ash. He was too tired to care. He rested his head against the tree behind him, relieved when it supported him. His brothers followed suit, sitting beside him on the ground. Cross-legged, he frowned at the blackened bottoms of his leathery feet. Though the ground wasn't as hot as before, it was still toasty enough to cause blisters after what felt like a week in the forest. "Hand me the first aid kit," he said to Dmitri. He dug into the backpack and held out the small kit with a limp paw. Constantine winced as he rubbed ointment on a blister, but he didn't complain. His brothers also suffered with cuts and burns. He handed back the ointment, thankful they were more prepared this time. If only they could find that fang. They ate the moose jerky they'd packed, and Constantine poured water from the canteen into a bowl for Andrei and Dejan, who were still in wolf form. After what felt like several days searching the forest, they still hadn't found the fang, and they were almost out of food and water. But they'd gone through too much to turn back now. He couldn't return empty-handed and risk disappointing his family, but he feared a demon had taken it. They froze when they heard a strange howl in the distance. "That sounded like a wolf," Dmitri projected. Another howl echoed through the forest, rattling the petrified trees. This cry sounded oddly familiar, a mournful wail that reminded Constantine too much of Jovan. Constantine clambered to his feet, as did the others, and they crept through the trees toward the sound. After jumping over a steaming river of lava, they ended up at the mouth of a dank, dark cave. "Is it in there?" Dejan asked, fear ringing in his words. Rubbing his chin, Constantine eyed the cave. "I imagine so." Hiding behind a bush, they watched the cave for signs of life. After several long, tense moments, 2 giant, demonic spiders emerged, their front legs locked together as they spit venom in each other's grotesque faces, curved pincers protruding from their mouths, making clacking sounds. One spider was as big as a car, and had eyes that glowed red and a big red dot on its black abdomen. The other spider was half its size, with brown, furry legs and white, glowing eyes. The black spider managed to flip the brown one on its back, snapped off its neck, and swallowed its head whole. "Ouch," Dmitri projected, sounding both afraid and amused. "This reminds me of black widow spiders eating the males after mating," Andrei said. "Guess he didn't know how to satisfy her," Dejan joked, his laughter ringing in Constantine's head. Constantine failed to see the humor in the situation, especially as Tatiana had tried to do the same thing with Dmitri when they'd been possessed. But he wasn't about to ruin the joke. It was the first time Dejan had laughed since they'd entered the forest. After the spider finished off her victim's head, she spun white thread around its body, like she was wrapping it in cellophane. "Snacks for later," Dejan added. Constantine went still when the spider crawled on top of her victim, sat up, and let out a wolf's howl. Constantine said, "I think we found the fang. Dmitri, we'll distract her. Go around and block the entrance. We don't want her going back into the cave." He looked to Dejan. "Dejan, you ready to be bait?" Dejan whined, tail tucked between his legs. "No, but I'll do whatever it takes to find that fang and get the hell out of here." Chapter 12. Tori sat beside Benjamin at the dining room table, nibbling a cookie, nerves eating at her insides. If Tatiana's mates failed to find that fang, more than Joven's wolf was at stake. The Albascus would be in a better position to take back the chiefdom, which meant they'd be able to force her to return to her mates. That thought was like a lead weight lodged in her chest. She'd rather die than bond with Grigor. The tension in the kitchen was palpable. Everyone was on edge, waiting for news from the Vale. Tatiana had been so upset she'd made herself sick, vomiting several times before Bunica made her an herbal tea and forced her to sleep in a bedroom upstairs. Shortly after that, Bunica and Anton had gone upstairs with the babies. Nikolaya, Tor, and Agent Johnson were patrolling outside. That left Tori alone with Benjamin. This would normally have been a time for her to enjoy his company, but she was too worried to focus on anything else. Tor came in, slipping his cell phone in a pocket. "I just got off the phone with Magnus," he said to Tori. Bile projected into her throat, and she swallowed convulsively to keep from retching. The cookie in her hand was crushed, and crumbs fell to the plate. "Oh?" She tried to sound calm as she wiped her hand on a napkin. "What did he say?" He poured himself a mug of coffee. "Your brothers will be here in about an hour." She looked at Benjamin and was not reassured by the panic in his eyes. "They're in Romania?" Her heartbeat quickened. What if they were here to force her to complete the bond? Magnus and Jax got on a plane after Klaus called them last night. He poured creamer in his cup. Ugh. Losing what little she had left of her appetite, she pushed the plate of cookies away. "I didn't know he called them." Tor arched a brow as he palmed his coffee. "What's the matter?" "What if Magnus refuses to help us?" She hated how small her voice sounded, which was almost as insignificant as she felt. "Do you think he will?" Tor asked and sipped. "I don't know." She shrugged, unable to sustain eye contact with the chieftain. "He's never been there for me." Benjamin clasped her hand, giving her a sympathetic look. "He's had a lot on his plate." "Don't we all?" She was surprised Benjamin would defend Magnus, though it was probably only to spare her feelings. She shifted uncomfortably as all eyes focused on her. "What if he says we have to make up with Grigor?" "He won't," Benjamin blurted. It sounded more like wishful thinking than a declaration. "You don't know that," she snapped, regretting her tone when he winced. Benjamin was more a victim of Grigor's abuse than she was. If anyone needed comforting words, it was him. "There's no sense in worrying over something that hasn't happened," Tor said, and set his empty cup in the sink. "That's easy for you to say," she said irritably. "You're an alpha and a chieftain. You get to be in control. We don't." Benjamin silently nodded his agreement. Tor crossed to her in a few long strides and bent over her, making her feel smaller than a mouse. "If Magnus refuses to help you, I will. You're more than welcome to stay with us in Alaska." Shocked, she gaped at him. "We don't want to be a burden to anyone." "You won't be," he said with a smile, and then walked outside. "Well," she whispered to Benjamin, "do you think he's serious?" "I hope so," Benjamin answered.
I'd love to live in Alaska. I hear we can shift whenever we want.
That would be amazing. And I'd be close to my sister. Close to family that actually cared about her. They left the kitchen and sat on the sofa beside the unlit hearth. This room would be warm and cozy during the winter, like an Alaskan cabin. The more she thought about moving there, the more it appealed to her. She leaned against a pillow and let out a contented sigh when Benjamin rubbed her feet. Everything would work out. It had to. Her life had sucked long enough. Dejan hobbled toward the mouth of the cave and fell on his side, tail limp and eyes closed. The wolf spider watched with interest, her red glowing eyes transfixed. She left the decapitated spider corpse and hurried down the incline, her big abdomen nearly dragging the ground. Constantine held his breath when she stopped a few yards from Dejan and studied him before inching slowly forward and letting out a familiar wolf's whine. There was no doubt she had Joven's wolf inside her. Constantine only prayed they could get it out. When she was almost within striking distance, Constantine howled and jumped from behind the bush, his gleaming silver axe raised above his head. Dejan scrambled to his paws, snarling at the beast and backing away. Rising up on her back legs, the spider let out a powerful hiss, followed by a protector's roar. Venom shot from her mouth and splattered Constantine's legs, burning off fur before sinking into his skin like liquid fire. He howled and swung his axe, barely missing her skull but cutting off a pincer. Squealing, she backed away, then ran up the incline to the mouth of the cave. Dmitri was waiting for her, Andre by his side, his ears flattened against his skull as he vocally threatened the beast. Dmitri swung and missed. The spider moved so quickly, her massive body was a black blur. Andre snapped at her, then let out an agonized cry when venom struck the side of his face. Constantine and Dejan raced up the hill to help their brothers corner the beast. Constantine swung his axe again and again, nearly falling face first into the dirt when she slipped away. He swore when more venom struck him. How could she move so fast? Dejan let out a howl, then made Constantine's heart stop. He gasped in horror when half of his brother's face melted like a ball of wax, his eyes slipping down like it was being carried on a strong current. Dmitri let out a primal roar and launched himself at the spider, sinking his axe into her back. He was forced to drop the axe to cover his ears when her shrieks nearly deafened him. The beast let out a violent shudder and toppled to the ground, legs fanned out beneath her. She shuddered again, before going eerily still. Dmitri jerked the axe out of her back, and a long string of goop stretched from the head before snapping. Throwing down the axe, he ran to Dejan. Constantine sat beside his injured brother, while Andre whimpered beside him. Dejan cried softly, his breathing strained, his chest rapidly rising and falling. His one eye closed and his tongue flopped out of his mouth. Dmitri looked at Constantine. "We have to get him to Ilea." Constantine nodded. "But we're not leaving until we get what we came for." He carefully circled the spider, watching for any movement. When he saw none, he whistled to Dmitri. "Help me move her." Pressing against her furry body, they heaved and groaned to flip her on her back. The work was tiring, and the burning in Constantine's feet intensified, making each step unbearable. When her round, fleshy abdomen was exposed, Constantine fetched his axe and sliced into her gut. He scrunched up his nose at the rancid smell that came out, followed by all kinds of objects, including an old pocket watch and a compass. When the fang appeared, he snatched it up and held it above his head with a triumphant roar. His brothers howled their delight, but their celebration had to be cut short when Dejan let out another pitiful sound. "Let's go home." Dmitri scooped their youngest brother into his arms and turned toward the pinpricks of light in the distance, the beacon their fathers had set up for them to find their way out of the forest. Constantine tucked the fang in the box and shoved it into his backpack, clutching it tightly. "Lead the way," he said to Andre, whose tracking skills gave them their best chance at escaping. Andre let out a yelp and bounded toward the light, his tail furiously wagging.
"We need to hurry,"
Dmitri said to him, shifting Dejan in his arms. When Dejan shuddered and went still, Konstantin prayed they weren't too late. Ilea stood at the edge of the salt circle, careful not to step outside its boundaries should something unholy emerge from that forest instead of her stepsons. She prayed they survived the ordeal. About 20 minutes had passed since they'd gone into the haunted forest, which would have felt like a week to them. A week they'd been gone and still hadn't emerged with the fang. Phoenix stood beside her, worrying her bottom lip and clutching her backpack. 3 of Ilea's mates hovered around her. Boris was in protector form, kicking up dirt like a bull ready to charge. She could practically feel him breathing down her neck. Jerry and Mario stood beside him, swinging small axes. The tension that radiated off the 3 of them was palpable. Jovan stood apart, his attention on the patch of forest illuminated by a spotlight that ran on a generator. Just heaving, he clutched a gleaming silver axe in a death grip. Ilea's mates, Alpha Father, Klaus, was in protector form near the spotlight, tapping on the metal and keeping a wary eye on the albascus. His beta brother, Novak, paced beside him, snarling at a tan albascu. Ilea wouldn't hesitate to curse them if they dare try to harm her family. A familiar howl was heard in the distance, and Ilea and her family perked up. Jovan grabbed her arm.
"That sounded like Konstantin."
Ilea's heart caught in her throat when she saw them emerge. 2 protectors and 2 wolves, looking like mongrels, crusted with blood and ash matting their fur. Dmitri carried Dejan, whose face was in terrible shape, fur charred and flesh exposed. Atan and his family let out predatory howls and jumped from the truck bed, swinging their axes. Ilea's heart leaped into her throat. No way was she going to allow them to hurt her stepsons. But before she could cast a sleeping spell, the entire Albascu tribe disappeared in a blink. Ilea spun to face Phoenix. "Did you do that?" The girl tossed her pink ponytail over her shoulder.
"I did,"
she said with a smirk.
"Where are they?"
"Back at the tribal lodge, hopefully." Ilea arched a brow. "Hopefully?" Phoenix shrugged. "Probably." Klaus let out a boisterous laugh.
"Good work, child,"
he boomed and slapped his knee. Phoenix visibly swallowed.
"You're not mad?"
Klaus went up to the girl and tapped her nose with his big hairy thumb.
"No, because they would have tried to kill my grandsons. Just promise you'll only use this trick when it's a life or death situation."
"I promise." He patted her head.
"That's a good girl."
Her stepsons entered the circle, and Dmitri let out a heart-wrenching sob.
"Please help him,"
he begged, laying Dejan in the dirt. The stench of rotting flesh hit her hard, and she gulped, then fell upon him, smoothing her hands across his dried fur while chanting a healing spell. Magic flowed through her fingertips like rushing water as she focused on making Dejan whole. By the time she finished, sweat dripped down her brow, and her hands shook. But when she looked into Dejan's smiling, furry face, her exhaustion instantly passed. He jumped to all 4 paws and licked her face. He'd healed completely, leaving only dried blood behind. Dmitri knelt beside Dejan and slid his hairy arms around his neck. They nuzzled each other in an endearing show of brotherly affection. Ilea looked at Konstantin. "Please tell me you found the fang." He pulled the wooden box out of the backpack and handed it to her. She opened it. Inside was a curved black tusk, as smooth as marble. "Are you sure Jovan's wolf and protector are inside it?"
"They are."
Jovan knelt beside her and reached out a trembling hand.
"They called to me."
When he tenderly stroked the fang, tears pricked Ilea's eyes. Despite all his protests, she knew they'd done the right thing in retrieving his beasts. She clasped his wrist. "Let's reunite you with them, shall we?" He nodded, then looked at his sons.
"You boys don't know how much this—" "We know, Father," Dmitri said, laying a heavy paw on his shoulder.
"Thank you." Jovan said, wiping his eyes. 1,000 times. Thank you. Let's get this over with before Atan and his ilk return, Klaus grumbled. Ilea turned to Phoenix. Time to call your mother. Though she could have done the ritual without the gene's advice, she decided not to risk it. Phoenix pulled the lamp out and summoned her mother. The angry gene appeared, bobbing on the translucent string that tethered her to the lamp. Mother, Phoenix said, like her name left a sour taste in her mouth. Ilea is about to pull Jovan's beasts from the thing. Jezebeth folded her arms. So you've retrieved it? Ilea stiffened beneath the gene's scrutinizing glare. We have. I would not advise it. Jezebeth turned up her chin, looking down at Ilea from beneath thick lashes. You should throw that fang back into the forest. After all we've sacrificed? Ilea seethed, grinding her teeth. No fucking way. Not when they were so close to healing Jovan. How could she possibly do that to him? Jezebeth let out a disinterested sigh. If you won't heed my advice, why did you summon me? How do I pull Jovan's wolf and protector from the fang without releasing the demons? She asked, though she had a good idea about that. She wanted reassurance she was on the right track, and then realized she wouldn't need it if not for the nagging self-doubt she couldn't shake. She looked smug. You don't already know? Ilea refused to let this bitch make her doubt her magic. I have a good idea. The gene impatiently tapped the air with a slippered foot. And what is your idea? To summon them only by name and banish the demon Gorgon. She had the name of the demon who possessed Jovan now. She'd be able to separate it from Jovan's beasts. Jezebeth shook her head. You don't know how many demons are in that fang by now. Fuck. She hadn't thought other demons might be inside the fang. Is that possible? There's no way of telling. The gene drawled and scanned the area. I see you've created a salt circle. Yes. Ilea dared the gene to find fault with her circle. Demons can't enter it. Yet my daughter and I are here, she said with a laugh. You were invited in, Ilea corrected. Jezebeth pointed toward the box. That fang was invited in too. Phoenix clutched her arm. Pull out Jovan's wolf and protector, and then throw the fang out of the circle. Since you two have it all figured out, I'll go back into my lamp while you destroy the earth, the gene said with an eye roll. I would ask one thing of you. I don't want my daughter anywhere nearby when you conduct the ritual. That's the least you can do, since you've ignored all my other advice. Hands on hips, Phoenix glared at her mother. I'm not leaving. Klaus cleared his throat and stepped forward. I can take her back to the house. No! Phoenix yelled, the rattle in her voice shaking the air around them and making the ground tremble as if they were in an earthquake. When everyone cringed, Phoenix hung her head. Sorry. We don't have a good phone signal here, and Tatiana and the others will be worried, Klaus said to the girl. We can deliver the good news that my grandsons have returned from the Vale. But Ilea needs me, she said. Ilea ran trembling hands down her jeans. I can handle this by myself. She offered the girl a sympathetic smile. Besides, your mother's right. Though Ilea was loath to admit it, there was a slim chance this could go terribly wrong. Plus, Klaus added, I have a bad feeling. Instinct tells me our family needs more protectors. I'm afraid Atan will take his vengeance out on them. Phoenix blanched. I agree, Father, Boris said. I don't like our family being separated. After Phoenix reluctantly agreed to go with Klaus, she put her mother back in the lamp and shoved it in her backpack, then went to his truck. Please hurry, Ilea, Klaus said, casting her a worried glance as he got into the truck. Ilea did her best to ignore the flurry of butterflies swarming her stomach. I will. Chapter 13. Grigor pulled his truck off the road and parked behind a copse of trees. This is far enough, he said to his brothers. We shift and walk from here. Grigor had wolf-touched senses, plus it was a full moon, so the landscape was well illuminated. He eyed Petra, who looked the other way. Good. The Gamma knew not to challenge him a second time. Though Grigor was itching for a fight, he'd rather save his strength for the Lupescus and kick Petra's ass later. No sooner had they gotten out than Petra challenged him again. He scented the air. I don't smell them here. I don't even scent our fathers.
I do,
Stefan said, giving Petra dark looks.
They were here.
But they're not here now, Petra said. Clenching his hands, Grigor's protector let out a dark rumble. It took all Grigor's strength not to knock out a few of Petra's teeth.
Hide!
Petra ducked behind a tree as a truck barreled down the road. They leaped behind trees and into long grass and ducked until the taillights of Klaus Lupescu's truck vanished in the distance. Grigor could make out two shadows inside the cab.
Told you,
Petra said. Grigor backhanded Petra so hard he felt the crack of bone and blood splattering the ground.
I don't give a fuck what you said.
Removing his clothes, he pretended he hadn't struck his brother and shifted into beast form. Stefan shifted into a protector, like him. Petra changed into a scraggly gray and white wolf.
That's what you get for challenging an alpha.
Stefan laughed, and Petra hung his head, tail dragging. Petra's snout was covered in blood, and one of his fangs was cracked. He whimpered while following behind. It was then Grigor realized how much he loathed those lesser shifters who couldn't transform into hulking beasts. What use were they? After they got back their bitch, he wouldn't let her breed with his Beta and Gamma brothers. That way, she'd have only protectors, and their sons would be the strongest pack in all the Amaraki. After Ilea smoked the area with sage again and placed more protection spells on her family, she knelt beside the box and pulled out the fang. Jovan sat across from her.
I'll understand if you don't want to go through with it.
We've come too far to stop now. She looked at her oldest stepson. Constantine, as soon as I pull out Jovan's wolf and protector, run that fang back into the forest.
And put it where?
Anywhere, as long as it's beyond the veil, and then hurry back. She was afraid Atan and his axe-wielding cousins would be back before they left. Lie down, she said to Jovan, patting the ground in front of her. He visibly swallowed and lay on his back. She brushed him with sage, then pulled a blade out of her pocket and took his hand in hers. Forgive me, she said, pricking his thumb with the tip of the knife. He didn't even flinch, but he kept his eyes closed. Whispering the extraction spell, she pressed the tip of the fang to his thumb, calling only to his protector and wolf, and banishing Gorgon and any other demons to the darkest recesses of the fang. A bright light emanated from the fang, shrouding his hand in a soft glow before spreading to his entire body. The glow brightened and pulsed for several heartbeats, and then dulled to a soothing light, and vanished. She cupped his cheek. Jovan, she whispered, can you feel your wolf? His eyes shot open, glowing a bright silver. He let out a howl. And your protector? She asked. His nose lengthened, and fur sprouted all over his face before he shifted into a mighty protector, letting out a victory roar as he jumped to his feet, shaking the ground. Ilea handed the fang to Constantine. Run! He spun on his heel and raced to the veil, his brothers following. He'd almost reached it when something slammed into him, knocking him to the ground. Ilea screamed when the fang flew from Constantine's paw in an arc and hit the ground.
Where is she?
A huge white protector, who sounded like Grigor, hollered, pounding his chest.
Where's our fucking mate?
She's not here, Grigor, Constantine said, wiping blood off his mouth and baring his fangs. Dmitri stood beside Constantine, and Andre and Dejan flanked them, the fur on the back of their necks standing on end. Ilea tensed when Andre edged toward the fang. Another alpha flanked Grigor. Ilea knew him to be Stefan. A bedraggled gray and white wolf crouched behind them, tail down. He had to be Petra, the only smart one among them. Did these three scraggly mutts think they could take on the Lupescus?
Where's our fathers?
Grigor yelled. Boris faced down the young albuscus.
Not here. What did you do with them?
He asked accusingly.
You're supposed to be on house arrest, Grigor, Boris said. Go home before you get in trouble. You think this is trouble? The trouble has just begun.
Grigor let out a deep rumble. He was joined by his alpha brother. Had these protectors no fear, no common sense? When the strong smell of brandy wafted toward her, Ilea knew exactly where they'd gotten their courage. Andre inched closer and closer to the fang, but before Andre could get it, Petra snatched the fang in his bloody mouth and dropped it at Grigor's feet. Ilea felt as if her heart would implode when Grigor kicked his beta brother out of the way and picked up the fang.
"What's this?"
he asked, turning it over in his paws. "Put that down, Grigor," she said, stepping over the salt circle and moving slowly toward him.
"Why?"
he asked. "You have no idea what you're holding." Spreading her fingers, she prepared to channel magic. Putting him to sleep would be easiest, but she didn't want him breaking the fang on the way down. "That fang is very dangerous." Grigor let out a deep, dark laugh, and before she could hit him with her magic, he snapped the fang in half. The Lupescos howled and dropped to their knees when a dark hiss filled the air. A sharp, stabbing sound penetrated her sensitive ears like flaming needles, searing her brain. "Back into the circle!" she cried. Her mates and stepsons crawled toward her. Grigor and his brothers writhed on the ground, a black fog enveloping them. "Great goddess," she breathed, "what have I done?" Chapter 14. "Help me!" Ilea feverishly worked to repair the salt circle after her family scrambled inside it. The noise in her head was deafening, rattling her brain so hard she wanted to vomit. The black fog spread steadily toward them. Her mates and sons-in-law helped her push the scattered salt back in place. Afterward, the sound thankfully subsided to a sibilant whisper. The fog dissipated, leaving behind 3 large black structures where the young albuscus had once been. One at a time, they cracked and opened, and she clutched at Jovan. The first creature to emerge was a furry black spider demon with glowing red eyes and large pincers protruding from his mouth. Her heart nearly gave way when she saw the fang protruding from the top of its head like a rhino's horn. How had that happened? And how in fuck was she supposed to get it back? The second demon was just as huge and gruesome. The third was half their size, brown with quick movements and shifting white eyes. What just happened?"
"What I feared would happen," Jovan said, squeezing her shoulder. "They've been turned into Jarakumus."
"How do we stop them?" Jerry asked from behind her, fear reverberating in his words. I don't know." She had a tension headache coming on, making it difficult to think. When the spiders surged toward them, pincers clacking, Boris, Jovan, Constantine, and Dmitri swung their axes. It would have been easier to shoot them, but bullets only angered demons. Only silver blades could take them down. The betas and gammas shifted into wolves and flanked the protectors. The demons looked at the salt circle, made strange squealing sounds, and backed up. They then turned and raced in the other direction toward the road that led to town. "We have to stop them," Boris said.
"Wait,"
Constantine said. Thousands of red-eyed spiders, about the size of Ilea's fist, descended from the trees, sliding down thin fibers that looked like fishing line. They let out shrill hisses and split into 2 groups. One half followed the 3 large demons, running so fast their bodies were just a dark blur. The other half surrounded the salt circle.
Fuck.
"What's happening?" Dmitri warily eyed the spiders as they trained their glowing eyes on their group.
"They are keeping us hostage,"
Jovan answered. "Why?" Dejan asked, his voice turning shrill. Jovan's dark gaze swept the circle.
"So their masters can capture their mate."
"How do you know this?" she asked. Shadows darkened his features. because I remember craving you even after I'd been transformed into a Giacomo.
Victoria was back at her in-laws' house, along with her babies. Her protective instinct caused a sudden burst of magic to shoot through her body, pooling in her hands like raging rivers, battering dam walls. "Everybody get down!" Her family hit the ground, and she blasted magic across the clearing, evaporating spiders and flattening trees like she'd set off a nuclear bomb. By the time her magic pulsed through the forest, it had flattened miles of trees, diminishing until it faded into clear waves that vibrated the few trees left standing. There was nothing left of their spider captives, save for thousands of tiny ash piles that looked like spilled gunpowder. Magic still pulsed across her skin, throbbing so hard her muscles ached. She didn't care. She had to get to her babies. Joven got to his feet, gaping at her as if she was a ghost.
"Where did you learn such powerful magic?"
It sounded as if someone else was speaking through her, as she said in an unfamiliar, deep voice,
"This is what happens when demons threaten my children."
One moment Tori and Benjamin were rocking on the porch swing together, holding hands, and the next, a dark pall washed over the place, making her feel like she'd stepped into an old black-and-white horror movie. Her heart pounded. "Do you feel that?" Releasing her hand, he slowly stood, eyes on the horizon.
"What the fuck?"
Though it was late into the night, with their wolf-touched senses and the full moon overhead, Tori could see almost as well as in daylight. An eerie hush had fallen. The air was stagnant, stifling. Tor raced through the front field toward the house, wildly waving his arms.
"Get in the house, now!"
he boomed, shifting into a massive brown protector. Benjamin dragged her inside as Klaus's truck pulled into the drive with Phoenix in the passenger seat. "My sister!" she screamed, pulling away from Benjamin. Ignoring his call for her to come back, she ran down the stairs, jerked open Phoenix's door, and helped her out of the truck. "Are you okay?" Phoenix was clutching her backpack. "Confused? What's going on?" "I have no idea," Tori said.
"Come on,"
Benjamin growled, and the three of them went back up the stairs. She threw a glance over her shoulder. Klaus had joined Tor and his brother Nikolaya in the driveway. They were transformed into protectors and wielding giant silver axes. What the fuck was happening? Agent Johnson rushed onto the porch, brandishing a gun.
"What's going on?"
"Evil is coming," Benjamin said. "I can feel it in my bones." Tori felt it too, but she'd no idea what that evil was. The agent squinted at the trees.
"I don't see anything."
"Did something happen at the Vale?" she asked Phoenix. Phoenix shook her head. "Constantine and his brothers came back with a fang. When we left, Ali was about to conduct the ceremony. I knew we should have stayed." Tori grimaced. "Something happened at the ceremony." Phoenix's eyes welled with tears. "What if demons killed them?" Tori hastened to assure her. "No, they have lots of protectors, and Ilea is a powerful witch." Phoenix's gaze turned toward the horizon. Tor, Klaus, and Nikolaya kept their axes raised while staring off into the distance, tension visible in their rigid spines. "If she's that powerful, how did the evil get out?" Tori shared a hopeless look with Benjamin. "I'm not sure." Her breath caught in her throat, her heart rate slowing to a painful thud when the trees beyond the field swayed. Hundreds of birds took flight as if escaping hungry predators. The full moon illuminated their ascent until darkness filled the sky above them, casting a haze over the moon. Instinct told her that darkness was black magic. Several birds fell mid-flight, plummeting to the ground as if their wings had been clipped. Fuck, she breathed.
"What's happening to the birds?"
Johnson whispered. "Don't you see the shadow over the moon?" He shook his head.
"I guess humans can't see it."
"Be glad you can't." Anton came out of the house with axes. He threw one to Benjamin and another to Tori.
"Be ready,"
he said,
before sprinting down the stairs to join the others. Benjamin turned to her. "Get in the house, Tori." The axe felt heavy in her hands and weighed down her arms, but she refused to relinquish it. "I'm not letting you stand alone." Johnson cocked his gun and walked down the steps as if he was marching to the beat of his funeral drum. "Neither am I." Benjamin set his axe against the railing and clutched her shoulders. "Tori, it's too dangerous out here." "I want to stay with you." She swallowed back her tears while searching his eyes. "If you die, I have nothing." "I have nothing if you die." His voice cracked like splintered ice as he looked from her back to the trees. She clutched her axe in a white-knuckled grip. "Then we die together." Shoulders sagging in defeat, he released her, picked up his axe, and went down the stairs. Tori turned to Phoenix, who vehemently shook her head. "Hell am I hiding?" Tori hurried after him, and still he managed to stay several paces ahead. Why was he pulling away? But Phoenix kept close, still hanging onto her backpack. The protectors paid them no heed when the three of them joined them. Nostrils flaring, they beat their chests like apes and hollered into the darkness. "A gun won't stop this evil, and neither will a human," Tor said to Agent Johnson. "You'll be safer inside." Johnson gave Tor a defiant look. "I've already cheated death. If I die today, at least it's on my terms while defending my family." Though Tori admired his dedication, she had a bad feeling that a human armed with only a gun wouldn't fare well in a demon attack. The darkness came, flowing toward them like a wave of black washing up on a shoreline. She held her breath, and she saw thousands of spindly legs and red glowing eyes. That wasn't a wave. It was an infestation of demonic spiders. How were axes supposed to defeat them? She shielded her eyes when she was suddenly blinded by a white light. She felt Phoenix move past her, peeked through her fingers, and saw twin suns exploding from her sister's outstretched hands. The creatures let out ear-shattering squeals and moved back as one into the forest. "How are you doing that?" she asked. "I don't know." Phoenix sounded strained, and her shoulders sagged. She finally dropped her hands, and the light faded as she wiped sweat off her brow. "But it's tiring." Johnson looked around as if in a daze. "What just happened?" Tori didn't have time to explain. She caught Phoenix in her arms when she swayed. "Benjamin," she cried, "a little help?" They lowered her to the gravel driveway. Someone handed Phoenix a bottle of water. Phoenix's arms shook, and her face was a wan shade of green. Whatever magic she'd used had certainly been draining. Tori gasped when the trees shook again. This time, 3 spiders as big as cars appeared, issuing shrill battle cries. 2 of them were black hairy beasts, and the one in front had a black horn protruding from its head. The third was half their size, brown with white eyes that glowed like twinkling stars. When Benjamin fell to his knees with a scream, she knelt beside him, clutching his shoulders. "Benjamin, what's wrong?" "They're in my head," he cried. "They're speaking to me." "How?" she asked. But somehow she knew, for their scent was oddly familiar, like a corrupted, coppery-tanged version of her 3 fated mates. No, it couldn't be. She slowly rose to her feet and made eye contact with the big black spider in front, bouncing on 8 legs, while his red, glowing eyes focused on her. "Great ancients, save us." Axe in hand, Benjamin got to his feet. Their sibilant hisses still resonated in his ears. "Traitor," they called him, though the tongue was foreign. Somehow he knew their language, and that those things were his brothers. "We shall feast on your blood. After we take her from you, then we feast on her blood." Chest heaving, he raised his axe and let out a war cry. "You will have to kill me first." "With pleasure." He turned to Tor with a wild look in his eyes. "Either you kill them or I will." Tor's grin lacked humor, even as it showed his determination.
Come at me, Gerakamos.
The spiders lunged, dodging the protectors' axes, moving so fast they blurred into one. The protectors were fast, too, but not fast enough. Venom streaked their legs. Benjamin worried the demons would wear the protectors down. Then what would happen to them? How could he protect Tori when he was only a gamma? They weren't made to fight. He looked over at his mate. She had a wild look in her eyes while she waved her axe. Her sister sat in the dirt beside her, dazed, still not recovered from using the strong magic. He heard a truck in the distance, racing down the road. As it sped toward them, he saw the woman standing in the bed, leaning over the cab, her hands glowing brightly. The magic bounced off the hood of the truck and soared straight at the demons. One of the large black spiders saw the ball of flame heading for them and pushed the smaller brown one in its path. It lit up like a comet, its screams so sharp Benjamin fell to his knees and covered his ears. The small spider disintegrated, and a ball of ash rained down on their heads. The spider who'd pushed him scurried into the forest, followed by the other spider, and a black wave moving like a pool of ink. Benjamin hadn't even noticed the fist-sized spiders had returned. He froze when a single spider darted from under a rock and raced up Agent Johnson's pant leg. The human didn't notice. Benjamin smacked Johnson's leg with the blunt end of his axe. "Hey!" he cried, lifting his leg. "A spider crawled up your pants," he blurted. Johnson's eyes widened. "What?" Before the human could stop them, Tor and Klaus were ripping off his pants, exposing his bony legs and boxer shorts. The human kicked and swore as the protectors examined him. Tor scowled down at Benjamin while clutching both the human's frail legs in one massive paw. "I see nothing." "It was there," Benjamin insisted. "I saw it." After apologizing to the old human, Tor set him on his feet. The agent climbed the porch steps without a backward glance and went into the house, slamming the door behind him. Ilea and the others emerged from the truck. Boris held Ilea's hand while they ran up the driveway. "My babies!" she cried. "Inside with the others," Tor said, wiping his brow. They brushed past him and hurried inside. Benjamin wanted to ask them how in fuck his brothers had turned into demonic spiders, but the truth would come out soon enough. All he cared about now was stopping them. Deep in his soul, he knew Petra was gone, discarded by the demon that had once been Grigor. Though he knew he should mourn his brothers, he couldn't. Not after the many years of abuse, and certainly not after the way they treated Tori. His mate sat beside Phoenix, rubbing her back. "You need rest," she said to her sister. Phoenix leaned her head on Tori's shoulder, her eyelids heavy with fatigue. "Just a little. Then I'll be ready to fight again," she said, and yawned. Benjamin winced when a deep howl went up, followed by two more. Klaus and his brothers stood in a circle, their faces pointed toward the sky, sending out the mournful distress call of the Amaraki. Hopefully, other wolves would heed the warning and arm themselves. Ancients helped them if they didn't. A plume of dust was their only sign that another vehicle approached. Tori looked at the speeding car, then slumped, chest caving in as if she carried the weight of the world. "What is it?" he asked. "My brothers." Damn. How was he supposed to explain all this to Magnus when he could hardly believe it himself? "Tatiana!" Constantine took the stairs 2 at a time, his brothers lapping at his heels like the flames of hell, following Tatiana's scent toward the back bedroom. She flung open the door and ran straight into his arms. "Constantine, you're alive!" He spun her in the air and kissed her deeply before handing her to Dmitri. Wrapping her legs around his waist, she hugged and kissed him too, and then did the same with Andrei and Dejan. "You all came back!" She ran her hands down Constantine's arms. "You're whole?" she asked, lines marring her brow. "No demons?" "No," he grimaced. "None yet." "What do you mean, none yet?" "You didn't see what happened outside?" Andrei asked. "What?" She spun around, nearly falling over. Constantine swept her into his arms, took her back into the bedroom, and set her on the bed. "How are you? How's the baby?" She put a hand on her abdomen.
"I have a little nausea, but I'm fine. Tell me what's going on."
He stroked her cheek. "Have you been sleeping?" She nodded.
"Bunica made me tea. I think I worried myself sick."
"We can tell," Dimitri said, smoothing a lock of hair behind her ear. "You need to relax. If not for your sake, then for the baby's." She gave him a look. "You expect me to relax while you're running around in Hell's Forest?
I'll relax if you tell me you don't have to go back."
Constantine shared a look with his brothers. "The Albascus ruined everything," he said, dragging a hand through his hair. "I don't know what's going to happen next." "Boys!" Boris yelled from downstairs. "Time to go!" When Tatiana cried out, he didn't know what else to do but kiss her hard. "We'll return to you, Ubirama," he whispered against her mouth.
"Promise?"
"No!" Boris hollered. He kissed her again. "Promise." He was only able to peel her away by giving her to his brothers. Heart-heavy, he trudged down the stairs, Tatiana's sobs like a blade to his chest. He waited on the bottom step, shrugging when Boris gave him a sharp look. His brothers joined him, looking like he felt. "Leaving her is harder than fighting demons," Dimitri said. "Ah," he agreed, unable to say more as he followed Boris outside and into the unknown. Chapter 15. Tori and Benjamin sat on the porch swing. Her brothers, Magnus and Jax, stood across from them, arms folded. Tori was jealous of Phoenix, who'd escaped their brother's ire by going inside to lie down. Led by Ilea, Constantine and Boris's packs had gone after the demon spiders, while the rest of the protectors kept watch over the house. Everyone else was preparing to evacuate. Moonlight reflected off the silvery strands in Magnus's black hair. "Can someone please explain why my sister's mates are giant spiders?" "They were attacked by Gerogamos when they came looking for Tori," Benjamin said, while giving her hand a reassuring squeeze. Magnus directed his iron-eyed stare at Tori. "Why were they looking for you?" She swallowed nervously, resenting Magnus for making her afraid to talk to him. "Because Benjamin and I broke from the pack." Jax let out a string of curses and ran his hands over his buzzed black hair while looking out at the field. He was very much like the other betas of their tribe, lean and wiry, a man of few words who spent most of his time observing and looking for threats. Her brothers had features like hers, warm complexions, big brown eyes, and long dark hair. That seemed to be the only thing she had in common with them, for she hardly knew them. The muscles across Magnus's arms and neck rippled with tension. "What do you mean, you broke from the pack?" Releasing a slow breath, she found strength from Benjamin when he pressed against her. "Didn't Klaus tell you what happened?" "No," he frowned. "He only said I had to go to Romania." Tori cleared her throat, summoning her courage. She had a feeling they wouldn't be understanding. "Benjamin's brothers are abusive," she said, "especially Grigor." Magnus arched a brow. The condescending look in his eyes wasn't reassuring. "Abusive how?" "They beat Benjamin all the time." She loathed how much her voice shook and resented him even more for making her tremble. "I can handle their abuse," Benjamin said, going rigid beside her. "But then Grigor struck Tori." Magnus's eyes narrowed to slits. "Why would he hit you?" His tone implied it was her fault. An electric jolt raced through her as she shot to her feet. "You think I invited his abuse?" Magnus and Jax exchanged knowing looks. She wanted to throttle them. "I didn't say that," Magnus said. "But you delayed the bonding a long time." "Because they're assholes," she hollered. What an insensitive turd. "There's no way I'm bonding with them." Magnus shook his head. "It's too late anyway, now that they're fucking spiders." "You're blaming me?" She was so angry, she shook like a leaf in a windstorm. Tori had been hurt by Magnus's apathy before, but this was just plain cruel. There were no words to describe the pain she felt from his treatment.
It's easy to sit in Texas and judge while others take care of your family obligations,
Benjamin said, standing beside Tori. Eyes misting with emotion, she mouthed, "Thanks." At least one man in her life was decent. She'd never been more grateful for him than at that moment. Magnus stalked up to him.
"What's that supposed to mean?"
"You know exactly what it means." Benjamin went toe-to-toe with him, not a hint of fear in his eyes. Then again, he was used to getting his ass kicked by his brothers. Magnus couldn't be any more cruel than Grigor.
"You don't get to judge when you disagree with your sister's choices, especially when you're never there for her, when she needs you."
Blinking, Magnus stepped back.
"I'm here now."
His voice faltered.
"You're here because Klaus needed you," Benjamin said. "Tori has needed you for a long time."
Magnus gave her an accusatory look.
"This is the first I'm hearing of it."
She couldn't believe how thick-headed he was. "You never return my calls." Pouting, Magnus scratched the stubble on his chin.
"Annie calls you."
"That's Annie, not you."
He was as stubborn as a second alpha. "You couldn't even visit me the last time you came to Romania." "I had to go into the Hoya Baciu, if you recall. You wouldn't have wanted to see me after that."
"You don't know what I want." She jabbed his chest, too angry to celebrate her victory when he stepped back. "You don't know anything about me. I'm a burden to you, and so is Phoenix. Well, you don't have to worry about me. Tor Thunderfoot said he'd take us in." Magnus gaped at her.
"Tor has enough on his plate."
"So do you, apparently." She brushed past him and Jax, not apologizing when she bumped their shoulders. Trotting ahead of her, Benjamin held open the door. She thanked him with a watery smile, and then ran upstairs to the bedroom she shared with Phoenix. She needed to clear her head, but mostly she needed to get away from her brothers. Fear and shame weighing heavily on her, Ilea fell into a chair at the kitchen table and hung her head in her hands. They'd searched until dawn, and they hadn't found the demons. Where had they gone? And who would they strike next? This was all her fault. She hadn't acted quickly enough when Grigor and his brothers barged into the clearing. She should have instantly put them to sleep. She wished like hell she knew a spell to turn back time. Now the tribe would blame her for anything bad that happened, and for good reason. Boris barked orders as they readied the family to evacuate. Uncle Joe sat across from her, and she felt his eyes boring into her like lasers. But she refused to look up. He'd had so much faith in her, and she'd failed. He drummed his fingers on the table.
"What happened?"
"We lost them," she mumbled.
"You couldn't catch their scent?"
"That's the problem." Sitting back, she finally made eye contact, but only briefly. She wouldn't be able to handle seeing disappointment in his eyes. "Their scent is everywhere."
"It's strongest at the Vale,"
Jerry said, leaning over to place a glass of juice in front of her.
"We think they've returned to La Jolla Baciu."
"It can't be that easy,"
Uncle Joe said. Bitter laughter escaped her. "It never is." He looked from Jerry to her.
"What about the rest of the tribe?"
"Klaus has ordered everyone to evacuate to the gathering hall, where they would no doubt point fingers and shame her for failing to contain the demons." Retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket, Uncle Joe mopped sweat off his brow.
"For how long?"
"Until the threat is gone." She looked at him closely. His skin was grayer than before. Boris walked up behind her.
"Pack what you need and let's go."
She rose on shaky legs. "Uncle, are you well?" Sweat flowed like rain down a window pane. His smile didn't mask the agony in his eyes.
"I'm fine."
Great ancients, he wasn't fine. "How long were you going to keep it from me?" A slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth.
"You have more pressing concerns. Besides," he shrugged, "I have aspirin."
"Not enough." She felt his forehead. He was burning up. "Come on." She grabbed his elbow. "Let's get you to a bed, so I can heal you.
No, he grumbled, mopping up more sweat. Focus on making sure everyone is safe.
Uncle!
She held out a hand as he stood, but it was too late. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed like a rag doll. Boris raced to his side, and between them they helped him sit up and drink water. He mumbled something about darkness, but refused to open his eyes. Ilea remembered Benjamin telling them he'd seen a spider crawl up her uncle's leg. She didn't need to awaken Jezebeth to find out what was wrong with him. He had the demon sickness, and there was no cure until she found a way to send those demons back beyond the veil. Angry with the world and her brothers, Tori escaped into the bedroom she shared with Phoenix, wincing when she accidentally slammed the door too hard. "Sorry," she said to Phoenix, which shot up from bed with a gasp. Phoenix rubbed the sleep from her eyes.
"What's wrong?"
"Magnus?" Tori grumbled. "That's what." There were footsteps from the hall, and when she recognized Benjamin's scent, she pulled him inside. "We're not going with him to Texas."
"You're not?"
Phoenix's eyes widened.
"Where will you go?"
"Tor told us we could live with the Thunderfoots in Alaska," Benjamin said.
"That's wonderful."
After jumping out of bed, Phoenix threw her arms around her. "The Thunderfoots have their own lake. We'll have so much fun together. You can go fishing with Tatiana, Drasko, and me." She wobbled, her limbs trembling.
"Go easy, sister."
She and Benjamin helped Phoenix back into bed.
"Remind me again who Drasko is?" "Tor's son and Tatiana's brother," Phoenix answered. "A second alpha. He taught Tatiana how to fish."
She sat cross-legged in bed.
"And now she can outfish him."
Jealousy twisted in Tori's heart as she sat beside her sister. She would have loved to have gone fishing with her brothers, or get any attention from them, for that matter.
"He sounds like a good brother."
"Yeah, not like ours."
Phoenix slapped a hand over her mouth.
"Sorry, that was rude."
"You're right, though. When Magnus came to Romania with you last time, he didn't visit me, not even for an hour. The Albuscus said he didn't ask about me either." She looked to Benjamin, who nodded and sat in a chair next to the bed.
"It's like I don't exist to him."
"Well, at least he doesn't despise you," Phoenix said. Tori patted her sister's hand.
"Don't worry about him."
She shared a wry look with Benjamin.
"He'll probably focus his anger on me. And he's only here because he felt obligated to come. Klaus probably pressured him."
"Honestly,"
Phoenix grinned,
"I'd rather you came to Alaska than went to Texas anyway."
Tori's heart filled with love. She clasped her hands, thankful she had at least one family member who cared about her.
"Me too."
Her throat suddenly constricted as tears pricked the backs of her eyes.
"I'm really glad you're my sister."
They hugged each other tight, and Tori's worries suddenly melted away. She was overwhelmingly grateful for the caring people in her life. She didn't have thoughtful brothers, but she had an amazing sister. She didn't have a pack of mates to call her own, but she had one brave Gamma who had taken far too many punches for her. Even when life didn't go as planned, somehow things worked out. After she pulled out of Phoenix's embrace, she realized that she'd probably calmed down because her sister had the power to soothe. She could have been angry with Phoenix for tricking her, but she was even more grateful that her sister had such amazing magic. Amaraki piled into the meeting hall, casting Ilea wary looks. She clung to her newborn while he nursed, resentful she couldn't be at home, bonding with her son. Bunika and Anton took care of her other two sons, rocking them in their laps without complaint. She had no idea what she'd do without her in-laws. At least she was comforted, knowing her children were loved, while she was busy saving the world from demons. Boris and Jovan pressed close, daring other shifters to look at her. They gave them stony looks as they took their seats. Nobody so much as looked cross-eyed at her or said anything about her unconscious uncle hooked up to an IV and lying in a cot behind Klaus's podium. Despite the fact that she was a healer, she was first and foremost a medical doctor and always kept emergency triage supplies on hand. Uncle Joe slipped into a coma after his fever spiked dangerously high. She was afraid they wouldn't be able to eliminate the demons
in time to save him. And that was the least of her problems. If they couldn't contain these demons, the whole world could perish, humans like her uncle succumbing to demon sickness within a matter of hours. Klaus paced the platform in human form before coming to stand before the podium that had been glued back together, the crack down the middle marring the smooth wood.
"Quiet, everyone."
He cut through the air with a brisk sweep of his hand.
"We have much to discuss."
"Do we?" Atan said, arms crossed, the usual sneer on his face as he spoke without permission.
"Or is it you who has much to explain? It's obvious the witch's ritual was a catastrophe."
The look he gave Ilea would have made a lesser wolf cower, but she was no lesser wolf. Scorching magic curled around her fingers, begging to be released. Klaus shook a fist at him, his eyes glowing white.
"Ilea's ritual was going perfectly until your sons interfered and sabotaged it."
Atan's jaw dropped, and he looked around the hall.
"Where are my sons?"
His voice cracked with panic.
"What did you do to them?"
"We did nothing to them," Klaus said.
"They brought on their demise when they broke open a cursed relic. They are the reason we're here."
Atan's face turned as red as molten lava.
"You lie. Your alpha sons are possessed by Geragamos,"
Klaus continued, his voice lacking even the slightest hint of sympathy.
"The beta was killed by one of his alpha brothers. Your gamma son is safe."
He motioned to Benjamin, and he and Victoria sank in their seats.
"I don't give two fucks about that traitorous cunt."
Atan waved dismissively at his youngest son. Ilea clung tightly to her newborn when Benjamin hung his head. In that moment, she understood Klaus's lack of pity for Atan. He was a monster. Klaus shifted into a protector, ripping his clothes to shreds, and pounded the podium, breaking it again.
"Sit down and be quiet, Atan." "What are you going to do to my sons?" he continued, voice rising. "You're not killing them."
Klaus grimaced before letting out a slow breath. "Your sons are as good as dead, Atan. Their bodies are no longer theirs."
"No!"
he screamed. Though the Alpescues were horrible, Ilea felt pity for Atan. Then he turned toward her, his eyes blinding white.
"You deceptive bitch!"
Voice dropping to a protector's rumble, he shook a fist at her.
"You have the power to heal them. Don't lie."
Jovan flew over his chair, shifting into a hulking white protector. Boris shifted and followed him. Women and children screamed, and their mates shifted to shield them. Atan shifted too, but he wasn't fast enough to stop Jovan from punching him in the face. He went down hard, shattering several chairs before he hit the floor. Jerry and Marius pulled her away from the fight to ensure the safety of the children, but she could still see them. Several Alpescues surrounded Jovan and Boris, who didn't seem concerned. Jovan hovered over Atan like an enraged bull.
"Never speak to my mate that way again."
"Enough, Govan," Klaus called. "You've defended her honor. Sit. We're pressed for time." Ilea thought about casting a calming spell, but the Lupescus were already on shaky ground with the tribe. She didn't want to make things worse. She caught Phoenix's eye. The girl stood between Magnus and Tor, a few seats away. Pursing her lips, she shook her head at her, afraid Phoenix would cast a spell. Phoenix nodded in acknowledgement and looked away. Jovan stood by the wall, remaining in protector form, while shooting eye daggers at the Albuscus as they helped their brother up.
"We're not risking our lives to save them," Klaus said, giving the Albuscus a challenging look. "Grigor broke the fang even after my sons warned him not to. They will feel no remorse when they cut him down."
Still in protector form, Atan stood, wiping his paws down his furry legs.
"How convenient! You got your shifting powers back."
He sneered at Jovan and turned to Klaus.
"The Lupescus planned all this. Admit you are afraid the Albuscus would take the chiefdom you stole from my fathers. You plan to wipe out my family. You started by turning their mate against them. When that wasn't enough, your witch cursed them."
Ilea's mates and their fathers let out a string of curses.
"Lies, and you know it," Klaus said. You're looking for a scapegoat for your family's disgraceful behavior. When this is all over, I'm calling for an investigation and a vote of no confidence." His lip pulled back in a feral snarl. "You're terrible chieftains." Clucking his tongue, Klaus shook his head. "You think you'd be better? You've done everything in your power to thwart our leadership, even putting the tribe at risk." Atan opened his mouth as if to speak, but Klaus jumped over the broken podium and charged Atan. He stood toe-to-toe with Atan until he finally backed down. "Not another word," he said, and shoved him hard. Atan fell on his backside, disgraced by his chieftain. Those packs closest to him turned away from him. One by one, they all grunted their disapproval. Ilea had never been more relieved to see the rest of the tribe turning against the hostile Alpha. "We're on lockdown until the Dragomos are killed," Klaus continued, his gaze sweeping the crowd as he towered above them in protector form. "We will divide the protectors. Some will stay here to guard the women and children, and the rest will spread out and help us find the Dragomos. My sons will lead the hunt. Whatever you do, do not engage with them. You will give the distress howl when you find them and wait for us. We need Ilea's help to take them down." He sneered at his adversary. "The Albescus will stay here." Atan scrambled to his feet. "So you can murder my remaining sons without interference?" Klaus dragged a meaty paw down his face, a look of pity in his eyes. "I've already told you. Your sons are dead." He walked away. "This is not over, Klaus," Atan boomed. "Believe me, I know." Squaring his shoulders, Klaus faced the crowd. "And the Lupescus shall be the ones to finish it." Holding tightly to Benjamin's hand, Tori followed Ilea and Jovan outside, and not just because she needed fresh air. She didn't want to be anywhere near Atan Albescu. She kept looking over her shoulder at her sister, who stood by the door with Tatiana. The latter's mates and father hovered, giving any shifter who dared look at them stern glares. Tori was glad to be on the side of the Lupescus, and was envious Tatiana had such brave and protective mates. If her alphas had treated her as well as Tatiana's mates, they wouldn't be in this situation now. But she had Benjamin, and thanked the ancients for him every day. "I'm sorry about your father," she whispered, squinting at the late morning sun as it crept into the sky. "Don't be," he whispered back, his hand going stiff in hers. "He's always been like this." She was worried. Benjamin had been short with her since last night, barely saying more than a few words to her. "Are you angry with me?" "No. I'm sorry if it seems that way. I'm just stressed." Heaving a breath, he looked up at the sky, as if he was searching for something he'd lost in the wispy clouds. She abruptly noticed he didn't have the soft baby features of other gammas. The angles of his pale face were hard and shallow, the face of a man who'd lived a life of abuse. She wished she could erase his past for him. "I understand," she answered, but she wondered if he regretted their decision to split from the pack. If they'd stayed, none of this would have happened. "Tori, my brother said they're going to kill us." "What?" Releasing her, he ran a trembling hand through his blonde hair. "They want revenge on both of us." "Holy shit. This is why I don't want you joining the fight." He dragged his knuckles down the side of her face, his features softening for just a moment. "They said they're going to take you from me and drain your blood. I can't let that happen." How badly she wanted to melt into his touch as butterflies swarmed her chest. This man was her fated mate. She knew that deep in her soul. It would be easy to love him now that his brothers were out of the way. She prayed they'd have that opportunity soon. She no longer cared she'd have only one mate. All she needed was Benjamin. First, though, they had to survive his demonic brothers. But the protectors can't find them. What if I could draw them out? "Use you as bait?" His cheeks colored, his face hardening even more. Like how?
She wasn't used to this assertive side of him, but she couldn't deny it turned her on, even if he was being stubborn. They could destroy the world if we can't catch them.
They haven't harmed anyone yet,
he said, looking away. Yet? She stated the obvious, knowing he knew it too. But they will. And don't forget their little minions killed all those birds, and Agent Johnson is in a coma. Boris brushed past them.
Ilea, we have to go now.
He steered her toward his truck. His brothers followed. Tori lunged in front of them. Wait, take us with you.
I'm sorry.
He turned to her with a pitying frown.
You and your gamma must stay.
But we can help, she blurted. Benjamin can still hear their thoughts. Boris's mouth fell open.
What?
Benjamin gave her a dark look before slowly nodding.
They want revenge.
They want me, she added.
No fucking way,
Magnus said. She spun around at the booming sound of her brother's voice. Where had he come from? She thought he'd stayed inside. Ignoring him, she turned back to Boris. Benjamin can track them, and I can draw them out.
Victoria, have you lost your damn mind?
Magnus snatched her elbow.
Get back inside with the other women.
She shook free. I don't take orders from you, Magnus.
Like hell you don't, he roared.
Tori is right. It's the best way. Phoenix joined them. Draw them out while there's still daylight. She held Magnus's gaze for a brief moment, and then scooted over to Tatiana. Their powers are strongest at night.
How do you know?
He asked, his voice laced with accusation. You forget. I'm half demon.
Believe me, Phoenix, he said. That's something I'd never forget.
Tori was angry for her sister. His insult, though meant for Phoenix, stung her like a whip. I sure as hell hope you don't treat Annie the way you treat your sisters, she snapped. Tori. Phoenix gently touched her wrist. It's okay. Tori felt an unusual calm wash over her. Phoenix was using soothing magic again, but she didn't want to be calm. She was sick and tired of Magnus judging them. No, it's not, she said, rubbing the wrist that Phoenix had grabbed. When this is over, Benjamin and I are going with the Thunderfoots. Her declaration made her feel empowered. If she refused to listen to her 3 brutish mates, what made Magnus think she'd listen to him? They know how to treat their family.
Enough of this bickering,
Boris roared, stepping between them.
Klaus said you knocked the demons back with magic, he said to Phoenix.
I did. Boris looked warily to Ilea, and then back to Phoenix.
Ilea might need your help.
She's too young, Magnus interjected, standing protectively in front of Phoenix. Tori wondered if his protectiveness was just for show. Did he really care about his half-demon sister? Boris approached, snarling.
Do you understand that if we can't drive the demons back into the Veil, the world is lost? She either risks her life now or later if the Girocomos overpower us.
When Magnus backed down, Tori seized the opportunity to join them. I go where Phoenix goes. Magnus's eyes shifted to a blinding gold.
Fuck.
After Tatiana kissed her father on the cheek and told him goodbye, she held Constantine's and Andrei's hands, knowing she'd have to let her men go save the world from demons. She'd had time to rest and think, and she'd already made up her mind she wouldn't cry this time. They needed to be alert and focused on keeping themselves alive, not worried over her.
We have to go, Yubirama,
Constantine said. His fathers were already getting into their truck. I know. Return to me. It wasn't a request, but a command. They absolutely had to come back safe and whole. Constantine smiled. We will. She kissed them goodbye once more. She was proud of herself for not shedding a tear until after their truck tore off down the dirt road. When someone laid hands on her shoulders, she turned into Bunica with a sob.
There, Puitelup,
the old woman said, hugging her.
They'll return to you.
She prayed to the goddess to keep them safe. They'd been through too much in the short time they'd been bonded. They deserved a small bit of happiness. Chapter 16. Magnus bent over the unconscious human lying on the ground in front of the gas station and checked his pulse. The setting sun illuminated his features and the fine lines at the corners of his eyes. He wasn't yet 30, yet he'd lived a harsh life. For that reason alone, Ilea cut him slack when he thumped around like an angry bear. He slowly stood and straightened with a groan. He lives, but he's feverish, like the rest of them. I suppose that's one way to find them, Boris said. Follow the trail of dying humans. Magic burned Ilea's fingers. She wanted to try to heal the human, but her magic would do no good until she banished the demons back behind the veil. She bent over the human, who looked no older than 20. Can you at least carry him inside? She asked Boris. Duh. He frowned. But we need to get going. I know. It had been this way at every stop, as they followed the spider's trail from one small town to the next. If they didn't catch the demons soon, the virus would keep spreading. As much as she tried to separate her emotions from what was happening, she couldn't. Her soul had never hurt this much, not even when the Alaskan Ameraki had been struck by the deadly werewolf virus. This time it was her fault, the result of her failed ritual. Worst of all, Jovan had warned her many times, and she'd refused to listen. He was talking to Boris, their heads bent together. Not once during this ordeal had he berated her for refusing to heed his warning. She appreciated that, but some part of her wished he'd admonish her. His kindness almost made her feel worse. Magnus came outside eating a jerky stick while shoving a canned soda, large candy bar, and several more jerky sticks in his pockets. He offered snacks to his sisters, but they shook their heads and turned away. He had an indignant look at their reaction, like they'd just kicked his puppy. Ilea knew that Magnus had been less than brotherly with his sisters. Did he think a few snacks made up for years of neglect? She gave him a cool look, and he reciprocated with a dark look of his own. I left money on the register in case you're worried, he said. She chose not to dignify his comment with an answer. Magnus offered a snack to Tor, who waved him away. The gene in Phoenix's backpack kept screaming, which was setting Ilea's teeth on edge. Quiet, mother, Phoenix scolded, shaking the backpack. She was glad Phoenix didn't release the gene. Last thing she needed was to be berated by the demon bitch for screwing up the ritual. Her son-in-law, Andre, and Magnus's brother, Jax, returned from a nearby field in wolf form, tails wagging, ears pricked. Andre and Magnus shared a long look, a telepathic connection. They found them, Magnus said, and pointed. An abandoned barn a few miles from here. Everyone piled inside the 2 trucks and followed the wolf trackers down the road. Bile rose in Ilea's throat as they approached the old, dilapidated farmhouse, for she sensed a dark pall settle over her soul. Evil was near. Hands clasped behind him, Atan paced up and down the aisle of the meeting hall like a caged tiger, his gaze constantly flitting from the barn doors to Klaus. No doubt he and his brothers were planning to make a run for it. Klaus looked to his brothers, who were standing guard by the door. You ready? You bet. Looking forward to pummeling the Albuscus, Nikolai answered. Atan shifted and his brothers followed suit. Klaus and his brothers were ready, but they weren't prepared when Atan's cousins shifted too, blocking Klaus's path while Atan and his brothers bolted for the door. The Lupescus were outnumbered 3-1 and easily overpowered. Other protectors tried to help the Lupescus but were too late. Atan and his brothers escaped. The sound of their truck tires kicking up dirt echoed outside. I'm sorry, Klaus, Atan's cousin Doran said, holding out his big gray paws apologetically, but continuing to block the door. We couldn't deny Atan the opportunity to save his sons. How many times do I have to say this? His sons are already dead. All you've done is endanger more Ameraki. Doran's gaze darted from the door back to Klaus. Realization settling in his eyes. How do you know this? Rumor has it your family has been cursed by similar demons and were saved by Aelia. My family risked their lives to banish their demons, Klaus said, barely able to control his frustration. They will not do the same for the Albaskus. By the time they got through the barn doors, Atan's truck was long gone. Klaus couldn't abandon his tribe at the hall. They needed their chieftain there to calm them. His sons would have to handle Atan. He fished the cell phone out of his pocket and dialed Boris. "Hey," he said, when Boris picked up on the first ring. "You've got one more problem heading your way." Tori would have thought the old farmhouse had been abandoned if it hadn't been for the strong odor of burning onions coming from the kitchen. Wearing torn sweats after shifting back to human, Magnus came outside, the rickety old door swinging shut behind him. "Two old people," he said with stony features. "Recently deceased. I turned off their stove."
"Does he ever show emotion?"
Phoenix asked her.
"None that I've seen,"
Tori said. When he turned to them with a scowl, Tori took that as her cue to follow. They went to the barn, where the others had gathered. The structure was so old and ramshackle, it looked ready to fall over in the slightest breeze. Benjamin's nostrils flared. "I don't see Grigor, but I can hear Stefan's thoughts. He's nearby," he said, and shifted to a wolf. Magnus changed into a protector, blocking their view with his hulking body, which was covered in russet fur. "You will both run at the slightest trouble," he said to Tori and Phoenix. An earth-shattering squeal came from somewhere inside the barn. A huge black boulder rolled out, shattering the barn doors. Tori backed up several steps, nearly tripping over her own feet when the boulder sprouted legs and towered over the 10-foot protectors. The top of its massive black body was at least 15 feet in height. There were several bloody gashes on its body. Clearly something had attacked it. Though the beast smelled foul, she picked up Stefan's scent. Where was Grigor? And had he attacked his brother? Its long pincers clacked as it swayed back and forth. When it spit at Magnus, he hollered, barely moving out of the way in time. The other protectors swung at its legs with axes, but the beast moved so fast it avoided being harmed. Magnus cried out, crumbling to his knees. When the monster looked over Magnus's head at Tori, red eyes gleaming, her knees nearly gave way. A scream died in her throat as she and Phoenix fell back before the monster, which crawled over Magnus's supine body, his chest bubbling with pus and blood. Phoenix threw out her hands, and a gray shield went up between them and the beast. It stopped as if it had hit a brick wall, then shrieked when Aelia threw up a barrier that looked like a wall of smoke. Tor hacked off a leg, and then the other protectors slashed at the thing. It hit the ground and rolled around like a fish out of water. Tori turned away. By the time she found the courage to take a peek, she nearly retched when she saw the pulverized remains. Aelia hit the bloody carcass with a blast of magic, turning it into a pile of ash. The gray shield dropped, and Phoenix looked ready to pass out, her skin a sickly shade of green. "Phoenix," Tori said, "you need rest." Phoenix shook her head, dropped to her knees beside Magnus, and held her hands above his chest. A soft white glow shrouded them both, pulsing like a heartbeat, and then fading. Magnus's chest was healed, leaving behind nothing but a few dry smatterings of blood. He blinked up at her, then grinned. "My amazing sister, how have I been so blind?" It was about time Magnus treated Phoenix with respect. Tori was still bitter that it took him almost dying to realize her worth. Phoenix barely managed to smile before slumping over him. "Phoenix!" Tori yelled. Aelia knelt beside them and touched Phoenix's forehead. "What's wrong with her?" she pleaded. "She's exhausted. She's inexperienced and doesn't know how to ration her power yet. Will she be okay?" Aelia's knees cracked when she stood. "She'll be fine." "You also need rest, Aelia," Boris said, and laid a thick paw on her shoulder. Not until the other demons are put back.
Why wasn't Grigor here?
Boris asked Benjamin. Benjamin gazed at what was left of his brother.
They had a falling out and split ways.
Boris's massive forehead hung over his eyebrows.
Are you sure?
Benjamin nodded. Didn't you notice the fresh gashes on his body?
They attacked each other a lot when they were Amaraki. I'm not surprised they're doing it as demons.
Ilea looked at the farmhouse, jaw hardening. One more Girolamo to go. Tori bit her lip while smoothing her hand over her sister's brow. She wasn't sure if Phoenix would be up to helping them vanquish another, and she had a sinking feeling Grigor's Girolamo would be even harder to kill. Chapter 17. They followed the trackers and Benjamin back to the forest, tracking and backtracking until the sun set, and the forest was bathed in the eerie glow of a haloed moon. Ilea cursed their bad luck. Grigor would be more powerful with that moon guiding him. Phoenix was still asleep in the back of the truck, so exhausted no one could wake her, which meant Ilea would be the only witch going up against a powerful demon. More than once she thought about summoning Jezebeth, but she didn't trust her and didn't want to pay a price for the gene's help. If they'd had more time, she would have shown Phoenix how to ration her magic, but she'd been so preoccupied she hadn't even thought of it. She silently berated herself for all the mistakes she'd made through this ordeal. How many more would she make before they defeated Grigor, if they defeated Grigor? And what would happen to the millions of small spiders if she defeated Grigor? Would they return to the haunted forest? No way could she blast them all. After parking in a clearing near the flattened trees and piles of ash where Grigor had first turned into a demon, she remembered to put protection spells on everyone again, in case any of them ended up on the other side of the veil. She recited a spell to ward off demons, one to protect against the burn, and one to safeguard their minds. "We should set up here," Ilea said to them. "We'll have our best chance at defeating him from inside the circle." Nothing remained of their old circle, but they still had bags of salt in the truck and were able to quickly make a new one. Magnus carried Phoenix into the circle and laid her under a blanket. Their brother Jax sat beside her, guarding her. Ilea was glad to see their change of heart. Phoenix and Victoria deserved kind brothers. Benjamin pointed his nose to a copse of trees in the distance, eclipsed by shadows, ears flattened against his skull. He and the tracker stepped over the salt circle and inched their way toward the spot. Ilea's heart rate quickened when an inky black pool appeared in the dirt and fanned out like an oil leak. The trackers and Benjamin backed up. Though it looked like ink, Ilea knew it was the small spiders, moving as one. "Get back in the salt circle," she hissed, magic racing into her fingertips. The ink moved toward the salt circle, then quickly retreated, the cries of thousands of demonic spiders stabbing her eardrums like tiny knives. A hulking black shadow hovered over them, standing above their heads and letting out a low wolf growl. When Boris drove an axe into its leg, it backed up with an earth-shattering wail. Ilea wasn't taking chances this time. She flung a ball of magic at his bulbous body, swearing when he rolled away in time, and the magic burned a hole through the forest's shield. She'd have to get closer to the demon if she wanted to take him down. He rolled back into the shadows, disappearing behind a pile of flattened trees. She heard a vehicle in the distance. "It's a Tan," Boris said. "Klaus warned me he was coming. This will be harder with him here." When Atan and his brothers got out of the truck with automatic weapons, she knew they were here to destroy her family. She hit them with a sleeping spell before they'd taken more than 2 steps. One of their guns went off as they collapsed, and bullets sprayed the forest in front of them. They shielded their ears when an agonized squeal rent the air. The Girolamo resurfaced, blood dripping down its legs from bullet wounds. He scurried over to the albascus, dragging his legs across their bodies like sharpened knives, severing their heads. Ilea gaped at the massacre that had happened too quickly for her to react. She wiped a bead of sweat off her brow, doing her best to ignore her growing fatigue. The spider's wounds were already healing, sealing shut as if they'd never happened. She threw another ball of magic at the creature, and then another, hitting him with a second blast and knocking him off his feet. The massive pool of ink reformed into the shape of another Giragomo, millions of fist-sized spiders, somehow capable of creating one giant predator. Both giants turned on her group, eyes blazing, and stalked toward them. How in the fuck were they supposed to defeat them? The Giragomo that was once Grigor skulked back, using the new one as a shield. Despite her growing fatigue, she hit the new monster with a ball of magic. A hole blasted through it, but quickly reformed. She threw another and another, while the protectors swung their axes. Nothing defeated it, and she was using too much energy. With each blast of magic, her arms and legs felt heavier, as if she was dragging lead chains. Soon, she would succumb to exhaustion, and then what would happen to her family? What would happen to the world? Tori felt as if she was in a waking dream, watching Ailea throw magic at the hulking creature that hovered over them like a black tidal wave suspended in mid-air. The protectors swung their axes to no avail, and with each pass they made new dents in the salt circle. Not long, and the creatures would overtake them. Everyone would perish, including her sleeping sister. She couldn't let them die for her. She knew without a doubt that Grigor was here for her. Tor swung at Grigor, then cried out, and fell when the beast hit his face with venom. Andrei Lupescu managed to bite Grigor's leg, but he couldn't hang on. Grigor shook him hard, and he flew across the clearing with a yelp, going limp after he hit a tree. When a pool of black ink slinked toward him, Tori knew she must act. No way would she let Tatiana lose a mate. She shifted and jumped out of the circle, ran past Grigor, and skirted fallen trees, ignoring Magnus when he called her back. Grigor turned and followed her. She ran toward the veil. After the demons went inside, they'd be trapped. She raced toward the blinding light, the sting of stifling heat pressing on her fur, as if she was trapped inside an oven. The burn wasn't as bad as she'd expected, though, possibly because of Ailea's protection spells. Static filled her brain, and her mouth went dry as she ran and ran. She barreled into a gray tree, crying out when a loud crack filled the air. The tree disintegrated before her eyes, turning into a plume of dust. What the hell? Tail tucked between her legs, she was strangely disoriented. What was she doing here? She gasped when a shadow knocked her on her back. She blinked up at a familiar wolf's face. Benjamin? He licked her senseless until she got to her feet. What was he doing here? What was she doing here? He looked over his shoulder when two massive black shadows hurled toward them. He yelped and ran, and she followed him, unsure why they were running, but knowing they needed to get away from the evil that chased them. They ran until her legs ached and her paws bled. Yet still they were pursued by the shadows. When they reached a steaming river of lava, Benjamin backed up against the riverbank, his paws sinking into black mud. Her heart hit her stomach when they came face to face with two hulking black spiders. The first stood on the back of her neck when one of them broke into thousands of smaller spiders, blocking all escapes but the lava river. It was too wide to jump. They'd never get across. Benjamin leaped onto the hulking spider's back and bit his head. Tori howled when the beast stumbled into the river of fire, Benjamin still on its back. She couldn't lose her mate, not like this. When the inky pool of spiders surged toward her, she jumped on top of the spider, scrambling for footing alongside Benjamin. The demon sank into the lava, his unholy squeals silenced. Tori and Benjamin jumped to the other side of the riverbank, barely clinging to it, but managing to pull themselves up. She'd just gained her footing when a burning whip encircled her tail and pulled her back to the lava. She howled for help, locking in on Benjamin's frightened eyes as he slid down the embankment beside her. She clawed at...
Enjoy the stillness between chapters. Let the music cradle you gently until we resume. Thank you for being a listener.
the molten dirt, and then the fire engulfed her. Searing pain shot through her, and she was consumed by darkness. Magnus roared in denial when his sister and her mate were pulled into the river of fire by the dying Giragomo. Jax whimpered beside him, scratching at his legs when a sea of black spiders headed in their direction. He didn't even have time to mourn his sister before he and Jax were running for their lives. They sped toward the twin beacons, the lights he somehow knew were there to guide them out of the forest. Instinct told him once they passed back through the veil, the demons wouldn't be able to follow. His feet felt weighted with bricks, and his heart was heavy as they trudged through the mist. After they passed through the veil, Magnus stared into two bright lights, disoriented and confused. The lights went off, and he realized he was staring at the front end of someone's truck. The trees around him had been flattened like a nuclear bomb had gone off. Slowly his memories returned. The demons, the battle, his sister, and her mate pulled into a river of lava. He stumbled toward the others, then fell to his knees with an agonized howl. Phoenix was sitting up, staring at him with a look that shattered his heart all over again. How could he tell her he'd failed to save their sister? Chapter 18. Ilea sat by Uncle Joe's bedside, waiting for him to wake. Even though the demonic spiders were trapped behind the veil, curing him had taken longer than expected, and it wiped out all her energy again, especially after healing the others of their injuries. Her uncle had been demonically possessed, but there was something else wrong with him. She suspected his cancer had returned again, and feared he didn't have many years left. He moaned in his sleep and stirred before opening his eyes. Sipping her tea, she gave him more time to become fully conscious. She had all the time in the world, after all. Sitting with him was better than going downstairs and facing her family and their guests. Though they'd insisted none of this was her fault, she felt responsible for the way things had turned out. She put down her cup. "How do you feel, Uncle?" She fluffed his pillows and helped him sit up.
Tired. What happened?
Long story. She tried hard to smile, but she felt dead inside. "You're safe now." She studied the deep circles under his eyes. Her magic should have healed them. She handed him a warm cup of tea. "Drink." Palming the mug, he flashed a weak smile between sips.
"I have time if you want to tell it."
"I failed," she said, turning to the window. "That's what happened." A flock of birds flew by. Unaware, demons had lived among them a day earlier.
"What do you mean you failed?"
She looked over at him with a grimace, her throat constricting with emotion. "Victoria and Benjamin are dead. They saved the tribe from the Giragamos by sacrificing their lives."
"Good heavens."
The look of horror in his eyes made her stomach churn.
"I'm sorry, Ilea."
He patted her hand in a fatherly manner. "Me too." She pulled away, unworthy of his touch. "I should have listened to Jovan."
"Are the demons gone, then?"
"Yes," she answered. "There's no trace of them, which was how I was able to heal you."
"And how are the Amaraki handling it?"
"They're not." She hated herself even more for her deceit, but what choice did she have? They had already mistrusted the Lupescus. I altered their memories at Klaus's request.
"What did they think happened?"
"That several months ago, the younger Albescus went through the veil and returned possessed, which explained why they beat their mate and Gamma. Their demons forced them to kill the older Albescus. We chased down the younger ones, and I was forced to use magic, flattening many trees around the veil. They escaped into the Hoyobachu, taking Victoria and Benjamin with them." He released a slow breath, a look of worry in his eyes.
"Is any of that true?"
Victoria and Benjamin did run into the forest. Talking about it was still so hard. Grigor and his demon army followed them, trailed by Magnus. He saw them perish in a river of fire. She turned away, unable to say more. He clasped her hand.
"This is not your fault."
She snorted. "Of course it is."
"You're not responsible for the foolish, cruel actions of other wolves," he said. "And now Atan is no longer a threat."
He was right about that. Atan had been a thorn in the Lupescu's side for a long time. She didn't regret his death, but she'd gladly find a way to bring him back to life if it meant Victoria and Benjamin could return to them too. She wiped moisture from her eyes with the back of her hand. "But at what cost, Uncle?" Tatiana held Phoenix while the girl cried. She was starting to worry about her. She'd been weeping for hours. At the same time, the cursed lamp shook so hard it knocked a vase off the table. Instinct told her to let the gene out, that she had something important to say, but Phoenix had so far refused to do so. The lamp finally rolled onto the floor. Though the lid fell off, Jezebeth didn't come out, probably because nobody had rubbed the tarnished metal. Tatiana gave Phoenix a kiss on the head, and then slipped off the bed to retrieve the lamp, placing the lid back on it. Phoenix sat up and blew her nose into a tissue. "I don't want her out." Tatiana frowned at her friend. Her eyes were red-rimmed and swollen, and her nose was as red as a river of fire. "I know," she said, "but I have the feeling we should listen to her." Shoulders slumping, Phoenix finally nodded her assent. The moment Tatiana rubbed the lamp, it flew out of her hands and landed on the edge of the bed. Jezebeth came out with a flourish.
"My darling child."
She reached for Phoenix, and a look of pain crossed her features when Phoenix shrank back.
"Are you okay?"
"My sister is dead." Phoenix sniffled and blew into the tissue again.
"What do you think?"
Jezebeth's mouth flattened into a grim line.
"Tell me everything."
Phoenix hung her head.
"I can't."
"She was pulled into a river of lava inside the Hoya Bachu," Tatiana said. The Jinn gave her an assessing look.
"That river is a portal."
"To where?" she and Phoenix simultaneously asked.
"Hell,"
the Jinn answered solemnly. Phoenix let out a wail that shattered Tatiana's heart all over again.
"Did the witch do any protection spells on her?"
Jezebeth asked. Tatiana nodded. "Ailea put spells on all of us." Jezebeth tapped her chin, a slight smile tugging at her lips.
"There may be a way to retrieve her."
What? Phoenix shot to her knees, hands clasped in a prayer pose.
"How?"
"Did anyone go with her?" Jezebeth asked. "Her Gamma and the Giragamo that killed her," Tatiana said.
"Was the Giragamo a wolf?"
"An alpha," Tatiana answered. "He was supposed to be her mate, but he abused her and her Gamma."
"Put me back in the lamp, child. I have work to do." "Can you save her?"
Phoenix asked piteously. Jezebeth hovered over her daughter, cupping her chin in her hand.
"I can't save her, but there are others who can. Time is of the essence."
"Why would you help us?" Tatiana asked, mistrustful of the Jinn. Her father had told her they never offered favors without asking for something in return. The Jinn gave her a cool look.
"I'll help none of you, but I will help my daughter."
Her expression softened as she smiled at Phoenix.
"I'll do anything to stop her tears."
Phoenix visibly swallowed.
"Thank you."
Tatiana opened the lamp, and the Jinn was sucked back. After Jezebeth was gone, Tatiana shared a hopeful look with Phoenix and prayed to the ancients this demon would be able to help their friends. The thought of innocent wolves trapped in hell for eternity was more than she could bear. After a fitful night's sleep, Phoenix went downstairs wearing the robe she'd lent Tori. It still had her sister's scent on it, and she couldn't bear to part with it. She was not surprised to find Magnus's and Jax's duffel bags in the front hallway. Her brothers were at the dining table, shoulders pressed together while they ate breakfast. When she entered the room, they stood. Magnus pulled out a chair for her, and she thanked Anton when he poured her a glass of juice and handed her a plate with eggs and toast. She ate in silence, nibbling her food and worrying about her sister. While she got to eat and drink, Tori was probably hungry and thirsty in hell. Worse, she could be getting brutalized or eaten by some demon. "Jax and I are leaving." Her gaze snapped to Magnus. Had he been talking to her? "We want you to come with us," he said, reaching for her hand.
"To Texas?"
Her small hand was eclipsed by his big fingers.
"Why?"
He flashed a smile that didn't mask the sadness in his eyes. "Because you're our sister." She pulled free. This was his penance because he felt guilty over failing Tori.
"That never meant anything to you before."
"Look, I haven't always been fair to you."
"Really?"
she snorted.
"I hardly noticed."
"I thought you were going to turn out like her," he said, his cheeks coloring. "But I see now I was wrong." She resisted the urge to roll her eyes. By her, he meant her mother. He could have slapped her in the face, and it would have had the same effect. How many ways would she have to prove that she was the opposite of Jezebeth? "I'm sorry for the way I've treated you," he continued. "I want to make it up to you. I want you to come live with us." She was momentarily stunned into silence. Live with her brothers? She wasn't sure she wanted to.
"Ailea asked me to stay and train with her. I need to learn how to ration my magic."
She hadn't told Magnus Jezebeth was working on a way to save Tori, and she'd made Tatiana and Ailea swear not to tell him. If her mother failed to bring Tori back, he'd have one more reason to hate Jezebeth, and her half-demon spawn by association. "That's understandable," he said, sharing a long look with Jax. "What about afterward?" He'd likely been telepathically discussing it with Jax. She also had a sinking feeling both of them hoped she'd refuse their offer.
"After I train, I'll return to Alaska. I miss my rabbits."
That part was true. She missed them dearly, and she wasn't sure how safe they'd be with Annie's dog, Mako. They were happy at Tor's house in Alaska. She didn't want to move them. Truthfully, though, she didn't want to move either. She loved living with the Thunderfoots, and she couldn't forget how horribly her brothers had treated her. She knew if they didn't have such guilty consciences, they wouldn't have offered their home to her. "You can bring your rabbits to Texas," Jack said. "We have a farm. A few rabbits won't make a difference."
"I don't know."
She pushed eggs around the plate with a fork. "How about visiting for Thanksgiving or Christmas?" Magnus asked. "If you like it, you can stay longer."
"Thanks,"
she said, though she refused to give him a definite answer. "Let's plan on Christmas, then," Magnus said, before pushing off from the table. Phoenix pressed her lips together, hoping he'd take the hint. She wanted to spend Christmas with the Thunderfoots, with someone like Tatiana keeping her company, and then there was Jezebeth. She couldn't explain why, but she felt obligated to bring that lamp with her wherever she went. It was like her personal ball and chain. Magnus wouldn't want her mother around. Her brothers just stood there, looking awkward with their hands shoved in their pockets, so she finally stood.
"Well, have a good flight."
"Thanks," Jack said. He gave her a tight hug. She went limp in his arms, but finally patted his back before pulling away. She heaved a resigned breath when Magnus leaned in for his turn. Their hug was fortunately brief. She told them goodbye again, and they headed for the door. "See you soon, sis," Jax said, and slung a backpack over his shoulder. She didn't know how to answer, so she forced a smile instead. If they wanted to see her again, they'd have to come to her. She refused to make it easy for them, and not just because they'd ignored her up till now. She didn't want to live in the home that had once belonged to the fathers who rejected her, and she didn't want to be the outsider in their family either. They were still in the honeymoon stage with Annie, and she'd just be in the way. After they left, she slumped in her seat. Now that they were gone, she had work to do, namely bugging Jezebeth about saving Tori. She would not fail her sister. If her mother couldn't retrieve her, she'd go to hell herself and get her. Dmitri got out of the truck and stretched his legs. He patiently waited for his brothers, then slapped Dejan's back as they walked to the clearing. He loathed this forest and couldn't wait to return to Alaska. Ilea had improved it by flattening the trees. There were no longer any places for demons to hide. Their fathers, Boris and Jerry, sat in folding chairs, a beer in one hand and an axe in the other, focused on the white wall of mist that rose between their world and the demon plane. 2 big spotlights shone in the mist, beacons for Victoria and Benjamin on the slim chance they somehow returned to them. "Fathers," Constantine said, "we wanted to say goodbye before we left." Boris looked like he'd aged 10 years in the past week. He stood. "I can't thank you enough for everything you've done." "We were honored to do it," Dmitri said. "I'm just so sorry at how things turned out." Boris frowned, turning his gaze toward the veil. "I am too." Jerry nodded his agreement, his nostrils flaring as he scanned the veil for any signs of movement. Waiting was a fool's hope, and they knew it. Nobody was returning from the veil after falling into the river of flame. Those 2 poor souls were lost in the lake of fire, along with the cruel beast that had driven them into it. Tatiana had told him Jezebeth was trying to save her, but he had no faith in the gene. "It's not her fault," Constantine said to Boris. Everyone knew who Constantine was referring to, for Ilea had refused to come downstairs since that night. She'd locked herself in her bedroom, and her sorrowful wails were heard all the way to the garden that adjoined the house. Boris clucked his tongue. "I know." Are you sure you don't want us to stay and help you watch the veil? Constantine asked.
Ancients, no. You've done enough. Go home with your beautiful mate and cherish your time together.
Boris glared at Dmitri and Dejan.
All of you. The brotherly bond you have is special. Never forget that.
Dmitri shared a smile with Dejan. We won't, they said in unison. The time for grudges and anger was long past. Life was too short, too fragile, for petty bickering.
Look at what happens when that bond is broken, Jerry said, his gaze on the veil. Fighting can destroy more than just bones, Boris added. He can tear apart families and destroy lives.
Dmitri had no wish to end up like the Albascus.
Thank you, sirs. We see that now. Good,
Boris said, his smile strained. They hugged their fathers and piled into the truck. They had to return to their parents' home to get Tatiana and Tor, and then Dmitri couldn't wait to get the hell away from this place. His family needed a place to heal, and his heart and soul yearned for Alaska. Funny how their cabin home by the lake was more their home than Romania ever had been. Then again, home was wherever Tatiana and his brothers were. As long as he had them, he'd always be where he belonged. Tatiana shared one last hug with Phoenix. She hated to let her go, but she'd be in good hands with Ilea.
Please remember to call if you need to talk,
she said to her friend.
I will. Please check on my bunnies.
Of course. Tatiana waved one last time before getting in the car. As they drove away, she prayed they would be able to bring back Tori and Benjamin. The thought of them stuck in hell for eternity was too depressing to consider, especially since that could have easily been her and her mates. She remembered that river of fire, the stuff of nightmares, and now Tori was living it.
You okay?
Andre whispered in her ear.
Not really,
she said, threading her fingers through his and resting her head on his shoulder.
But I'm glad you've returned to me.
Always, he said. Nothing can keep us from you, not even the fires of hell.
Let's hope it never comes to that.
Chapter 19. Ilea tossed and turned, trying to get comfortable. The house was too quiet. Phoenix had gone to stay with her in-laws. Boris and Jerry were still guarding the veil, though why she'd no idea. No one was coming back from the Hoya Baciu. Marius was somewhere downstairs, catching up on housework after having guests for nearly a week. Jovan was outside, probably sulking in the barn, like every night. The thought of him still pulled away from her was like a knife wedged in her heart. After what happened with Victoria and Benjamin, he probably resented her for restoring his wolf. Her in-laws had taken the children for the night, thinking she'd be able to sleep, but how could she ever rest again, knowing she'd failed to save Victoria and Benjamin from the fire? Their only hope rested with a vindictive, tricky Jean. She prayed Jezebel's love for Phoenix was strong enough to make her do the right thing. She just didn't see how it was possible to bring anyone back from hell. Sure, demons had escaped the fiery pit before, but they'd used dark magic, stealing human bodies. Would they have to do that with Victoria and Benjamin? If so, how could she live with herself if she helped them steal human hosts? How could she live with herself if she didn't? She'd prayed to the ancients for answers, but she'd yet to have a visit from the goddess. Had the ancients forsaken her for fucking up? Unable to find a comfortable position, she punched her pillows into submission, then turned when she heard footsteps outside the door. She scented Jovan. What was he doing here? He hadn't said more than 2 words to her since last night. She turned her back to the door before it opened, pretending to be asleep.
You forget. I have my wolf-touch senses back, he said, and sat beside her on the bed. I know you're not sleeping.
Have you come to tell me what an idiot tool I am?
No.
He kissed her neck.
Is it true what Boris said? That there may be a way to get Victoria and Benjamin back?
His kiss had made her heart race. She hadn't been expecting it, and his touch felt nice. In fact, Until that moment, she hadn't realized how much she'd yearned for it. It's true.
Do you trust the jinn?
He asked gently, kneading her shoulders. A soft moan escaped her. The massage felt so good. I trust she will do whatever it takes to get Phoenix to forgive her. Why was he being so attentive? Surely he hadn't forgiven her so easily.
Even help us rescue her sister.
I sure hope so, she said, surprised when he got into bed and laid flush against her back.
You have too many knots in your shoulders, he said. We're all over.
She wasn't about to argue, so she rolled onto her stomach, moaning as he deftly worked on her sore muscles. His touch was heavenly and so very missed. For a long while, the only sounds in the room were her labored breathing and the movement of his big body above hers while he turned her into putty. She gradually loosened up, sinking into the bed like it was quicksand.
I'm proud you're my mate,
he said, sitting back on his knees. She rolled over, blinking up at him as he stretched his fingers. You are?
I know the choices you've had to make haven't been easy. I'm sorry I haven't been more supportive. I didn't know until I had them back how much I missed my wolf and protector.
He hugged himself, the expression in his eyes reminding her of a lost little boy.
The depression caused by not having them was killing me.
I know. I could tell.
You always know what's best for me, even when I don't.
She sat up and took his large hand in hers, her throat constricting. But look at the price we paid for my decision.
We'll get them back, Dragoma.
That meant sweetheart in Romanian. How she had longed for his tender affection. How can you be sure? He leaned so close their breath mingled.
Because we have the ancients on our side.
When he brushed his lips across hers, she was powerless to resist him. She missed his kisses almost as much as their lovemaking. He deepened the kiss, and she threaded her fingers through his thick hair. Her pussy throbbed when he pushed her back against the pillows. He ground his hips into hers, his hard length pressing against her. Her brain wanted to tell him no, that now wasn't the right time, when they were mourning the loss of their friends. But her heart was singing with joy. She reached between them, cupping his erection. He growled into her mouth, a deep protector's rumble. She knew what that growl meant. Mine. Who was she to argue? She turned boneless when he removed her clothes, peeling them away while kissing every exposed inch of her. By the time he finished undressing her, she tingled with anticipation, and the throbbing between her legs was almost unbearable. She groaned in delight when he buried his face between her legs, licking her languidly and swirling his tongue around and around her swollen bud until she rose off the bed, begging him to enter her. By the time he climbed up the length of her body, hair had sprouted all over him. His nose had lengthened and widened, and his eyes had narrowed to glowing slits. He was partially in protector form. She didn't know how he was able to suspend the shift, but her pussy dripped at the thought of this beast man entering her. Her wolf growled approval. The fur on his chest tickled her bare nipples as he entered her. Her dripping sheath welcomed him, quivering as he stretched her with his wide girth. He lifted her hips higher, and she wrapped her legs around his waist. When he was fully seated, they began the timeless dance of love. His mouth sought hers, and their lips locked in a passionate kiss while he thrust into her, pushing her toward that pinnacle until they were both toppling over the edge, crying out into each other's mouths. He thrust faster, deeper, driving her into another orgasm and another, while she repeatedly shattered in his arms. By the time they finished, she was so tired she couldn't get out of bed. He cleaned her up and then crawled in beside her. "Jovan, I've missed us," she said. His lips lingered on her skin.
"I've missed us too, Milbirama."
She fell asleep to the steady beat of his heart. so grateful to have him back. Tomorrow she'd feel guilty again for those 2 lost souls. Tonight, she'd revel in Jovan's love. Tatiana held a stuffed wolf, petting it like it was a real cub. Constantine had bought it for their unborn child at a gift shop on the drive to the airport. Her baby's first present. She would cuddle and love it until her child came. After they boarded, her mates had given her an entire row of seats to stretch out. Constantine had taken the row across from her, his long legs dangling over the side, a small pillow propping up his head. Her other 3 mates were at the back, laughing and drinking while playing cards. She didn't mind when they got too loud, though her father and Agent Johnson sometimes glared at them over their seats. All that mattered to her was that her mates had finally stopped their ridiculous fighting, and her family was whole. After seeing what Victoria and Benjamin went through with the Albuscues, she never wanted her mates to fight again. When she felt Constantine's gaze boring into her, she looked over at him. He was staring at her with a look akin to awe. "You've been awfully quiet," she projected. "I've been thinking." "About what?" "How lucky I am to have such an amazing mate and brothers." She laughed. "If you're trying to earn bonus points, you already maxed out your limit when you returned from that forest." Shadows darkened his eyes. "I'll walk through the fires of hell to return to you." A knot the size of Alaska formed in her throat. "Good, because your son and I need you." She protectively placed a hand on her abdomen. "You're going to make a wonderful mother." "I already love this child so much. Thank you for giving him to me." He waggled his brows. "Do you remember how we made him?" "Not really," she teased. Heat spread through her body like wildfire. "Perhaps you should show me again." He let out a protector's rumble, causing her sex to ache and swell. "As soon as we get home." She bit her lip, looking at the dark sky outside. How was she supposed to sleep now? Tatiana entered their cabin, inhaling the fresh smells of home. A delicious blend of roasting meat, pine, and cinnamon. A pot of moose stew was on the stove, probably a gift from her Gamma father, Arvid, so they wouldn't have to cook. In the oven were 2 pies and a tray of cornbread, along with a note from Arvid and Roan, welcoming them home. "Thank the ancients," Dacian said, dropping his duffel bag on the floor. "I didn't feel like cooking." She kissed his nose. "You knew my father and brother would take care of us." Dmitri dipped a ladle into the pot and tasted the stew. "It's perfect. Thank the ancients for our gammas," he said with a wink before handing the ladle to Dacian, "for keeping us well fed." Dacian tasted, his eyes lighting up. "This is delicious. I'll need to get the recipe." When he handed the ladle to Tatiana, she pushed it away, frowning. "I figured you guys would be hungry for something else." Strong hands circled her waist, and she craned her neck to look into Constantine's smoldering eyes. "What are you hungry for, Yubirama?" he asked. She reached up, straining for a kiss. "You know what I'm hungry for," she teased. "My wolves." Dacian threw the ladle in the pot. "Dinner can wait," he said, ripping off his clothes. Her mates peeled off her jeans and threw them to the floor. She wrapped her legs around Constantine's waist and plastered his face with kisses as he carried her into the living room and laid her on the bearskin rug by the fireplace. She moaned into his mouth when he reached between them to stroke her clit with thick fingers. "So wet already," he growled. "Then take me," she pleaded. "In due time." He trailed hot kisses down her neck and then licked each pert nipple until they were hard as diamonds. She squirmed, her head lolling from side to side. Dacian sat beside Dmitri and Andrei on the sofa, their dicks standing at attention. Though they looked at her with longing in their eyes, they waited patiently. That's when she knew their plan was to each take a turn, rather than team up. They knew she needed tender moments alone with each of them. When Constantine spread her legs wide and licked her with long, smooth strokes of his tongue, she cried out with need, lifting her legs higher. Yes, yes. Her pussy quaked with each tender stroke. By the time he was finished turning her to putty, she was already so wet he easily slid inside her. He took his time, and they crested together in sweet orgasmic bliss. They collapsed in each other's arms, slick with sweat, kissing and nipping each other, until he finally pulled away and rolled her into Andre's embrace. "Hello, my brave tracker," she said, cupping his face.
"Forgive me if I don't last," he said. "I've been gone from you too long."
"It's okay," she cooed, stroking the taut muscles on his back. "We'll have plenty of time to catch up." Though their lovemaking was brief, it was tender and sweet. They gently crested together, and she held him a long time, stroking his hair while he buried his face in her breasts. When they heard Dmitri clearing his throat, Andre kissed her one more time before crawling away. She was surprised and pleased when Dmitri and Deja knelt beside her. At least one good thing came out of their trip to the forest. Her mates were closer than ever now.
"You can take the front,"
Dmitri said to Dejan, waggling his brows at Tatiana.
"I'll take the rear."
"Oh, you're wicked," she said, playfully swatting him. But she couldn't deny anal sex drove her wild. She'd never had them both at once, though. This would be fun. After they cleaned her up, Dejan laid on his back, and Tatiana straddled him, sliding onto his cock. Dimitri's hand was on her back, pushing her forward while dragging juices from her slit to her puckered hole. She ground against Dejan while Dmitri circled her anus. He replaced his finger with his thick cockhead, pushing her against Dejan while sliding into her. His hands wrapped around her while he pinched and pulled her taut nipples. She sucked in a hiss as he slowly stretched her tight hole and buried himself to the root. Impaled by two cocks, she threw back her head and let Dmitri feast on her neck. Trapped between them, she could only grind against Dejan. He lifted his hips to meet hers with each thrust. His hands joined Dimitri's, squeezing her breasts and rolling her nipples between his fingers. Overwhelmed by so many euphoric sensations, Tatiana didn't know where to concentrate as both cocks banged into her sweet spots. Then Dmitri moved harder, faster.
"We're all going to come together,"
he said in a tone that left no room for argument. "Yes," she cried, as they relentlessly fucked her. "Oh, yes." Both of her mates grunted and stilled while their cocks exploded, setting off a chain reaction deep inside her. Her orgasm came from all directions, so deep and powerful, the pleasure bordered on pain. Gasping for breath, she fell on Dejan. He rolled her over, and he and Dmitri caressed and cuddled her. She'd never been more sated in her life. After they cleaned her up, they took her upstairs and made love to her in the shower, and then in their big bed. It was early morning by the time they finally collapsed under the sheets. Dejan and Dmitri had somehow found the strength to fetch food from downstairs, and they took turns feeding her and then kissing her goodnight. As she snuggled between her shifters, she sent a silent prayer to the ancients, thanking them for bringing her mates safely home to her. Then she sent up another prayer for Victoria and Benjamin, that they'd somehow find the courage and strength to survive their ordeal and the ability to escape their nightmare. Every wolf deserved the kind of happiness she'd found in the arms of her brave shifters. Jezebeth paced her small den like a caged animal, knowing what must be done, but dreading it all the same. It had been years since she'd summoned her mother, Abera. She rarely spoke to the deceptive demon, and for good reason. She went to the cauldron hanging in her stone hearth. Inside it were 13 glowing crystals, her method of communicating with outside worlds. She added willow leaves and lavender and stirred the pot. "Those who wish me no harm may enter," she whispered, knowing her mother would hear the call. A plume of smoke rose, spiraling upward like a snake, the smoke rings thickening and turning outward. A mini cyclone filled her chamber, blowing her hair about. The smoke fanned out, thin wisps tickling her nape and arms. As suddenly as it entered, it disappeared, leaving behind a beautiful Jean with thick, intricately braided auburn hair cascading down her back, large green eyes, a tapered waist, and generous cleavage. She was the fairer-skinned version of Jezebeth. Tethered to the cauldron with a thin rope of mist, she smiled at her daughter.
"My darling child."
She clasped her hands in excitement. Jezebeth glared at the demon who'd ruined her life.
"Mother? Still angry with me, I see."
Her ruby lips twisted.
"It has been a long time since you summoned me."
"I know, I'm sorry." She really wasn't, but she wanted something.
"You wouldn't have reached out to me unless it was an emergency. What is it, child?"
She hoped she caught her in a good mood.
"2 wolf shifters fell into Hell's portal. I need help getting them back."
Abera laughed.
"Since when do you care about the plight of wolf shifters? One of them is Phoenix's half-sister. I care because she cares. You have found your child?"
She thought longingly of the child who loathed her as much as she loathed her mother, perhaps even more.
"Yes. Why didn't you tell me sooner?"
She averted her eyes, shame flushing her face.
"She hates me."
"She hates you?" Abera frowned, but there was no mistaking the mirth in her eyes. Though she wanted to berate her mother, she kept a tight rein on her anger. She had to stay on Abera's good side for Phoenix's sake.
"The wolves have poisoned her against me." "I'm sorry to hear that."
Her lips pursed.
"I know all too well how it feels having your daughter turn against you. You think to make her love you by bringing back her sister?"
Jezebeth clenched her hands, digging her fingers into her palms until the nails broke skin. The pain was a welcome distraction from her rage.
I hope so."
Abera tapped her chin, her eyes narrowing to slits.
"I never took you for a fool, daughter. Will you help me or not?"
She was tired of playing the demon's games. Pretending she hadn't a care in the world, Abera picked grime from under her fingernails.
"A price must be paid."
"I know. You never do anything for free," she said with her demon voice. "Not even for your grandchild." Pain flashed across Abera's face.
"The Dark Ones must be summoned."
Fear prickled her spine.
"No."
Abera shrugged.
"They are the only ones who can help the wolves escape."
Jezebeth hugged herself against the chill that washed over her.
"They will tear them to shreds." "Perhaps."
Abera's eyes shone with mischief.
"But they will eventually be eaten by something else if we do nothing."
Curse her mother, for she was right.
"Very well. How important is it they both be saved?"
"Very," Jezebeth asserted. Phoenix wouldn't forgive her if she brought back only one wolf.
"Is the other shifter male?"
Abera's eyes shone with mischief as she licked her full lips.
"Yes, and don't get any ideas. They are mated."
Abera let out a nauseating giggle.
"When did that ever stop me? Put me back, child, so I can summon the beasts."
Jezebeth stirred the crystals again, adding more lavender and leaves.
"Those who wish me no harm may leave."
Abera became a cyclone of smoke and disappeared into the cauldron, like water circling a drain. Jezebeth hovered over the cauldron, making sure Abera was really gone. Then she went to her bed and sank into soft silks, her stomach uneasy.
"My goddess, what have I done?"
Epilogue. Tori shot up, head pounding. Where was she? And why was it so damn hot? Sweat pooled between her breasts and ran down her face. Her hair clung to her neck and back in sodden waves. The heat was unbearable, and her mouth was so dry her tongue felt like sandpaper. She was in human form, and she was naked except for underwear. Where were the rest of her clothes? Benjamin laid on his side next to her in human form, stripped of all clothing but for a torn shirt and ripped underwear. "Benjamin," she gave him a hard shake. "Wake up." He eventually sat up.
"Where are we?"
She pulled her long hair over her shoulders to cover her breasts and squinted into the darkness, trying to see. I don't know. Benjamin slipped off his torn shirt and handed it to her. Thanks, she said, slipping it on. There were so many tears. The sides of her breasts were still visible, but it was better than nothing. A loud roar tore through the stagnant air. She scrambled to her knees. What was that? I don't know, but I don't think we're safe here. He pulled her to her feet. Let's go. She winced when the hot ground burned her feet. The mist parted, revealing a dry, parched landscape that went on for miles. A sea of gray, cracked earth. It was as if they walked on the bottom of a dry lake. I think we should shift, she whispered. Shh. He pulled her to a standstill. In the distance were two shadowy figures, dancing across the ground, pushing, pulling, and spinning in dizzying circles. It took her a moment to figure out they were fighting. When the figures moved closer, one of them looked part scorpion, part man. Leathery skin the color of onyx, it had 6 long arms and a tail protruding from his backside that curled over the top of his head. Even more startling was the other creature. Though his white fur was coated in grime, she recognized Grigor in his protector form. But wait, that couldn't be right. Hadn't he been possessed by a demonic spider? Had he found a way to shed his evil host? Is that Grigor? She asked. Benjamin's shoulders were rigid. We have to get out of here. Where can we go? She asked, digging in her heels. Anywhere but here. They heard a howl in the distance. There was an odd yet familiar stirring deep within her. I know that wolf. I recognize the call. He tugged her again. Let's go. Wait. She strained, listening. I think I know what they're saying. They're calling to their long-lost mate. She had no idea how she knew that, but she was sure she was right. It brought a mixture of relief and terror. Tori, look at me. He desperately searched her eyes. It's a trick. What? Those are demons. He gestured to the barren landscape. Don't you know where we are? No. She was suddenly struck by a memory of sinking in a river of lava. No. We're in hell, Tori. He sounded like a shell of the man she'd known. We're dead. Coming spring 2022. Hungry for her demon wolves. Hungry for her wolves, Book 9. Continue listening for a bonus novella, A Romanian Shifter Christmas, featuring Tor, Skull, Van, Arvid, and Mihaila Thunderfoot, parents to Hakon, Drasko, Luke, Ron, and Tatiana. This concludes Saving Her Wolves by Tara West, narrated by Mari. Please keep listening for the novella, A Romanian Shifter Christmas by Tara West, narrated by Mari. Chapter 1. Fairbanks, Alaska, December 1989. The moment Deputy Joe Johnson exited the plane, he was tempted to turn around and go back inside the warm cabin. The biting wind stung his face, and it felt like his skin was being lashed with brutal whips of fire. Though it wasn't evening yet, the sky was already dark. Why the hell had he agreed to fly to this wasteland, especially after his joke of a debriefing? Giant ape men and wolf shifters? This was a prank. One of his old academy classmates had to be behind it. It was the only thing that made sense in this seemingly senseless assignment. Head down and hands shoved in his coat pockets, he trudged across the tarmac to the waiting jeep, cursing each time he slipped on the slick ice. He wasn't even sure this was his pickup, and he didn't care. A young army captain greeted him and then drove him to the hangar. Once inside, he was directed to a waiting room where he poured himself a lukewarm cup of coffee and ate a stale donut. What the hell was he doing here? An older white man with bushy gray brows, a bulbous nose, and ruddy cheeks came into the room and held out his hand. Deputy Johnson, I'm Deputy Brownstein. Joe shook with a grunt. Deputy Brownstein? He said, unsure of what else to say, though he had questions. Lots of questions. Brownstein went over to the coffee pot and poured some into a styrofoam cup, then added several sugar and creamer packets. I take it you've been briefed? He said, stirring his coffee. Johnson scratched the back of his head, warily eyeing the deputy. I have, but it was rushed. I'm sorry. Brownstein grimaced. But I lost 2 field agents in a plane crash last week, and yesterday I was served with divorce papers. I either fly home now or lose everything. He sighed. You married, Johnson? No. Johnson answered flatly. When would he have found the time to meet a girl, especially one who would tolerate his schedule? Good. Brownstein chuckled and patted Joe on the back. From here on out, you'll be married to your job. The Ameraki will keep you on your toes. You're going to be solo for a few weeks until we get more agents out here. About the Ameraki. Joe searched the other agent's eyes for any signs of deceit. I wanted to talk to you about my debriefing. Spit it out. Brownstein made a big show of checking his watch. I have a plane to catch. He struggled to find the right words. I think someone was pulling my leg. Brownstein gave him a long look. You understand we're a secret division of the FBI, working in tandem with the Army. Only a few agents know about our existence. That's what I've been told. We work with several shifter tribes in the U.S. Brownstein strolled over to a map of the country on the wall, which was studded with big red pins. He pointed to one beside Fairbanks. You'll be in charge of the Alaska division, but the director is retiring in a few years, so who knows? You'll be the liaison between the Ameraki and the Special Forces Division of the Army. You're responsible for the tribe's army trackers, ensuring their missions are a success. You will also need to clean up any messes they make. Messes? Serving the Ameraki isn't an easy job, Brownstein said with a surprisingly straight face. But if you do your job well, you'll gain their respect and trust. Right, Joe said, shaking his head. How far were they going with this joke? And what kind of fool did they take him for? Then what's the problem? Brownstein asked. Come on. Laughter bubbled up in his throat. Humans that can transform into wolves? Bigfoot? Don't call them that, Brownstein snapped. It's insulting. Fine. He'd go along with the agent's game. He was waiting for Ty or Mac to jump out from behind a door, guffawing and slapping their knees. Then what do I call them? Protectors, Brownstein said. Pack alphas can transform into wolves or protectors, which are 10-foot hairy beasts with enough strength to uproot pine trees. They protect the tribe. Joe looked at the agent a long moment. Are you serious? The Thunderfoots are the tribal chieftains, probably the most powerful chieftains in all the world. Their son's mate lives in Romania. As you were told, that country is in the middle of a civil war. If Ceausescu is overthrown, then great. If not, his brutal police force, the Securitate, will slaughter anyone who stood against him. Their mates' fathers have been vocal opponents of Ceausescu. Fathers? Ameraki brothers take one woman as their mate. Brownstein looked at Joe as if he was the crazy one. I thought you heard all this already. I did, but I didn't believe it. You'd better start believing. His features hardened. You'll be flying with the Thunderfoot boys to Ramstein and then to Przemyśl. From there, you will drive them to the border of Poland, and they will cross over into Slovakia, Hungary, and then Romania. How? Brownstein shrugged. On foot. Through Kami territory in the middle of winter. What kind of sick fuck took the time to put together such an elaborate joke? The FBI had enough domestic threats to deal with. They didn't need to waste valuable resources on stupid games. This was probably Joe's initiation as a new deputy. They will be disguised as wolves, Brownstein said. He'd had enough. Why don't we just get the alien spaceships to beam them down? Or, better yet, why don't they disguise themselves as fucking unicorns? Listen here, Johnson. Brownstein pushed him hard, enraged. I don't care what you do or don't believe. These men are counting on you. He turned at a sharp rap on the door. Grumbling, Brownstein crossed the room and swung it open. 4 young native men with high cheekbones and black hair stood there. One of them stepped forward. He was at least 6'3" and built like a linebacker with broad shoulders and a wide chest. Agent Brownstein, are we ready? He asked. Brownstein motioned to Johnson. Men, this is your new liaison, Agent Johnson. Johnson swallowed nervously when all eyes turned to him. "So it's true," the big man continued. "You're leaving us." "I'm sorry, Tor." Brownstein grimaced. "I didn't have a choice." "We understand." Tor looked Joe over with a scowl. "Johnson, huh?" "Joe Johnson," Brownstein said. "This is Tor, Skoll, Van, and Arvid Thunderfoot." "Nice to meet you." Johnson held out his hand. The Thunderfoots looked at his hand like it was a foreign object. Skoll, who was as big as Tor, snarled at him. "You're not afraid of wolves, are you, Johnson?" "I'm good as long as they don't bite." Guess they were all in on the joke. He'd show them he could take it as well as they could dish it out.
"Oh, believe me, we bite."
Skoll laughed, tossing his long black hair over his shoulders. His eyes changed to 2 long slits of glowing yellow. His nose widened and flattened, and dark brown hair sprouted all over his face. "But you don't have to worry about us." His voice dropped several octaves and sounded so powerful it was like a steam engine barreling through the room.
"It's those fucking unicorns you gotta watch out for."
He gestured to the door with a big furry paw.
"Now, if you don't mind, we need to get our mate."
Joe gaped at the 4 Thunderfoot boys. All their eyes glowed yellow. Holy shit. They weren't lying. He pinched his wrist hard, wondering if he was stuck in a dream. No, a nightmare. Pain shot through his arm. Okay, not dreaming then. After the Thunderfoots returned to normal, they shared a good laugh with Brownstein. "Give him a moment," Brownstein said, patting Tor on the back. "I was like this at first, too."
"We don't have a moment,"
Skoll grumbled derisively.
"Our mate needs us."
Joe forced himself to snap out of his trance.
"Let's go get her, then."
"You sure you got this?" Brownstein asked with a questioning look.
"Yeah, sure."
No, he didn't have this. He was in way over his head with fairy tale creatures he thought were only stories. But he was pretty good at faking it, and that's just what he'd do until he figured out what was going on. Tor kept his eyes on Agent Johnson while boarding the plane. He couldn't see his hair under the wool cap pulled low over his ears, but guessed it was cut short like other agents. Johnson was probably a few years older than him. Tor estimated him to be around 30 years, judging by his smooth, ebony skin and easy gait. His knees weren't stiff like Brownstein's. Young was good. That meant he'd have time to accustom himself to their tribe. But he wasn't sure about this new guy. Tor could smell his fear, and he knew from experience that scared humans were dangerous. Brownstein picked a hell of a time to leave the tribe. Skull's agitated voice echoed in his head. The reverberation of his words signaling that he was projecting his thoughts to all his brothers. He shoved his duffel bag in the overhead bin. "He's having family problems," he answered, taking Arvid's bag from him and placing it next to his. "Something about his wife being unhappy about being alone all the time," Van said, and handed Tor his bag, then flopped in a seat. "Too bad the humans don't allow Amaraki customs." Arvid sat beside Van. Their wives would never be lonely if they had more than one mate. Tor laughed and took the seat next to Skull, facing their youngest brother. Humans don't like to share. "Do you boys, men, know the plan?" Johnson asked as he sat across the aisle from them. His brothers gave him knowing looks. Nostrils flared. They smelled his panic, too. "We are getting our mate," Skull answered curtly. "And if any beasties or commies try to hurt us or her," Van grinned, showing his fangs, his eyes flashing yellow, "we rip their throats out." The agent's hands trembled as he wiped them down his thighs. "Okay." "What's the matter, Johnson?" Skull teased. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "Go easy on him," Tor warned. "You have to understand," the agent said, fumbling with his seatbelt. "I was only debriefed a few hours ago, and this is new to me." Arvid offered the agent a pitying smile. "It must be quite a shock." Nervous laughter burst from him as he gave up on the seatbelt.
You have no idea. He slouched in his seat. Which one of you are the big
Eyes widening, he cut himself off and changed course.
Protectors.
Tor elbowed Skull when he growled. Now was not the time to get offended.
Skull and I are protectors. We're alphas. Van is a beta. He's the tracker. Arvid is the gamma. He makes the moose chili. And pies. Van rubbed his gut and licked his lips. Don't forget the pies.
And your mate is in Romania? Johnson asked.
That's right,
Tor answered. When the agent removed his wool cap, Tor was shocked to see he already had several gray hairs, despite giving off the aura of a young man.
How did that happen?
Johnson asked, scratching the back of his head.
What do you mean?
Tor asked.
Why didn't you choose an American mate? First off, we didn't choose, Skull said with a sneer. The ancients chose Mihaila for us.
Tor wondered if the agent had been briefed on the short temperaments of second alphas.
Probably not, observing the way he flinched when Skull spoke. The ancients? He asked. Our gods. Skull narrowed his eyes. You didn't get a thorough briefing, did you? It was quick, he admitted. So your gods came down and told you about Mihaila, your Romanian mate? No, Van chuckled. We don't see our gods. We knew she was our mate by her scent. Is it different than other women? When they snickered and elbowed each other, he asked, How? Her smell makes our dicks hard. Skull adjusted his crotch, eyes alight. Tor shook his head at his crudeness, but it was true. He easily pictured his beautiful blonde mate in his mind. She had smooth, pale skin, hair as soft as a dove's wing, and a smile that made his heart do backflips. The moment he'd first met her, he knew he'd climb any mountain for her or die trying. That's exactly what he and his brothers were about to do, climb the Carpathian mountain range in the dead of winter to save Mihaila. So you've met her already? Johnson asked. A few years ago. Van found her when he was on a mission. Van was the best tracker in the Amaraki. He'd scented her from several miles away and tracked her right to her doorstep. We went back to get her, but her parents wouldn't let us take her. Why not? He asks too many questions, Skull grumbled. That is good, Tor answered. It means he's willing to learn, maybe even accept us. Father said a good liaison means everything. They said she was too young, he answered. They were shocked when her parents had turned them away. They'd expected them to feel honored and been grateful their daughter had been selected to bond with the most powerful pack in the Amaraki. They had not expected growls, being banished to sleep in the barn, and returning home empty-handed. If it hadn't been for their sweet mate sneaking into the barn and letting them mark her that night, the trip would have been a waste. This time it would be different. Tor and his friends weren't leaving without her. They refused to abandon her in a war-torn country. Stapling his fingers, Johnson studied them a long moment. How old was she? 18. Old enough, Skull said. They weren't ready, not her. They should have let us take her the first time, Arvid said. Of all his brothers, Arvid was looking forward to their trek least of all. He was a gamma, meant to stay home with their mate and help raise their children, not risk his life to trek across a hostile country. He did it without complaint, though. Such was their way, doing whatever it took to keep their women safe. We should have done more than mark her, Skull added. Then they wouldn't have had a choice. Tor refused to have this argument again. He'd already given his word to their fathers, the tribal chieftains, they wouldn't bond with Mihaila without her parents' permission. Like Mihaila's parents, Tor's fathers were older and would be retiring from the chiefdom soon. Tor and his brothers were next in line, but could easily be voted out if they were considered too impetuous or too young for the position. Stealing their mate from her parents wouldn't look good. This time, though, her parents would have to give their blessing. If not, they'd take her. The council wouldn't frown down on their actions, knowing they were only trying to protect their mate. What's marking mean?
Johnson asked. Heat crept into Tor's cheeks when he remembered spilling his seed into his sweet mate's tight virgin anus. But those memories were for him and his brothers, not for human agent.
Never mind. I've been checking in on her, Van said. We were supposed to get her this spring, but then the uprising in Timisoara happened. His eyes hardened. Now the revolution is spreading.
Johnson nodded.
I've been briefed on it. Ceausescu is a ruthless dictator. He won't let the rebels go unpunished.
Arvid blanched.
Romania is about to turn into a bloodbath. Tor stiffened. If it isn't already. I understand your mate's fathers are at risk. Johnson's statement sounded more like a question. They've been pretty vocal about their dislike of the dictator, Tor said. Especially after the typewriter incident last year,
Van added.
Johnson leaned forward. The typewriter? It was a family heirloom that had belonged to her grandmother, and it was missing keys, Van answered. Mihaila's alpha fathers were interrogated, beaten, and jailed for several months because someone reported to the government that they had it.
Skull chuckled.
They almost shifted and tore out the Securitate's throats. That would have been bad. Tor gave his second alpha brother a dark look.
The Securitate were the secret police in Romania, similar to the Nazi German Gestapo. There was nothing funny about a confrontation with them. They were ruthless and unjust, encouraging neighbors to turn against neighbors for something as simple as owning a typewriter. Ceausescu didn't want the people sharing ideas and information. That led to rebellion in an already tense climate where Ceausescu was starving his people in order to pay back the national debt.
The Romanian government doesn't know about the Ameraki.
Johnson nodded.
I was told only the American government knows. That's right, Tor said. The Ameraki and the American government have had a good relationship since World War II. Hope we can keep it that way, he added, giving the agent a long look.
Johnson smiled. The fear that had radiated off him had slowly dissipated.
Duly noted. Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
What happens if you don't come back? We're coming back, he answered flatly.
He looked him over.
You sure? So little faith, Johnson, Skull sneered. You have a lot to learn about the Ameraki.
Sandwiched between his brothers and still bouncing around in the back seat, Arvid tried not to get unnerved by the howling wind as their Humvee wound its way up the mountainside. Snow blew across the road, blanketing everything in white. From growing up in Alaska, he was used to trekking through blizzards and sub-zero temperatures, but he always had a warm cabin to return to. There was no warm cabin for them up here, only a hostile mountain range and an endless sea of snow. As their vehicle skidded across the ice, Johnson turned to them.
We're almost to the Slovakian border. You boys sure you're going to be okay out there?
Don't worry about us, Johnson, Tor said gruffly.
Just be here when we get back.
And make sure you have our bags, Arvid added. I packed clothes for Mihaila. He'd picked them out himself. Levi's, a soft purple sweater, and a purple and pink flannel jacket, plus warm sweats and boots lined with alpaca fur. He hadn't forgotten her mentioning the jeans and other trendy American clothes when they'd visited her before. Her stuff had mostly been handed down from relatives. Arvid wanted her to have something new that was all her own.
We'll keep your bags safe,
Johnson said, nodding toward the other trucks ahead of them. Arvid appreciated the human soldiers who had to set up camp in the snowstorm. After the vehicle stopped, Arvid and his brothers stripped out of their clothes.
Fuck, they were going to freeze their nuts off.
Tor gave Johnson a hard look.
We appreciate your help.
Godspeed to you, Johnson said.
Your God has nothing to do with this,
Skoll said, and laughed.
But thanks all the same,
Tor added, giving Skoll a dark look. The moment they opened the doors, the world turned white. Arvid jumped out as a naked human and then shifted into wolf form. His brothers followed suit, howling, They followed Van into the abyss. Chapter 2. Mihaila and her mother raced outside when they heard her alpha father's old rickety truck clatter into the drive. Snow crunching under her boots, she breathed the crisp winter air and smiled at Kristoff when he got out, an axe slung across his shoulder. He kissed her mother, Petronella, on the cheek and limped to the back of the truck. He'd suffered the hip injury in prison, and the cold weather made it more pronounced. She could hear the neighing of horses, squawking of chickens, and bleats from the sheep. The family farm was a peaceful, serene place, and it was hard to believe tanks were plowing through other Romanian towns in an effort to quell the uprising. Though the local newspapers didn't truthfully report what was happening, her family heard the news with their secret radio. Her country was at war with itself. Her oldest brother, Razvan, was still in the truck, drinking from a flask. She hoped he stayed there as long as possible. It was no secret she didn't care for her brothers, and they'd certainly never shown her any affection. "Any luck?" her Gamma father, Mihas, asked in English as he joined them on the porch, wiping flour on his apron. Because they made it with so many American shifters, all Romanian Ameraki learned English at an early age. They also preferred speaking it over their native language, as it had become the universal language for all shifters. She smelled the heavenly aroma of buttery cinnamon coming from inside. It was family tradition that he made kozonak bread on Sundays, though sometimes he had only enough flour to make a small loaf, due to government rationing of dry goods. Grinning broadly, Kristoff pulled back the tarp, revealing 2 large tusks and a furry snout. "A huge boar." He puffed up his chest. "We will feast tonight." Petronella clapped her hands and jumped up and down. "Thank the ancients." Most of Romania was starving, but her family would eat well. Mihaila considered herself lucky to have been born an Ameraki shifter with a brave alpha father who could hunt for them. He'd likely shifted into a mighty protector and killed the boar with his bare hands. She let out a low whistle when Kristoff pulled back the entire tarp. The beast was as big as a sofa. "There is enough to share with other packs." It was no secret her father was the best hunter in the tribe. "Other packs?" Razvan snorted and slammed the truck door after he got out. "Spoken like an American chieftain's mate." "No," she corrected. "Spoken like a Romanian wolf who cares about her tribe." "I'm sure your mates will have plenty of food for you to share when you get to Alaska," he said with condescension. Her father gave her a quelling look. "No sharing, Puidilup. This kill is for the Couragos and the Couragos alone." Razvan clucked his tongue. "Remember, it was other packs who turned in our family for owning a typewriter. Why would we share with them?" "Come now," her mother said bitterly. "We all know it was the Albiscus." "Why would our chieftain turn us in?" Razvan asked. "Because the Albiscu chieftain is afraid another pack will challenge his rule," Kristoff answered. "And we can't do that if we're locked up." Mihaila's chest tightened with anger. "I hate how fractured our tribe has become." "It won't be your problem for much longer, Sora," Razvan said, patting his gut as he referred to her as sister in Romanian. "You'll be mated to the royal Thunderfoots and have a full belly and a warm hearth." There was no mistaking the venom in his tone. "No need to resent me." Refusing to cower, she looked him in the eyes. "I can't help it if the ancients chose them as my mates." "Razvan," Kristoff said, giving her brother a stern look. "Go get your brothers to help you skin this." Razvan stormed away, head down as he walked in the direction of their small farm. Though she was glad to see him go, she wasn't looking forward to his return with her other brothers and their mate and children. She'd probably go to her room and read until they left. Why did things always have to be difficult with them? It didn't help that they were so much older than her. Dino, her youngest brother, was 12 when she was born. Her brothers had moved into their own farmhouse before her 6th birthday. Her parents had doted on her then, which might have caused her brothers to resent her. "Speaking of your mates," Kristoff said as she followed him into the house, "they will be here soon." She stumbled going up the steps and nearly fell. "How do you know?" she asked. Had they written to her parents? Her family couldn't afford a telephone, and since the secret police tapped phones in Romania, the Ameraki didn't consider them safe means of communication. Only the chieftain and a few other families had them. "The whole world knows what's happening in Romania. Your mates will come, and they'll insist on moving up the bonding ritual." She felt as if she was walking on a cloud as she followed her mother and fathers into the kitchen. Her mates were coming? She lowered herself into a chair beside her second alpha father, Wilhelm, and visualized her 4 strong, handsome mates. Tor was the biggest protector in all the Ameraki, and he was huge in human form too, with broad shoulders, wavy dark hair, and deep brown eyes. The Thunderfoots looked like the Alaska natives, with high cheekbones and taupe skin, but that was where their similarities ended, for they had the ability to shift into magnificent beasts. The last time she'd seen Tor, he'd had an overgrowth of stubble on his face. She wondered if he had a full beard now. His brother Skull looked much like him, but like all second alphas, he had a feral gleam in his eyes. Whenever he looked at her, her panties soaked through, and she wanted nothing more than to fall into his arms and never let go. Van, the beta, was also a head shorter and had wiry, lean muscles. He was the best tracker in the Ameraki. Though the Gamma, Arvid, had broad shoulders like Tor, he was about Van's height. He had boyish looks and a smile that melted her heart. She still couldn't believe her good fortune that the ancients had picked the Thunderfoots to be her mates, and now they were coming for her. She looked at Wilhelm when he loudly cleared his throat. "The girl is daydreaming about her mates," he said. "What will we do when she leaves us?" She clasped his hand and rested her head on his shoulder. "My heart will never leave you, father." Wilhelm grunted and sipped his herbal tea. His swollen feet were propped up on a chair. He was still in bad shape after being released from prison, and she worried about him daily. Niku, her beta father, had taken on double chores. He was already outside, tending to the farm animals. Mihaela had offered to help on numerous occasions, but her fathers were old-fashioned and insisted she remain with her mother and learn women's work. Ugh. She sat up. "Will you let them take me?" Christoph pulled up a chair beside her. "We will. We don't know what tomorrow may bring, and we want you far away in the case the Securitate come." Her veins turned to ice. "Surely they can't still be upset over the typewriter?" Her fathers looked away, their pale faces flushing. "Don't tell me there's more than just the typewriter," she cried. Christoph shrugged. "We've been printing." "Printing what?" "Pamphlets, flyers, calling for change." A jolt went through her, and she shot to her feet. "Great ancients!" "It's working," Wilhelm said, and removed his feet from the chair. "People are rising." How could her fathers take such risk after what the Securitate had done to them, breaking Wilhelm's ankles and shattering Christoph's hip? "People are being slaughtered." "A high price, I know, but such is the cost of freedom," Christoph said with a too casual shrug. "It worked for Americans during their revolution. It can work for Romanians, too." "I hope you're right," she said, because if they were wrong, she wasn't sure they'd survive the consequences. Paws gripping the frozen ground, Van stood on the mountain peak, his breath fogging the air as he surveyed the valley below, which was blanketed in a sea of white. The world had gone eerily still. The towering pines were laden with snow, frozen monuments that seemed to be waiting while nature held its breath. Arvid came up beside him, icicles hanging from his snout. "Are we still heading the right way?" Van brushed his brother with his tail. "Do I even need to answer that?" Tor and Skull were quite a distance behind them. They'd had to backtrack a few times to chase away curious followers, a few lone wolves and lynxes. Van still smelled a mama lynx and her 2 adolescent cubs. Their scent drifted in and out, and he was afraid they still hadn't shaken them. It wasn't like a lynx to chase after a pack of wolves, but Van smelled something odd mixed with her scent. Infection. Van knew from experience that a sick animal was a dangerous animal. He whirled at the sound of the cat's cry, followed by a roar. He and Arvid raced back down the incline in time to see Skull, who had shifted into a protector, swinging the mama lynx by her black tail, snapping her neck, then throwing her into a snowbank. Skull usually wouldn't treat an animal this way, but she was clearly rabid, leaving him with no choice. With his heightened sight, he could see the lynx was missing an eye, the bloody hole oozing pus. No doubt the infection had traveled to her brain and caused her to attack. Her mewling cubs, with black-tipped tapered ears, ran to her. He felt sorry for the orphaned cubs, but at least they were nearly full-grown. They could survive without their mama. It was for the best, before she turned on them, too. "Come on," Tor hollered. He'd also shifted into protector form. They raced back up the hill, putting a great distance between the lynxes and themselves. By the time they reached the top of the mountain, Van was out of breath, and his lungs were on fire. Arvid panted, his tail dragging the ground. Tor and Skull shifted back into wolves and sniffed the air. Skull had 4 huge gashes across his shoulder where the lynx had cut him open. "Are you going to be okay?" he asked his brother. "I'll have to be," Skull answered. "I either deal with it or die." Mihaila curled up in bed with her mother while her fathers patrolled outside. Talk in the village was that the army was on their way, though they'd had no uprisings in their small Romanian town. She feared what would happen if soldiers descended on their village, which was made up solely of wolf shifters. They couldn't shift and hide in the forest because of poachers and hunters. They also couldn't leave their children behind. Ameraki children didn't gain their shifting powers until adolescence. If any soldiers tried to rape the women, the protectors would defend them, which meant they'd have to kill every last soldier or risk their secret getting out. It would turn into a bloodbath. And then what? Would the protectors be able to defend their village against an entire army? She shot upright when she heard rapid patter in the distance. "Listen! Do you hear that?" Her mother sat up beside her and rubbed her back. "Gunfire." She clutched her pillow. What if the army was already here? What if they killed her family before her mates arrived? What would they do if they found her dead? "Where's it coming from?" "I don't know, Puitilup," her mother cooed. "Your mates will be here soon, and you can run to freedom." Even if she could do that, what about her parents? She took her mother's hands in hers. "Why don't you come with us?" Her eyes shone with moisture. "My place is here with my mates." "You can all come." Her throat constricted as she struggled to find her words. "There's plenty of room in Alaska." "Romania is my home." Petronella shook her head, a lone tear slipping down her weathered cheek. She had not aged well these past 10 years. Though she was only in her late 50s, she looked closer to 70. Her fathers, who were in their 60s, looked even older. Mihaila wiped her mother's cheek. "It's my home, too." "Your fathers want to fight for our independence, and I want to be where they are." "But what if you die?" Tears pricked her eyes. Her mother smiled sadly. "Then we will celebrate in Valhall with our ancients, and we will patiently wait for the day you join us." There was no convincing her mother. Besides, she wasn't sure her parents would survive the trek across the Carpathian Mountains. "That won't be for a long while." Petronella pushed a strand of blonde hair behind Mihaila's ear. "Cease your worrying, Puitilup. The ancients are on our side." Mihaila wasn't so sure of that, but she let it drop. Between Romania's oppressive communist laws and the daily struggle to keep their people fed, her tribe had been through much strife these past 10 years. She didn't know how much more they could take. Chapter 3. Slivers of light from a full moon filtered through the snow-covered pine branches, partially illuminating the white forest floor. Van led them across the packed snow as they avoided a white wall of mist. They had reached the Hoia Baciu, Romania's haunted forest. The dome covering it was naked to the human eye, but shifters could see it. They could also hear trapped demons calling from within. Legend had it this forest was a portal to hell, and Tor believed it. Even though they stayed several yards away from the veil, he felt evil pulsing from it. He hated being anywhere near this place, but their mate lived on the other side of it. Van kept his nose in the air, sniffing for hunters, bears, or other wolves. It was no secret hunters were plentiful here, especially when the oppressed country was starving. "I hate it here," Arvid said. "It makes me so sad." "Think about something happy, then," Van said. "Like what?"
"Like Mihaila,"
Skoll answered. Just the mention of her name was a balm to Tor's soul. Although it had been almost 2 years, he still remembered her alluring scent and bright blue eyes. He wondered if she'd missed him, for he'd certainly missed her. He'd been devastated when her parents had said she was too young to bond, though looking back, perhaps they'd been right. Tor and his brothers still hadn't moved out of their parents' house, and Tor had only started working in the oil fields. The delay had given them time to save money and build their cabin. It only needed a few finishing touches, but it was livable. Mihaila would have her own home. He prayed she'd like it. If not, he'd be willing to make modifications to make her happy. Mihaila woke up and looked outside at the midnight sky. There was a change in the air, a new yet familiar scent.
"Mama!"
She shook her mother awake.
"My mates are here."
Her mother sat up.
"What, Vika?"
she asked, referring to her as daughter in Romanian. She didn't have time to answer. She threw on her robe and ran downstairs. Her Gamma father, Mihas, was in the kitchen, pouring a cup of coffee.
"Father!"
she squealed, running to the back door and looking out the window. There was light and movement in the barn.
"They're here!"
She threw open the door. "We know." Mihas shut the door and led her to the table. "Christoph is in the barn with them, getting them clothes. Wait here, Puitlup." He brought her a glass of milk and a cookie from the tin, and she knew it was a special night, for cookies were reserved for important occasions. Too bad she was too nervous to eat anything.
"But I want to see them."
"That will happen soon enough," he said, and laughed. "They'll come in after they're dressed." She jumped from her chair when she heard a commotion outside and smoothed trembling hands down her thighs. Her mates walked through the door, wearing her father's old pants, which were too tight. They were all so muscular, especially her alphas, their huge frames making the small kitchen feel even more cramped.
"Bună ziua,"
she said in Romanian, then remembered to include the English greeting.
"Hi."
"Hello, Mihaila," Tor said. His voice had gotten deeper since she'd last seen him. "Are you well?"
"I am now."
She smiled like a love-struck schoolgirl.
"You?"
"We are well," Tor answered. The Thunderfoots looked at her like they were starving dogs, and she was a juicy bone. The longer they stared, the more embarrassed she became. When Skoll moved to the side, she saw huge bloody gashes on his shoulder and reached for his hand.
"You're injured."
"It's nothing," he shrugged, his cheeks coloring. "Don't worry." Her mother came in with her first aid box. "I'll fix up your mate." Her mother sat Skoll at the table and cleaned his wounds. Mihaila sat on his other side, taking his hand again.
"What did that?"
"A lynx," he said, his expression unreadable. She knew from experience that second alphas were usually the most pig-headed, but she was confident she'd one day be able to crack his hard shell, just as she and her mother had done with her second alpha father, Wilhelm. She refused to let go of his hand as her mother pulled out her bottle of mercurochrome and poured a minute amount of the red liquid on a cotton ball. When she applied it, he maintained his stoic expression while gazing at the old refrigerator that was constantly icing over.
"Did any other animals try to attack you?"
she asked, as they all sat around the table. "No other animals were so foolish," Skoll said, chuckling. "Don't worry, Mihaila." Tor patted her hand. "We won't let anything hurt you."
"So, it's true."
Her mother screwed the cap back on the bottle.
"You've come to take her to Alaska."
"We have," Tor said. "We came as soon as we heard about the uprising." Her other fathers came in, shaking snow off their boots. "The revolution is growing," Christoph said. Tor nodded, giving Mihaila a stare so intense she was compelled to look away. "We don't want Mihaila getting caught in the crossfire." "Neither do we," Wilhelm said, lowering himself onto a chair with a groan. "But it would be nice if you asked her fathers if you could take her." Tor and his brothers stood as one. "May we take her, sirs?" Tor bowed to her mother. "Mum." "Da," Christoph said. "Get our daughter to safety." Great ancients. This was really happening. Her heart beat rapidly against her rib cage as she looked toward her mother, feeling like a deer caught in a hunter's crosshairs. Petronella dabbed tears from the corners of her eyes while flashing a watery smile. How could she leave like this? She'd been dreaming of bonding with the 4 bravest and most powerful shifters in the Ameraki for so long, but she wasn't sure if she was ready to leave her parents. What would her mother do without her? "If it's okay with you," Tor said to her fathers, "we'd like to rest tonight and depart tomorrow." A swarm of rabid butterflies spun a cyclone in her stomach. That didn't give her much time to prepare. "So soon?" Petronella said. Mihaila knelt beside her mother and held her hand while she silently wept. "Are you hungry?" Mihas asked. "Christoph killed a boar." "We haven't eaten in 2 days," Arvid blurted. Her mother jumped to her feet and reached for her apron. "Sit," she said to Mihaila's mates, wiping her eyes. "Let us feed you." She plastered on a stoic expression while nodding toward Mihaila. Mihaila helped her mother and Gamma father prepare food, scraping together what they could find in their almost barren pantry. "Sorry there isn't bread," Mihaila whispered, setting a platter of cabbage rolls on the table. "We didn't come here for bread," Van said, stabbing a roll with his fork. "We came to keep you safe." "Oh." Her heart did backflips. After she helped her mother and Mihas refill their plates, she went to work on the dishes, feeling awkward in their presence, though she knew she was being silly. Last time she'd seen them, she'd snuck into the barn and let them mark her. Marking was when male shifters left their fluids on their mate without taking her virginity, and they had left their fluids almost everywhere, including inside her anus. That had been the most amazing night of her life, and after they were mated, she'd be able to do even more. The thought made her shudder with anticipation. So lost was she in her erotic memories that she was shocked when she heard her fathers growling. She turned to see them and her mate standing, glaring at the door. She went to her mother and took her hand when Oberon Albescu pounded on the door. "Open up, Couragos!" their chieftain boomed. Christoph threw open the door with a snarl. "What is it, Oberon?" It was no secret her father thought the Albescus were terrible leaders. The new chieftains were in their mid-40s and had recently taken over from their fathers, enacting new ridiculous tribal rules. Her father had jokingly called Oberon the Ceausescu Putin, the little version of Romania's dictator. Oberon entered the kitchen without waiting for an invite, his 3 brothers right behind him. If the room was crowded before, now Mihaila felt like a sardine in a can. "We smelled foreign wolves in our territory," Oberon said, looking at Tor as his upper lip pulled back in a snarl. A long pink scar dissected the side of his neck, a recent injury acquired when he and his brothers had forcefully taken the chiefdom from their ailing fathers. His pale hair was already turning gray and receding, exposing much of his scalp. "Foreign?" Christoph's face flushed. "The Thunderfoots are not foreign." "They are not Romanian," Oberon said, his brothers grumbling agreement. "We should have been notified of their arrival." "We just got here, Chieftain Albescu." Tor stepped around the table and went right up to the chieftain. "We haven't eaten in 2 days. We plan to pay our respects after a meal. Our fathers send you their well wishes. My tribe is praying to the ancients that the Romanian uprising will end peacefully." "We pray for a peace as well." Oberon shot Christoph a dark look. "As long as our tribe members don't do anything to anger our government." Kristoff narrowed his eyes. You would rather we hung our heads like cowards while Ceausescu starves the citizens.
But the Carajos aren't starving, are they?
Crossing to the kitchen table, he picked a piece of meat off a platter and shoved it in his mouth.
Your sons were bragging about your boar at the pub.
Mihaila silently cursed her brothers for their big mouths.
Were they?
Kristoff asked, snatching the platter off the table and handing it to Mihas.
Tell me, Kristoff,
Oberyn demanded, licking grease off his fingers.
Why do you not share your meat with your chieftains?
Kristoff lifted an eyebrow.
Tell me, Oberyn, why do our chieftains not kill their own meat? We have a tribe to run, Oberyn said. We do not have the luxury of going on special hunts.
Believe me, Oberyn, Kristoff answered. This was no luxury. Hunting boar is dangerous, and you know it. Perhaps that is the real reason you don't hunt. Oberyn stalked up to her father, invading his personal space.
Are you calling us cowards? I wouldn't dream of it, chieftains.
Her father chuckled.
Besides, a guilty conscience needs no accuser.
Mihaila's breath caught in her throat. The last thing her family needed was a tribal confrontation when their country was already at war. Her mates were watching Oberyn intently.
As is custom,
Oberyn said smugly.
Your chieftains will be taking half the kill.
Kristoff's nostrils flared, and his eyes turned a blinding white.
It is not a custom, and you will be taking none of it.
His brothers growled their agreement. White fur sprouted on Oberyn's face, and his nose lengthened.
You don't want to cross us, Grajo. We can make life for your family very unhappy.
Our fathers never take kill from other Amaraki, Tor said to Oberyn, his eyes lengthening to wide slits. They kill their own meat and run the tribe. As chieftains, it's also their duty to ensure everyone in the tribe is well fed. I'm surprised you'd want to take half the meat for yourselves instead of distributing it to those less fortunate.
This is none of your concern, Thunderfoot,
Oberyn said, taking a step back when Tor advanced.
When you threaten our mate's family,
Tor's voice dropped to a deep rumble so powerful it shook her bones.
It is very much our concern. You will leave now, without any stolen meat.
Oberyn flinched, but when his brothers growled encouragement, he stepped forward.
You'll think so?
Mihaila felt fear radiating off Oberyn. He was no match for her mates. She still couldn't believe these brave shifters were hers. Her heart fluttered wildly at the thought.
I know so.
His powerful growl shook the walls.
With all due respect, Chieftain Albiscu, if you cross up Thunderfoot, it will be the last thing you ever do.
Oberyn retreated, pressing against his brothers.
We're leaving.
Defiance flashed in his eyes.
But only out of respect for your fathers.
They will be hearing of your insolence.
Tor laughed,
and his brothers joined in, laughing harder when Oberyn and his brothers hurried out the door. Kristoff settled a hand on Tor's shoulder.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Tor answered. It was the right thing to do. Her mother wrung her hands.
They will just take all the meat after the Thunderfoots leave.
They will have to pry it from my dead hands, Kristoff rumbled. Tor's gaze swept the room. You are all welcome to come to Alaska with us. Mihaila sucked in a sharp breath. She'd love it if her parents moved to Alaska with her. Though she was anxious to mate with her brave shifters, the thought of leaving her parents behind filled her heart with dread.
No,
Kristoff frowned.
This is our home. We're not cowards.
Perhaps it's best, Father, she pleaded. Romania is in the middle of a civil war. You don't need to fight with your chieftains, too.
Her heart sank when he shook his head.
We must complete the bonding ceremony before you go,
he said to Tor.
Her mates nodded eagerly. Yes, sir.
She gaped at her father in a panic. Bond with them?
Now? Good,
Kristoff said.
Let's get it done. The sooner our daughter is far away from here, the better.
Mihaila could hardly believe this was happening. It's not that she didn't want to bond with the Thunderfoot brothers, but everything was moving so fast. She'd been dreaming of this day since Van Thunderfoot showed up at her parents' door almost 2 years ago in wolf form, his tail slapping the air and his tongue lolling while he bounced around on all fours. He'd run hundreds of kilometers after catching her scent. He'd returned with his brothers a few weeks later. After her parents sent them away, she often wondered if they were angry because of the marking. The Thunderfoot smell had been all over her, lasting for months. As time went on, she received occasional letters from them. But eventually she worried the bonding would never happen, that maybe they'd lost interest. Her brave shifters were finally here, but was she ready? She would be much safer in Alaska, and her parents would have one less mouth to feed with her gone, but the thought of leaving them behind frightened her. It was the middle of the night. She'd donned the beautiful wedding dress Petronella had sewn for her, and she'd done up her hair in intricate braids. The ceremony was about to begin.
I'm supposed to have the talk with you, Vika,
Petronella said, clutching her shoulders. She looked at her mother's reflection in the mirror.
The talk? I'm supposed to tell you what to expect on your honeymoon night, but I think you've already had a taste of it.
She wagged her brush at her.
It will be like that, but better.
She swallowed hard.
Is that why you wouldn't let us bond? Were you angry with him for marking me? Ancients, no, child.
She let out boisterous laughter.
You were too young, and so were they. They still live with their provincia.
Oh, she breathed. All this time, she thought they were being punished.
Many wolves mark their mates before they bond, she said with a wink. Your father's marked me too.
Heat flooded her face, racing down her neck like wildfire as she looked away.
Oh, okay. Look at you blush.
Her mother pinched her cheeks.
We don't even need to add color to your face.
Mihaila tried to hide her smile while gazing at herself in the mirror. They both turned at a soft rap on the door.
Come in,
Petronella said, adding one last flower barrette to Mihaila's hair. Christoph slipped in with a smile.
You look beautiful, Puidulup.
His eyes misted as he clasped her shoulder. Grief suddenly overwhelmed her.
Thank you, Father.
She blinked at him through a sheen of tears. Frowning down at her, he wiped a tear from her cheek.
Are you okay?
No, Father. She hung her head.
I feel bad leaving you.
He pulled up a stool, sat in front of her, and took her hands in his.
This should be a happy time for you.
I know how much you've missed them. Emotion tightened her throat, making it difficult to speak.
You will have to face the Albascus and a war without me.
He took her chin in hand.
Vika,
it will be easier without you here, worrying that the soldiers will try to hurt you. Knowing you're safe with your mates will bring us much comfort. She heaved a shaky sigh.
You can still come with us.
Her suggestion sounded more like a plea. She was afraid for them.
You're a good girl, a gift from the ancients.
He stood, his knees making creaking sounds.
It's time for you to fly the nest and start your own family.
He kissed her forehead and turned from her. Back stiff, he walked out the door. Chapter 4. Mijas and Petronella looped their arms through Mihaila's and walked her through the barn. They passed a roaring fire inside a big barrel and joined her other fathers and 4 shirtless mates. Christoph stood at the end of the barn behind a makeshift podium with his brothers, Second Alpha Wilhelm and Beta Nico, flanking him. The podium was made from a barrel with a wood plank nailed to it. On top of the plank were flickering candles that illuminated her father's pale faces and the many worry lines framing their eyes. Beside the candles was a centuries-old family pewter goblet and a long curved blade. Mihaila knew from stories the blade would be used to prick her mate's thumbs, and the goblet would be filled with a mixture of wine and the blood from her mates. After she drank it, she'd hear their thoughts. When they reached her mates, they parted for her. Petronella and Mijas each kissed her cheek and then backed away. They must have seen her panic because they smiled warmly. "It will be okay," Van whispered at her back. When she looked over her shoulder at him, he smiled. A tingling raced up her spine, and she smiled back, a sense of relief washing over her when they placed protective hands on her back and shoulders. Christoph cleared his throat. "Brothers and sisters, we are gathered here today to witness the bonding of Mihaila Courageau and brothers Tor, Skull, Van, and Arvid Thunderfoot." He crooked a finger at her mother, who took the goblet from him, then handed the blade to Wilhelm. They pricked the thumbs of her mates, dipping each one in the goblet. After swirling the goblet, her mother handed it to her. "Repeat after me," Christoph said. "I, Mihaila, take the blood of my protectors, binding our hearts and souls as one. I vow love, honor, and loyalty to my mates, my protectors, from now until eternity." She repeated the words, looking into her mother's eyes. "Drink," Petronella whispered. Holding the cup to her lips, she did her best to swallow back her fear. Her mates squeezed her shoulders, and she looked at Tor, and then took a small sip. It was a tangy blend of coppery blood and sweet wine. Before she knew it, she'd downed the entire goblet. "That wasn't so bad, was it?" Tor's voice echoed in her head. She sucked in a sharp breath. Though she'd known what to expect, she was shocked to hear him in her thoughts. "No," she answered, but was met with silence. That's when she remembered they wouldn't hear her until they took her virginity after the ceremony. More butterflies swarmed her stomach at the thought. "Thunderfoots, repeat after me," Christoph continued. "We take the blood of Mihaila, binding our souls to hers. We vow love, honor, loyalty, and protection to our mate from now until eternity." After they repeated his words, her fathers kissed her cheek, and Petronella kissed her again. Her heart pounded when they left, and her mates surrounded her. "Don't be frightened," Tor projected. "We'll be gentle." "Very gentle." Arvid's soft voice sailed through her mind, and a strange calm washed over her. Summoning her courage, she let out a deep breath and looked into their eyes. "Then let's complete this bond." Holding her hand, Tor walked her toward the large mattress behind the podium, draped in patchwork sheets and blankets, along with a table with towels and drinks. She hadn't even noticed the setup during the ceremony and was embarrassed, knowing her parents arranged it for their daughter to lose her virginity. But this was an ancient ritual among the Amaraki. Thousands of other shifters before her had done the same thing, so there was no reason to be embarrassed. When they stopped at the foot of the bed, Tor cupped her cheek. "You're so beautiful." He ran thick fingers through her hair, loosening her braids. "Thank you." The Thunderfoots were by far the most handsome men she'd ever known. She was pleased she was attractive to them, too. She felt a hand at her back and looked over her shoulder to see Skull unbuttoning her dress, a feral look in his eyes that made her flesh break into goosebumps. He revealed one slender shoulder and kissed her exposed skin. A groan escaped her, and her belly tightened when he wrapped an arm around her waist and gently nibbled her ear. She tilted her head, giving him access to her neck, and he feasted, alternating between kissing and biting, his mouth electrifying. Desire spiraled through her, and her knees weakened. Their hands were all over her, undressing and caressing while they kissed and licked her. After she was totally naked and exposed, they laid her across the bed. Skull spread her legs, his eyes shining like two golden halos. She shivered again, then gasped when he planted his face between her legs, his tongue diving into her sex and dragging up and down her slick ribbon. She melted into the mattress while running her fingers through his silky long hair, and digging into his scalp with each delicious pass of his tongue. Arvid and Van sat beside her, completely naked, though she didn't remember them undressing. Their large cocks jutted toward her like torpedoes, and they fondled her bare breasts, pinching her nipples to fine peaks. The feeling was exquisite. Her eyes locked with Tor's as he stood behind Skoll, his bare chest covered in a smattering of hair, his torso and arms corded with muscle. His look of intensity stole the breath from her lungs as his thought popped into her head. Ours. You are ours. Skoll continued torturing her with his tongue, bringing her closer and closer to that pinnacle. But just when she thought she'd explode, he sat up, clutching her knees. She was close to cresting and desperately wanted him to keep going. She's ready for you, brother, he said to Tor. When Tor, as was his right as first alpha, climbed on top of her, his golden eyes shining, she spread her legs wider for him, afraid his massive cock wouldn't fit. He probed her entrance, a pained look in his eyes as he swirled the tip along her dripping folds. Please, she begged, knowing she needed him to fill her and no longer caring if it hurt. He leaned over her, their foreheads touching, and slowly slid into her, stretching and filling her. His brother's growls faded as she clutched Tor's shoulders. In that moment, there was just Tor, her alpha, her mate. She couldn't breathe. The feeling was too intense, too painful, too pleasurable, too magical. Are you ready? Yes, yes, she begged, clawing his back. Please, just finish. She cried out when he drove into her like a hammer pounding a nail, burying his cock inside her wet heat. He let out a shuddering breath and stopped moving. Say something. I'm speechless, she answered, amazed at how projecting her thought to him was like second nature. You're mine now, he replied, always and forever. I will protect and love you until we cross to Valhall, and then I will keep loving you for an eternity. Tears pricked her eyes at his declaration of love. Before she could answer, he withdrew, and Skoll took his place. There was a wicked gleam in his eyes when he climbed between her legs. His low, deep chuckle echoed through her brain as he hovered over her. Been waiting for this moment for 2 years. And then he entered her in one thrust, burying himself to the hilt. Her hands flew to his chest. She was careful not to touch his wound, which glistened with medicine. She saw how deep the cuts were and knew they'd leave scars. Thank you for risking your life for me. I would gladly die for you, he answered, his eyes burning with intensity as he looked down at her. Oh, she breathed aloud. Her lips sought his, but he was already pulling out. Clasping her hand, he brushed his lips across her knuckles. I will be back for more. I want to take my time loving you. His thought purred in her mind, rushing across her senses like a soft caress. And she'd thought her mates had forgotten about her. What a fool she'd been. When Van climbed between her legs, she dragged her knuckles down his hollow cheek. He had a smaller frame than his brother's, but an equally impressive cock. He stretched and filled her slowly, his eyes rolling back before he closed them completely. This time, she was prepared with what to say as their pelvises pressed together. Thank you for finding me. His eyes flew open, and he looked down at her through 2 golden feral slits. I would cross 1,000 mountains to find you. Her heart filled with joy. She kissed the tip of his nose. Like his brothers before him, he pulled out too soon, but she knew from whispers of other Ameraki women this was part of the ritual. They all took turns claiming her virginity before returning. Arvid's boyish cheeks flamed red when he moved into place. Hovering over her, he entered her, and she was so wet and slick it no longer pained her. No sooner had she reached for him than he was already withdrawing. I can't stay any longer. His cheeks turned even redder. I'm about to explode. I understand, she answered, then held her arms open as Tor climbed between her legs once more. I I know what to say now. She wrapped her legs around his waist as he glided inside her.
What, my love?
He claimed her mouth with a heat-searing kiss, nearly stealing the breath from her lungs.
For 2 years I've longed for you. I've missed you terribly.
He stroked her hair.
I thought of you every day.
So have I,
she answered, finding joy in his passionate kiss while they tenderly made love. She lifted her legs higher with each thrust as he took her straight to heaven, and then she fell apart in his arms. She whimpered into his mouth as a glorious crest of euphoria emanated from her tight sheath, throbbing harder than a heartbeat and spreading all the way to the tips of her toes. He grunted, and his cockhead pulsed as he poured himself into her. He kissed her tenderly and cleaned her with a towel before Skull took his place. His eyes were 2 feral slits, and his nose had lengthened and widened, making him look part demon as he reached for her legs.
Turn over.
His thought was a command, rippling across her senses and making her pussy ache and swell. She got up on her knees, and he pulled her back until her buttocks pressed into his groin. He'd been assertive like this when he'd marked her, and she'd loved every minute of it. He bit her shoulder, then trailed kisses down her spine, nipping and licking while kneading her breasts with thick fingers. By the time he pressed his cock into her sheath, she was more than ready, pushing against him and hastening his entrance. When he finally slid into her, every nerve ending in her body was like a lit fuse. She met each hard thrust, and they soon found their rhythm, their bodies slapping together until she threw back her head with a cry of ecstasy. Her orgasm shot through her like an explosion of starlight, bathing her tingling flesh in a glorious glow while he poured into her with jerky movements. He slipped out, pulling her back flush against his chest as he trailed kisses down her neck.
Thank you, my love. It was more perfect than I imagined. I shall enjoy being your protector and making love to you every day.
She tilted her head and kissed him while he held her tight.
I shall love being loved by you, my protector.
After he wiped her with a towel, she wasn't sure she had the strength to continue, but Van was patient and gentle, holding her in his arms and tenderly kissing her jawline. He worked her like she was made of putty, knowing exactly where to touch to further arouse her. When he slipped his hand between her thighs, she mewled in delight. He deftly stroked her ribbon until she swelled with need. After he entered her, their lips locked in a fiery kiss. His hips gyrated against her so erotically she was powerless beneath him, trapped in his spell of love, clinging to him until they fell apart in each other's arms.
Thank you, my brave tracker,
she said, as he cleaned her up.
You are my world, Mihaila. I thank the ancients every day for leading me to you.
Sitting back on his heels, he kissed her palm, then her wrist, looking at her with smoldering eyes.
I do too,
she answered, too overwhelmed with emotion to say more. And to think she'd been apprehensive earlier. Now she thanked the ancients that her mates had come for her. They were her world, too.
I apologize if I don't last long,
Arvid said, fiercely blushing as he took his place.
That's okay,
she answered after he seated himself inside her.
We have a lifetime to get it right.
True to his word, he didn't last long, spilling into her after only 3 thrusts. But then he kept going until they were crying into each other's mouths. He shot off inside her again while she came, her tight sheath milking every last drop. Her heart was racing when he rolled off her. They held hands, blinking at the rafters, and his brothers joined them, kissing and touching her until she was ready for more. They loved her well into the night. Skull opened his eyes and looked at the beauty sleeping in the crook of his arm. Sunlight streamed through the dilapidated boards of the barn wall, bathing her naked body in a heavenly glow, making her hair look like it was spun from gold. He didn't want to wake her, but she had fallen asleep against his injured shoulder. Though shifters healed faster than humans, these cuts had been deep and they still stung. His brothers were strung out across the bed, soundly snoring. They needed the rest after traveling 2 days and 2 nights without sleeping. Skull wouldn't get a decent sleep until they were safely back in Alaska. He'd heard gunfire through the night. War was approaching their sleepy shifter town. They had to get Mihaila to safety before it was too late. Now that they'd finally made her theirs, he wasn't about to lose her. She meant too much to him already. After carefully extricating himself from her, he shifted her head onto Tor's chest and slipped off the bed to put on his pants. He relieved himself behind the barn, the hard snow stinging his bare human feet. The sun was already high. A few more hours, and dusk would fall. They had to prepare to leave. He'd rather run through the nearby forest under cover of darkness to lessen their chance of being spotted by hunters. His nostrils flared at the tempting aroma of fresh coffee and fried meat, so he made his way to the house. Mihaila's Gamma father, Mihas, was alone in the kitchen. He handed him a fresh cup of coffee. "Hungry?" "Always," Skull admitted. He sat at the table with a platter of fried cabbage and spiced pork. It was delicious, and he scarfed it down in a matter of minutes. Mihaila came inside, a blanket wrapped around her shoulders, and smiled shyly at Skull. Mihas kissed her on the cheek. "How are you?" "Wonderful."
She sat beside Skull and kissed his cheek. His heart swelled with love for his amazing mate. Mihas gave her warm tea and food, then left to do laundry. When she pressed into Skull, he wrapped his arm around her. "What should I do with you now that I have you alone?" he purred, nibbling her ear. She swatted his knee. "Behave in my father's house." When Tor came in, she got up and fixed him a plate. Skull sulked, missing having her in his arms, but she returned and he pulled her close, smiling. "The others can get their own food," he growled. She laughed at that, and he held her close while she and Tor wordlessly ate. When Arvid and Van came in, Arvid dealt with drinks and food. Skull sighed contentedly as his family enjoyed a meal around the table. He'd never felt more complete than at that moment. Arvid finished off her plate. His Gamma brother had the biggest appetite, and Skull couldn't deny he was still hungry and wanted seconds. He'd wait, though, until they returned home to feast. Mihaila's family had to ration their food. Mihaila leaned against his arm. "When we have a daughter, I want to name her Tatiana." Van chuckled. "That was random." She shrugged. "I've always wanted to name my daughter Tatiana." "Why?" Skull asked, twirling a lock of her golden hair around his finger. "It was my grandmother's name," she said. Arvid cleaned up the dishes. "It's a beautiful name." "I think so, too," Skull said. Having her near him made his cock grow stiff, and he was sorely tempted to take her back to the barn. "What about our sons?" Van asked. She frowned while twirling a cloth napkin between her fingers. "I'm not sure." "Håkan," Tor said, between sips of coffee. "It means exalted son." "I like that." "I haven't thought of names yet." Skull held up his palms when Tor gave him an expectant look. "Right now, I only care about surviving the trip home." Tor stood, leaning on his knuckles on the table. "Mihaila, we have to leave soon." She stiffened. "I know." She glanced around the room. "I can't take anything, can I?" Tor shook his head. "We will buy you all you need when you get to Alaska." Skull squeezed her shoulder, nuzzling her hair. "You will never go without."
"Thank you. Do you mind giving me time with my parents?"
"Of course not." Skull and his brothers answered in unison. When she left the table, face drawn, Skull felt as if he had an arrow lodged in his chest. He hated taking her away from her family and hoped she wouldn't hold it against them. He prayed to the ancients she'd find peace in Alaska. He'd do everything in his power to make her happy. But first, they had to survive the trip home. Chapter 5. A maelstrom of emotions swirled in Mihaila's heart. She was so overwhelmed with joy at finding love with her mates, yet the thought of leaving her mother and fathers to face the unknown was like a boulder crushing her soul.
She stood outside in the cold with her family, her heart plummeting, along with the sun. It would be dark soon. Somewhere in the distance, she heard gunshots. Her parents were too old to face a civil war alone, but she had to leave them, and soon. Her mates had on only their borrowed pants. She wore a simple robe and sandals. They were shivering in the cold and had to shift. Her brother's car pulled into the drive. She wasn't surprised to see only her first Alpha and Beta brothers in the car. The rest couldn't be bothered to see her off. Razvan got out of the car, his wheat-colored hair blowing in the wind, hands shoved deep in his pockets. His brother followed his lead. Christoph asked, "Where are the rest of your brothers?" Razvan and Tomas shrugged. "The children are tired and grumpy," Razvan said without inflection, and turned to Mihaila. "Simeon and Dino told me to send their farewells. It's cold out here. Bye, Sora," Tomas said, cinched his coat tight, and went past her to the house without another word. Razvan gave her an expectant look, as if he wanted her to apologize for having been born. There was a lot she wanted to say to her brother, namely, how she didn't understand why he'd resented her all these years, and she hoped her brother's sons didn't treat their daughter the same way. But she decided to leave off her personal feelings. It would do no good anyway. What did she care about how her brothers felt toward her when she had all the love in the world from her 4 amazing mates? Petronella shivered under a heavy blanket while her Gamma and Beta fathers held her close. Her 2 Alpha fathers were looking more frail with each passing day, their injuries making it harder for them to get around due to limps and stooped shoulders. They might not have much more time on this earth. "Will you look after them?" she asked Razvan. "These stubborn old goats?" Razvan thumbed at their parents, laughing. "They can look after themselves." Anger blurred her vision. "Think about someone other than yourself for once," she snapped. When he showed his teeth to her, Tor and Skull pushed her behind them, snarling at her brother. "It's okay, guys," she said. Razvan let out a shrill whistle. Tomas came back outside, letting the screen door slam behind him. "Can we go now?" he asked, rubbing his gloved hands together. "Yeah, we're leaving." Razvan looked her over, as if she wasn't fit to lick the mold off his boots. "Goodbye, Sora. Don't forget about us when you're living in your palace in Alaska." Tor projected. "Your brother is behaving like a bear's ass." "He's jealous." She glared at her brothers as they got into their car. "He always has been." Razvan started the car. "Do you need me to pummel him?" Skull asked. She shook her head. "He makes it easier to leave him." If she never saw them again, it would be too soon. They followed her parents into the barn, where they would shift and leave as wolves. Christoph clasped Tor's hand and smiled at her mates. "Thank you for taking our daughter to safety." "Thank you for letting us take her," Tor answered. "We'll feel better knowing she's with you in Alaska," Christoph said, his face turning as hard as stone. Only his watery eyes belied his sadness. "She will want for nothing," Skull said. "We'll treat her like a queen." Christoph patted Skull on the back. "We know you will." Her Alpha father held out his arms, and she ran to him and buried her face in his chest. Her other fathers swarmed her, and she took turns hugging them, before falling into Petronella's arms, hugging her the longest, while her mother whispered Romanian terms of endearment. Her heart and soul felt like a pair of waterlogged socks by the time she reluctantly pulled away. Petronella blew her a kiss, mouthing that she loved her. "I love you too," she mouthed back. Her mates shifted, and she followed suit, her white and gray fur standing out against their russet coloring. They were twice as big as her, their paws almost as big as a bear's. "You ready?" Tor projected. "I've never traveled that far before." "If you get too tired," Skull said, "I'll carry you." "I don't want to be a burden." Skull nuzzled her. "You could never be a burden." She cast one last glance at her parents as they walked out of the barn. Her ears flattened, and she whined, fearing this would be her last memory of them. Arvid rubbed up against her, his breath warming her face. Don't cry, darling. You'll be reunited with them again. She stayed close to her mates, the looming mountains behind the forest familiar but daunting when she realized she had to cross them. Let's go home, Van said, and took the lead, leaping across the field. Home, Mihaila thought, as she followed them. The words sounded foreign to her, for she'd never even seen her new home, though Arvid had told her in his letters it was a grand cabin with windows overlooking a private lake. But it didn't matter what it looked like. Home was where her heart was, and her heart was with her mates. Mihaila dragged her paws as she followed her mates. They weaved between frozen pines, the branches sagging under layers of thick snow. The morning sun peeked over the horizon. Her paws burned like she was walking over hot coals, and icicles hung from her snout. The air was thinner in the mountains, making it difficult to breathe, but she didn't complain. Her mates had made this same journey in 2 days without stopping. They constantly asked if she was okay and stopped often so she could rest. She wasn't used to running so much. Because of the danger of hunters, Romanian wolves rarely shifted, much less went outside. Her mates ran the Alaskan forests daily and were used to strenuous exercise. Van took the lead, his nose pressed to the ground or in the air, sniffing for predators. Tor and Skull flanked her, keeping her safe, and Arvid brought up the rear. Her mates were protectors in every sense of the word. She was nearly out of breath by the time they reached the ridge of a high mountain. The sun was high. The glare reflecting off the snow was nearly blinding. When she turned to look down, she was amazed by the view. She saw the forest, which stretched for miles, and beyond that she glimpsed her hometown. She was relieved when she saw no tanks or airplanes and prayed the civil unrest had come to an end. The wind suddenly shifted, and Van let out a growl. "A pack of wolves approaches," he warned. "How many?" Tor asked. "Almost 24." "Fuck," Skull said. "Can we avoid them?" Van sniffed the air again. "Doubtful. This ridge is the only way down." "We can't let them catch us there," Tor said. Van nodded, swishing his tail. "Then we wait. We have the advantage if we stay here." Mihaila nuzzled Skull's shoulder. Her mates dug a deep hole in the side of the mountain with surprising speed. "Wait in there," they said to her. She peered into a tiny cave for one. 2004? You will need my help." "No," Tor boomed. "We will fight better knowing you're safe." Arvid rubbed against her. "He's right. Besides, you haven't been trained to fight." She was starting to feel like a useless shifter, since she'd had so little experience as a wolf. She was determined to change all that when they made it to Alaska. If they made it to Alaska. She reluctantly crawled into the cave, back pressed against the hard earth, and waited for what seemed like hours. She scented a change in the air as all 4 of her mates growled. From her hole she saw Tor and Skull shift into giant protectors. A thunderous crack rent the air, and she gasped when Tor swung a huge pine branch, knocking scraggly gray and brown wolves back like he was sweeping the floor. One wolf flew over the branch and sailed right into her cave, knocking the air from her lungs when he landed on top of her. She fell back, clawing and scratching, then yelped when he sank his teeth into her leg. The beast let out an agonized cry when he was dragged out. Skull split the animal in 2, throwing his remains at the other wolves, who scattered like birds in the wind, yelping as they ran down the mountain. Mihaila's leg swelled, and blood from the open wound seeped into the snow. Tor scooped her into his arms. "You're injured." "It's okay," she lied. The pain was excruciating, and her leg continued to swell. Tor held her close like a mother carrying a newborn. "I'm sorry I couldn't stop him." She nuzzled his furry chest. "It's not your fault. There were too many, and you still drove them away." He held her tighter, then followed Van as they wove down the mountain pass. "It's not your fault," she repeated. He answered with a grunt. Braving the frigid wind that pelted them with snow and ice, Tor stumbled toward a makeshift camp of tents and trucks in a snow-covered clearing, his heavy feet dragging. The moon was eclipsed by ominous, dark clouds. What should have taken 2 days had ended up taking 4, thanks to inclement weather and Mihaila's injury. When Van and Arvid howled their arrival, the tents lit up and men in army uniforms ran outside with flashlights. "They're back!" a soldier cried out. Mihaila thought it odd that the soldiers weren't afraid of her mates. A man of African descent, wearing a black knit hat and a heavy gray coat, rushed out of a tent and skidded across the slick ground. "Get a first aid kit in their bags," he commanded. Tor approached the tent, shifted into human form, and ducked inside. He gently laid Mihaila on a blanket, then threw another one on top of her. For the first time in 4 days, she shifted to human. Her leg throbbed worse than before, which worried her. Amaraki wounds usually healed without a problem. Tor moved the blanket aside and took a look. "Is it that bad?" she asked when his eyes widened. "We'll get you fixed up," he said evenly. The rest of her mates came in, naked as babes. They thanked soldiers, who handed them backpacks and quickly threw on heavy clothes. Tor refused to dress. He ducked his head out and hollered into the wind. "We need first aid and antibiotics now." He returned with a kit and opened it with trembling hands. "I got it," Van said, taking it from him. "I do this all the time in the army. Get dressed." Tor's shoulders fell, and he dug into a backpack. Van cleaned and treated her wound with great care, then handed her a canteen and 2 pills. "Take these, a painkiller and an antibiotic to stop the infection." She gladly took both pills. The throbbing in her ankle was so intense, she'd do anything at this point to stop it. Arvid helped her into a pair of jeans and a warm top. She thanked him with a kiss, disheartened when he refused to look at her. What was going on? Van ripped open a small gray bag and handed her what looked like a lunch tray with little pockets of food. "It's an MRE. They don't taste all that great, but they're packed with calories." She dug in without hesitation, wordlessly eating while her mates sat around her. Their faces were masks of worry as they ate their meals. After she finished, she laid back on the furs with a groan. Her head was swimming, but the pain in her ankle had ebbed considerably. "It's not your fault." Her words sounded slurred. Tor drew the blankets over her. "We will not fail you again." "You didn't fail me this time," she said. The wind howled, causing a shiver to steal up her spine. Somehow that cold found its way into the tent, making her teeth chatter. "Would someone warm me?" she pleaded. She sighed in contentment when Tor crawled under the blankets with her, his big body so warm he was like her own personal sun. She looked into his deep brown eyes. "You risked your lives to save me from a civil war." Getting up on an elbow, she looked around the room, despite the swimming bubbles in her head. "You're wonderful protectors. It's just a bite. It will heal, probably much faster than your egos." They laughed. "I love hearing you laugh," she slurred again, as her eyelids grew heavy. Snuggling against her brave protector, she gave in to her exhaustion. Soon, they'd be at their Alaskan home. For now, they were safe, and that's all that mattered. Tor threw his backpack into the truck, smiling as Skoll set Mihaila on the back seat. He tried to help her with the seatbelt, but she slapped his hand away. "I'm not an invalid." After a good night of sleep and antibiotics, her injury was much better. Thank the ancients that shifters healed fast. He'd have gone mad with worry if her infection had gotten worse. He and his brothers still blamed themselves for letting that wolf get past them, but he was ready to set that aside and focus on getting home. Tor went to the Humvee parked beside theirs and tapped on the glass. Agent Johnson rolled down the window. "Ready?" he asked Tor with an odd tremor. "Whenever you are," Tor answered, and gave the agent a questioning look. "You look like you've seen a ghost." The agent put on a smile that looked forced. "I'm relieved you made it." The agent's strange demeanor made Tor uneasy. And he wondered if Johnson regretted taking the position of Ameraki liaison. "Of course we made it." Tor thumped his chest, grinning. "One thing you need to learn as our new liaison is never doubt a Thunderfoot." The agent frowned. "I'm sorry I ever did." Tor leaned into the cab. "Have you had time to get used to the idea of working with us?" Johnson nodded solemnly. "I have." "And?" The agent splayed a hand across his heart, his demeanor sincere. "It will be an honor to serve the Ameraki." Tor heaved a breath of relief. "I look forward to working with you, Agent Johnson. Here's to what will hopefully be a long friendship, and call me Joe." He stuck his hand out with a smile. Tor gladly shook it. "Thanks, Joe." The American government had served the Ameraki well so far, and since Tor would be chieftain one day, keeping the peace between their two cultures was crucial. Epilogue. "Mihailo, wake up. We've had news." She opened her eyes, then shielded her eyes from the overhead lights while blinking up at Van. "What is it?" "We just heard on the radio. The Romanians overthrew their government," Van said excitedly. "They just executed the dictator and his wife." "Great ancients!" She sat up, desperately searching his eyes. "Are you sure? On Christmas Day?" That holiday was special in the human world. It seemed surreal that the Romanian people had prevailed on their most sacred holiday. "They were executed by firing squad." She suddenly burst into tears. Van sat beside her. "I'm sorry." "Don't be," she said, wiping her eyes. "Those monsters starved and tortured millions of people." He stroked her cheek with calloused fingers. "Then why do you cry?" Taking his hand in hers, she gently squeezed. "These are tears of relief. My family is free." "Perhaps this will open up travel between our countries, and other Ameraki won't have to sneak into Romania to meet their mates," Arvid said, as he entered the room and handed her juice. "That would be nice." She thanked him and took slow sips. She loved that her mates kept canned juice in the freezer, and she could drink it whenever she wanted. She'd only been living with them a few days, and they had remained true to their word. She lacked for nothing as their mate. She never had to worry about running out of food, and she was able to run through the forest as a wolf without fear of hunters. Their big log cabin was beautiful, a palace by Romanian standards. The best part was the nights in their big bed. She had to pinch herself daily because she was afraid she was living in a dream. "I would love to visit my parents," she projected. "Or maybe they can come and see Alaska." Arvid took the empty glass from her. "As soon as it's safe, my love." Van stood and tugged her hand. "Let's go downstairs for breakfast." "I'll make bacon, eggs, and pancakes," Arvid said. Tor stood in the doorway with a cup of coffee, looking far too tempting shirtless, his dark hair tousled. "Then we can open presents." "You got me something?" She scrambled to her knees, pleased when her ankle barely pained her. It had healed nicely and was only slightly swollen, thanks to her mates taking such good care of her. Though Ameraki had their own gods, many of them celebrated the Christmas holiday. "Thank you so much." She frowned, realizing she hadn't had time to make them presents. In Romania, she usually knitted her father's warm caps or gloves. "But I didn't get you anything." "You gave us a reason to live." Tor took her hands in his. "That's more than enough." "Thank you for saving me," she said, as he brushed his lips across her knuckles. Butterflies swarmed in her stomach, and moisture flooded her panties. He knew exactly how to drive her wild. "We'd brave 1,000 wars to save you," Skull said, as he came out of the bathroom, towel drying his long, wet hair, his naked body glistening. The wounds on his shoulder had almost completely healed. "I'm so happy you're my mates." She bit her lip, her cheeks flushing as she prepared to open her heart to them. "I love you." Tor's eyes lit up. "You do?" "How could I not?" "All of us?" Van and Arvid asked simultaneously as they knelt beside her. "Duh." "And we love you." her mates said in unison. "You know what?" Skoll sat beside her, nibbling her ear. "How about we stay in bed a while longer? We can show you just how much." When he gently swirled his tongue over her earlobe, taking her in his arms, she knew exactly how he'd show her. She leaned against him. "I like the sound of that." "Welcome home, darling," Tor said, as her mates laid her across the bed. When they held her in their arms, gently loving her, she knew she'd found her home and her heaven with her brave Thunderfoots. This concludes A Romanian Shifter Christmas by Tara West, narrated by Mari. Copyright 2021 by Tara West. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Tara West and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.